Chapter 487. Half a month later. The Huashan Immortal Sect's teleportation formation. Red light flashed as 6 people walked out of the formation. Luo Tian was the last to walk out. A thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. He wiped it off gently and said to himself, "What the F***ck, luckily I ran fast enough. Otherwise, I would have been destroyed along with the heavenly realm. The ancient dragon-slaying formation, refined by immortal energy, is too powerful." The moment they entered the teleportation formation, Luo Tian triggered the formation and destroyed the heavenly realm. With the current strength of the Huashan Immortal Sect, they could forget about entering the heavenly realm to cultivate. Instead of letting the enemy grow stronger, it was better to destroy it. "They're back!" "Luo Tian and the others are back?" "They're all back." The news spread quickly. In less than 10 minutes, everyone in the outer and inner sect knew. A large group of people rushed over. They all stared at Luo Tian without blinking. "They've broken through. Yun Ling and Yun Yi have reached Mystique Venerable rank. Look at Zhao Qin. He's only a disciple of the Formation Hall, but he's already at Mystique Venerable rank. This speed is too terrifying. Senior Sister Yuehua is even more amazing. She reached Mystique Venerable rank 3. This time, after entering the Heaven Realm, their cultivation base has risen too quickly. In less than 2 months, they have already reached such a high level. Those who came back earlier did not even manage to absorb any immortal energy, let alone break through. In comparison, the gap is really huge." The outer sect disciples began to discuss softly. The disciples who had escaped from the heavenly realm looked terrible. They could not understand how Han Hua and the others had survived there. They could not understand how their cultivation had improved so quickly. Cultivating at the edge of the heavenly realm had thin immortal energy. No matter how talented one was, it was impossible to improve so quickly. Of course, these people did not know that they were cultivating at the center of the heavenly realm, where immortal energy was the densest. Other than that, Luo Tian had also provided them with an endless supply of inner pills. Thus, no matter how bad one's talent was, the speed of their breakthrough would be shockingly fast. He broke through again? Mystique Venerable rank 4. He broke through 2 levels in half a month. This speed is too fast. Is he still human? Everyone looked at Luo Tian. He found that Luo Tian's aura was very different from half a month ago. Not long after, primordial chaos, holy man, descended from a cloud of immortal clouds, his eyes slightly shocked. He did not believe that Luo Tian could come back alive. He was very clear about the cultivation levels of Lu, Zonghai, and Hong Yijin. They were both elite disciples of the Star Ocean Immortal Sect and the Immortal Reigning Immortal Sect. Luo Tian's cultivation level was only level 2 Mystique Venerable rank. He was no match for them. In the past half a month, there had been no news from Heavenly Realm. He thought that Luo Tian had died inside, but he didn't expect him to come back safe and sound. Moreover, his strength had improved even further, which made him incomparably shocked. Behind him was the second elder, the Tian Yuan holy man, who was crushed by Luo Tian previously. When he saw Luo Tian, his eyes revealed a cold, murderous intent. However, Luo Tian did not even look at him. Luo Tian walked at the front. Along the way, he did not look at anyone and just walked with large strides. Even if the great elder was beside him, he did not give him a second glance. Primordial Chaos holy man was a little unhappy and shouted, "Luo Tian, the sect master has something to say to you. Come with me to the Huashan main hall." Luo Tian smiled and turned to Su Shan, saying, "Old Su, I'll be back soon. You guys continue to cultivate. Go." Su Shan said. Han Hua, Yunling, and the other 3 also looked at Luo Tian. They were a little excited and worried. What happened in Heavenly Realm would be known by the 10 great immortal sects soon. The the Wanjian immortal sect disciple who escaped from heavenly realm would definitely return to the sect in a few days. At that time, everything would be exposed. The Huashan immortal sect would be besieged by the 10 great immortal sects. At that time, they did not dare to imagine. Luo Tian followed primordial chaos, holy man, directly to the Huashan main hall. The sect master, celestial master Yunji, was shocked. He smiled faintly and said, "Luo Tian, you've saved the Huashan disciples. This time, you've made a great contribution. I really want to know how you saved them. What happened in heavenly realm?" He wanted to know. Every one of them broke through. This speed was unbelievable. Obviously, they must have cultivated in the place with the densest immortal qi. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to be so fast. Luo Tian said, "Sect Master, if you want to know, you should go and see for yourself. You don't know how much they want you to save them. Although it's only 4 outer sect disciples and 1 outer sect elder, they're still members of the Huashan immortal sect. They were bullied and humiliated in heavenly realm. How much do they want you to save them?" "How dare you? Luo Tian, how can you say that?" "What do you mean by that? Are you criticizing Sect Master?" Tianyuan, holy man, said directly. His words were filled with hatred. Luo Tian smiled faintly. "Second elder, why are you in such a hurry?" "I haven't finished speaking." Although they were disappointed, I told them that Sect Master sent me. I alone was more than enough to deal with the trash of the 10 great immortal sects. Look, didn't I bring them safely back to Huashan? You don't know how grateful they are to Sect Master. If it wasn't for Sect Master telling me to go, they would have died long ago. All of this is thanks to Sect Master's wise decision, unlike some people who are greedy for life and afraid of death, trying to stop me from entering Heaven Realm. His tone was very calm, but his voice was full of mockery and ridicule. He was also criticizing Yunji. They were not fools. How could they not understand? The corners of Yunji's eyes narrowed as he smiled and said, "All heaven, what happened in the Heaven Realm?" He really wanted to know. When he knew that Luo Tian had returned to the Huashan immortal sect, his heart skipped a beat. He was worried that Luo Tian had caused trouble again. This time, he had provoked the 10 great immortal sects. If that was the case, then the Huashan immortal sect. His position as sect master would be. Luo Tian played dumb and said, "Nothing happened. The disciples of the 10 great immortal sects were very kind. I reasoned with them that the immortal sects were a family. We should improve together and become stronger together. They agreed and finally allowed us to cultivate in the place with the densest immortal qi in heavenly realm." Huh? What? Nonsense. What a load of nonsense. All of the elders snorted coldly. Who would believe that? Even a deaf person would not believe that. Luo Tian put on a naive look and said, "I'm telling the truth. I even said that the Huashan immortal sect can enter heavenly realm to cultivate any time. Why would I lie to you?" At this moment, a disciple anxiously walked into the hall and reported, "Lord Sect Master, something bad has happened." Yunji's gaze tightened and said, "What happened?" Luo Tian was startled and thought to himself, "The 10 great immortal sects can't be here so soon, right? I'm not ready yet." Chapter 488. It couldn't be that fast, right? The Huashan immortal sect was more than 30 million kilometers away from the Wanjian immortal sect. Even if that person was a mystique venerable rank, he wouldn't be able to rush back in half a month. Could it be that he had a flying treasure? Luo Tian's heart tightened. While he was thinking about this, the disciple was looking at him. This made him even more nervous. However, he did not show it and continued to pretend to be innocent. When it came to acting, he was really invincible. "Tell me, what happened?" "Primordial chaos," Holy Lord growled. The disciple immediately said, "Sect Master, the teleportation portal malfunctioned and can't connect to the heavenly realm." "What? Didn't you say that our Huashan immortal sect disciples could enter the heavenly realm to cultivate at any time? Could there be a mistake? Many elders began to question him. The disciple lowered his head and said, I've personally verified it. It can't connect and can't enter the heavenly realm. I don't know if it's malfunctioning or destroyed by someone. Luo Tian relaxed. As long as it wasn't the 10 major immortal sects, it was fine. He was not ready yet. Immediately, Luo Tian did not wait for the elders to speak. His eyes turned ferocious as he shouted angrily, Mother ***, these 10 major immortal sect scum. They said that they could let our Huashan immortal sect disciples enter the heavenly realm to cultivate at any time. I didn't expect them to destroy the Huashan immortal sect's teleportation portal right after I left. They're too despicable, too treacherous. The next time I meet them, I'll teach them a lesson. No. Sect Master, I suggest that we immediately launch a crusade against the 10 major immortal sects. The heavenly realm was first discovered by our Huashan ancestors. We can't let them occupy it for nothing. If no one wants to go, I'll go. Righteousness inspired reverence. His voice was sonorous and forceful with a hint of anger. He felt injustice for the Huashan immortal sect. Even some of the elders were shocked by Luo Tian's words and greatly praised him. They're too despicable. That's right. It's bad enough that they bullied our disciples. Now, they even destroyed the teleportation portal. They're bandits, and they still call themselves righteous people. Shameless. Sect Master, we can't just let this matter rest. The heavenly realm is something left to Huashan by our ancestors. Now that we've been chased out, I can't take this lying down. A few hot-blooded Fanggang members and some of the younger elders clamored. Yun Ji's complexion sank. He first looked at Luo Tian, wanting to see something from his expression. However, he couldn't see anything. He then said in a deep voice, I will send people to investigate this matter. I won't let it go like this. Primordial Tao Master stared at Luo Tian. He had a feeling that this matter must have something to do with Luo Tian. He couldn't help but ask, Luo Tian, what happened to you in the heavenly realm? Why did you destroy our Mount Hua immortal sect's teleportation array at this time? Luo Tian's face was full of innocence. He said with snot and tears, In all honesty, I reasoned with them. I didn't fight back when they hit me. I didn't talk back when they scolded me. In the end, they were all influenced by me. They almost knelt down and became sworn brothers with me. Really? It's absolutely true. You dare to swear? I swear to the heavens, if there is even half a lie in my words, let the heavenly lightning strike me to death. Luo Tian stretched out 3 fingers and swore, but in his heart he sneered, Swear? This ancient thing will never come true. I can swear 100 times without a problem. Primordial Tao Master looked at Luo Tian's sincerity and fell silent. Luo Tian couldn't stop smiling in his heart. How could these people know that the heavenly realm no longer existed in Tianxian continent? It was destroyed by Luo Tian. As for the disciples of the 10 great immortal sects, they had all turned into experience, an immortal chi. Emperor Yunji frowned and said, Luo Tian, you can leave first. We need to discuss important matters. Yes, sir. Luo Tian cupped his hands. Just as he was about to turn around, he couldn't help but say, Lord Sect Master, if you want to attack the 10 great immortal sects, I am willing to be the first to participate. They are really going too far. Even a dog can't take it anymore. Before leaving, he didn't forget to ridicule him. If he endured it, he would be worse than a dog. Finished. Luo Tian tiptoed out of the hall. After he disappeared, Primordial Tao Master immediately said, Sect Master, maybe it's this kid. Without waiting for him to speak, the hot-blooded young elders immediately shouted, Sect Master, we can't tolerate this any longer. They are all riding on our heads. If we continue to tolerate this, how will the Huashan immortal sect have the face to remain in the immortal sects? That's right. We absolutely can't take it anymore. I have always disliked Luo Tian, but today I have completely changed my opinion of him. Although this brat likes to cause trouble, I agree with what he said today. The 10 great immortal sects have gone too far. For a moment, other than a few older elders, all of them vowed to suppress the 10 great immortal sections. Emperor Yun Ji's frown deepened. Imperial Immortal Sect. What? The transmission array and the transmission array of the heavenly realm can't be connected? What exactly happened? Hong Yijian is still cultivating in the heavenly realm, and there are nearly 100 disciples of the Imperial Immortal Sect. Where are they now? Is there any way to reconnect? What's going on? Who is behind this? Don't let me find out, or else I will let him die without a burial ground. Star Sea Immortal Sect. Can't connect? What exactly is going on? Where's Lu Zonghai? Is he back yet? And the other disciples who are cultivating in the heavenly realm. None of them are back. The transmission array has never malfunctioned for tens of thousands of years. What exactly is going on this time? Who was the one behind all this? What's the situation over at the Imperial Immortal Sect? The 10 great immortal sections. All of them were the same. There was unrest. Whether it was the upper echelons of the immortal sects or the disciples, they were all discussing this matter. But no one knew what had happened, let alone that the heavenly realm had been destroyed. Want to refine the transmission array. Sorry, they did not have the ability to break into the void like their ancestors and use the supreme space technique to connect to special spaces, so they could not repair the transmission array at all. This matter happened very subtly. Gradually, this subtlety slowly expanded and finally became a strong base point, which was also a strong, explosive point. The heavenly realm was destroyed, and the 10 great immortal sects suffered the most losses. They could not find a place with denser immortal chi than the heavenly realm, which made the disciples of the immortal sects very angry. A few days later at night, Wanjian Immortal Sect. The disciple who was purposely let go by Luo Tian finally rushed back to the Wanjian Immortal Sect, Digafeng. A huge force enveloped him. Luo Tian stood in the small courtyard, looking at the sky full of golden light. His eyes were gloomy, and his heart tightened with excitement. The second chapter has been delivered. Brothers, can I ask for a monthly ticket? Chapter 489. He's here. The person who wants the inner core is here. When he came back from all heaven, he felt like he was being stared at by a pair of eyes. Without a doubt, the owner of this pair of eyes was the strongest boss of the Huashan Immortal Sect, the Grand Elder, Mad Sky Supremacy, Dugofeng. The sky was filled with golden light. It was so dazzling that Luo Tian could barely open his eyes. A black figure landed and stood in the courtyard. The aura of the figure was illusory and could not be sensed at all. Luo Tian was currently unable to reach such a realm. Seeing this black figure, Luo Tian suppressed the impulse in his heart. He was really afraid that he would not be able to control himself, because the person in front of him was too tempting. It was even more tempting than twin sisters bathing together. Golden light radiated in all directions. The golden light was even more intense than the heavenly soul demon monarch. It was really dazzling enough to blind the titanium dog eyes. Kid, I didn't expect you to be so lucky to be able to return alive from the heavenly realm. I thought you would die in there. Who would have thought that not only did you not die, you even profited from the disaster and broke through 2 realms in just half a month. It seems like you have already experienced the wonders of using the inner core to cultivate. The black figure's voice was hollow, as though it came from outer space. Luo Tian looked at the black figure carefully. He could not help but think to himself, could it be an avatar? Not a physical body. He did not dare to express his doubts. He was extremely unhappy. The black figure's voice was filled with endless contempt and oppression. He was just a tool in the eyes of the black figure, an existence that was completely despised. This made him extremely unhappy. However, Luo Tian thought about it in reverse and sneered in his heart. He thought to himself, Grand Elder, right? Wait till I open the primordial battlefield. When I return from the primordial battlefield, you will be the first one to die. Now, you can be as arrogant as you want. Soon, you will no longer be able to be arrogant. Endure. Luo Tian could only endure. Everyone who looked down on him would eventually die in his hands. Endure it for now. If he kept the insults and taunts in his heart, it wouldn't take long for him to return them tenfold, or even 100-fold. Just like the Dragon King, he killed the Dragon King in less than a year for the promise of 10 years. The cultivation of the elder on the stage had reached a terrifying level. Luo Tian couldn't compete with him now, so he could only endure. Once Luo Tian obtained even more power and reached a higher realm, Luo Tian would become even stronger. This was the day of his death. Luo Tian's expression was calm, and he did not show any displeasure. He said, "This is all thanks to Grand Elder. Brat, cut the crap. 2 months' worth of inner cores and the help of a Heaven Realm expert. That's a total of 200 inner cores. If you miss even one, you'll die today." The black figure's eyes were like torches as he stared at Luo Tian with a pair of cold eyes under his black robe. Luo Tian clenched his teeth and held on. With a flip of his hand, he took out 2 million inner cores and said, "I don't dare to forget, and I don't dare to be less. Here are 200 inner cores. Please accept them, Great Elder." Anger flared in his heart. He scolded the 18 generations of Mad Sky Sovereign's ancestors. Just you wait. Just you wait. I hope that these inner cores can help you break through. The higher the level, the better. When the time comes, I'll kill you even more happily, and the things that drop will be even better. Luo Tian said in his heart. The higher the level of the boss, the stronger he was, the better the items he would drop. This was directly proportional. Thinking of this, Luo Tian felt a lot better. He realized that he was raising a boss like raising a pig. When it was the new year, he would slaughter it with a single slash. The Black Shadow was slightly startled. He never thought that Luo Tian would really be able to take out so many inner cores. This was much better than the Devil's Sex Inner Alchemist. In the past, he only provided 10 inner cores a month. But he never thought that this brat would actually be able to provide so many inner cores a month. He was overjoyed and thought to himself, "With these inner cores, my cultivation will be able to take another step forward. The supreme realm of profound God is one step closer to me." Ha ha ha! The Black Shadow laughed maniacally. Luo Tian frowned, revealing a troubled expression, and said, "Very High Elder, these 200 inner cores are all my inner cores. The Great Clan Elder and the Primordious Holy Man also want my inner cores. I really have no other choice. Please help me say it." The Black Shadow sneered and said, "This is your own matter. It has nothing to do with me. You dog, don't think that you can use my relationship to change anything." Finished. The Black Shadow slightly raised his head, revealing a cold smile, and said, "You can even take out 200 inner cores and double it next month. 100 inner cores a month shouldn't be a problem, right? Of course. You don't have to give it to me, but you know my methods. Your friends might suddenly disappear one day. A person's greed could never be satisfied. You give 50, he wants 100. Luo Tian had already guessed this point. His gaze tightened, but he did not say anything. The Black Shadow sneered. "Don't even think about resisting. No one in the Huashan Immortal sect dares to resist me, and the consequences of resisting me are worse than death. Everything you have is in my hands, including your most beloved woman, that female phoenix, Li Shuer." Cluck, cluck! Luo Tian clenched his fists, and his eyes instantly revealed a dense, killing intent. "Ha ha! It seems that the female phoenix is really important to you. With my current ability, killing her would be easy, so you have to work hard for me. Next month, 100 inner cores, not a single one less." The Black Shadow said coldly. At this moment, the Black Shadow disappeared, the golden light disappeared, and the powerful force on Dugafeng also disappeared. Luo Tian fell to the ground. The supreme aura of the profound sovereign was about to crush his physical body to pieces. Too powerful, indescribable strength. Luo Tian roared in his heart. Quang Tian, I will definitely kill you. I swear. Li Shuer was Luo Tian's reverse scale. Venerable Mad Celestial was trampling on his reverse scale. The anger and killing intent in his heart could not be concealed, and it spread out, enveloping the entire Dugafeng. It became abnormally cold, and not a single sound could be heard. The killing intent that made one suffocate. A few days later, Primordial Tao Sovereign also found Luo Tian to ask for inner cores. Luo Tian did not refuse, and readily gave it to him. Like Quan Tian, Primordial Tao Sovereign also raised his request. Luo Tian smiled without any anger and nodded happily. This made Primordial Tao Sovereign somewhat confused. But who would refuse inner cores? Wait, all of you, wait for me. Half a month later, Luo Tian did not take a step down from Dugafeng and continued to cultivate. In the space of the third floor of the skill necklace, Luo Tian wanted to cultivate all of these skills to the great perfection realm and then fuse them all together. Right now, he had a feeling that the appearance of the heaven melting cauldron was to fuse into a sure kill skill. As usual, Luo Tian took a cold bath and changed into a clean set of clothes. Just as he was about to enter the skill necklace to cultivate, a message entered Luo Tian's mind. Xingtian Emperor, I'm here. Chapter 490. His voice was soft. However, Luo Tian still heard it clearly, and his mind tensed up. Devil Sect Elder? Yes, Xingtian Supreme Emperor, that's me. I'm currently in Mingyuan Valley. The old man from the Devil Sect said. Luo Tian was excited. It was finally here. He didn't expect it to come so quickly. The only thing left to obtain was the heavenly dragon pearl. Immediately, Luo Tian said, All right, wait for me, I'll be there soon. Xingtian Supreme Emperor. Before his voice could be heard, it suddenly stopped. It was as if someone had interrupted him. Luo Tian didn't pay attention to it either and said with a smile, Wait for me, I'll be right there. At this moment, he was extremely excited. His goal in entering the Huashan Immortal School was to enter the ancient battlefield to level up. Now that he had some clues about the 4 directions of blood, opening the ancient battlefield was just around the corner. When he thought about how he was crushed by the Supreme Elder and the Primordious Holy Man a few days ago, he felt extremely unhappy. Now the chance had come. I must open the ancient battlefield. I must go in and level up. When I come out, it will be the day you 2 dogs die. Luo Tian said fiercely in his heart. He then moved at full speed and arrived at the entrance of the Mingyuan Valley in less than half an hour. Without the ghost beast, the Mingyuan Valley was extremely quiet. It was so quiet that it made one panic. Looking at the surrounding towering trees, it was cold, moist, and carried a cold intent. It was completely different from the original aura. This kind of coldness carried another kind of aura. The smell of blood. Luo Tian frowned as footsteps slowed down and said, I'm here. As soon as his voice faded, several men in black robes immediately appeared in the surroundings. Each of them emitted a dense evil aura, a murderous aura, and a thick smell of blood. It was also at this time the old man who taught Luo Tian the secret technique of refining inner pellets walked out, his face pale and incomparably weak. He looked at Luo Tian with a complicated expression and finally shouted loudly, Great Emperor, run, they want to kill you! Suddenly, several people from the demon clan moved in an instant and released their killing move, instantly crushing over. Luo Tian frowned and said, As expected. The corners of his mouth curled up as he sneered, With just the 2 of you? So, his figure disappeared on the spot and moved to another location. Fulgurating shadows. The 4 devil assassins pounced on empty air. Just when they were slightly relaxed, Luo Tian suddenly rushed over and shouted, "Level 6 Berserk, Heaven Soul Palm, die for me!" He did not hold back. A palm strike struck towards the nearest devil sect assassin. Luo Tian came too fast, so fast that they had no way to react. Bang! He was sent flying with a palm strike. But, not hearing the prompt, Luo Tian's heart sank. He's not dead. If he's not dead, then let's do it again. Wind Shadow Steps, 8th stage. Phantom. Whoosh! His speed was shockingly fast. In the darkness of the night, it was impossible to see how Luo Tian's body moved. The moment his body moved, the sound of something breaking through the air exploded. Even if his brain reacted, his body would not be able to react. It was too fast. In this period of time, Luo Tian's every skill had been upgraded crazily. The Wind Shadow Steps was directly cultivated to the 8th level, an astonishingly fast level. Without waiting for the assassin to land, Luo Tian's fists moved, and like heavy thunder, he punched forward. Die! Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The body of the devil's sect assassin was directly pierced through. He flew out and crashed into a towering tree. His body twitched a few times before he died. Ding! The system sounded out. Luo Tian did not care. He laughed coldly, looked at the remaining 3 assassins and said, "You want to assassinate this emperor with just the few of you trash? You're courting death." Pa, that's right. That's really not bad. Whether it's speed or strength, it's all beyond the standard of a mystic venerable level 4. With this standard, he would at least be an inner elite disciple in the Huashan immortal sect, or an honorary elder, right? A black-robed old man walked out from the darkness. Luo Tian felt a terrifying aura from him. The black-robed old man walked forward. His face was cold, and he laughed coldly. "Now you still call him Emperor Xingtian? Wu Shao, you can be considered an elder of the devil's sect, but you were fooled by the Huashan immortal sect's cheap tricks. I remember you said he was a mystic venerable level 5 last time, right? In just a few months, he broke through to mystic venerable level 4? You were really fooled. He can't be the reincarnation of the devil Emperor Xingtian. If the emperor was reincarnated, he wouldn't be a trash like him." The black-robed old man kicked Wu Xiao's back. Wu Xiao suffered heavy injuries and was unable to resist at all. His body flew out heavily and landed beside Luo Tian. He spat out a mouthful of black blood and looked at Luo Tian, saying, "Great Emperor, I'm sorry. No one in the devil's sect believes what I said. No one believes." While he was talking, tears welled up in his eyes. The feeling of not being believed by anyone was really uncomfortable. Luo Tian squatted down and asked softly, "Do you believe it?" Wu Xiao nodded his head firmly and said, "I believe it. In this world, no one knows Emperor Xingtian's decapitation strike. No one knows Panga God Slash. Only Emperor Xingtian knows. I believe it." Luo Tian laughed and said, "It's enough that you believe it." As soon as he finished, Luo Tian immediately used a regeneration technique and said, "It's been hard on you these past few days." Buzz. The regeneration technique had also leveled up. However, this skill was too difficult to cultivate. It consumed an extreme amount of immortal energy, and in this half a month, it had only leveled up by 1 level. However, the 2nd level regeneration technique was already quite impressive. After using the skill, the injuries on Wu Xiao's body immediately healed, and even the pain in his body completely disappeared. His entire body instantly recovered, and he was full of energy, without the slightest bit of discomfort. Star Sea Immortal Sect's secret technique, regeneration technique? The black-robed old man's face was once again filled with shock. Luo Tian chuckled and said, "I didn't expect you to know your stuff. You even know about the regeneration technique." The black-robed old man frowned. His fists couldn't help but secretly clench, and said coldly, "Who exactly are you? You are in the Huashan Immortal Sect, but you have cultivated the secret technique of the Star Sea Immortal Sect, and even used the fake body of Emperor Xingtian to deceive Wu Xiao. disturbing our devil sex invasion of the Huashan immortal sect. Who exactly are you? He asked twice in a row. Luo Tian directly ignored him, looked at Wu Xiao, and said, "Tell him who I am." Wu Xiao laughed wildly and said, "He is the heaven-punishing devil emperor, the devil sex war god." Bullshit. Wu Xiao, you're still stubborn even now. A devil emperor like him can't be reincarnated into his body. The black-robed old man shouted, and then he glared at Luo Tian and shouted, "Kid, if you have the guts, transform into a devil emperor in front of me, and see if I can't see through your little trick." Luo Tian still didn't look at him and asked, "How many types of blood have you collected?" Three. Other than the blood of the Eastern Titan, I have collected all of them, but they are all in his body," Wu Xiao said to the black-robed old man. Luo Tian looked up slightly and laughed excitedly. Chapter 4. There was one more chapter before 10 p.m. Chapter 491. Everything was here. Luo Tian had the Titan's blood himself. He was only missing the other 3 types of blood. Then there was the problem of how the Heavenly Palace God race was going to go. Without waiting for Luo Tian to ask, Wu Xiao took the lead and said, "I have also found the location of the Heavenly Palace God race. It is at the peak of Heaven Mountain." "All right." Ha ha ha. Luo Tian could not help but laugh out loud in excitement. At this moment, the dragon egg in his body started to roll. It seemed that he was the same as well and was excited. This was related to whether or not he could hatch it. How could he not be excited? After so long, he had wanted to hatch it for a long time. Unfortunately, he still lacked one thing, which was the divine dragon soul. With such a thing, he could immediately hatch it. As for Luo Tian, other than obtaining the heavenly dragon pearl to open the ancient battlefield and hatching the dragon egg, there was another very important reason. SSS Super Quest. Thinking about his reward made him drool, directly rewarding him with a level. This meant that he would be directly rewarded with hundreds of millions of experience. There was also a heavenly dragon holy sword. This was going to be extremely awesome. In an instant, Luo Tian stared straight at the black-robed old man and laughed sinisterly. "You want to see the demon emperor Xing Tian, right?" "That's right. I want to see who dares to pretend to be our devil sect war god. No matter who it is, you won't be able to escape death today." The black-robed old man's tone was very unyielding. He had come with an order. Even if Luo Tian was really the reincarnation of the demon emperor Xing Tian, he would still have to die because the current devil sect no longer had the position of the Xing Tian great emperor. There was no need for a person who had died for hundreds of thousands of years to appear again. This was the secret assassination order he had received. Wu Zhao's face darkened as he said, "Fourth Elder, he really is the reincarnation of the demon emperor Xing Tian. Don't doubt it if you anger the great emperor. Let's see how you deal with it." He was a fanatical worshipper of the demon emperor Xing Tian. It was also because of this that when he saw Luo Tian transform into the Xing Tian Great Emperor in the Abyss Cave, he knelt down without any hesitation. He had never doubted it because he had no reason to doubt it. The black-robed old man laughed coldly and said, "Demon Emperor Xing Tian? Is there a need for a person who has died hundreds of thousands of years ago? So what if he, with his current strength, what can he bring to the devil sect?" "Wu Xiao, originally, I wanted to spare your life. However, I didn't expect you to be so stubborn. This is fine too. You can die together with great Emperor Xingtian." As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 surviving assassins suddenly moved. Wu Zhao's face darkened as he barked. "You dare to act rashly in front of great Emperor Xingtian? You must be tired of living." When he was about to make a move, Luo Tian blocked Wu Xiao and said, "It seems like their purpose here is not to test whether I am the reincarnation of Xing Tian or not, but to kill me directly. Your devil sect leader probably doesn't want me to exist, afraid that I will affect his current position." Fine. I used to think that even if there was no place for me in the immortal sect, at least there would be a place for me in the devil sect. But now, it seems that no one can accommodate my existence. That's good, very good. Then I have nothing to worry about. As long as you are not my friend, then you are my enemy. All of you must die. In that instant, Luo Tian directly roared out, "Bedevilment!" Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. His body changed. His powerful physique, explosive power, and the aura of a king directly crushed everything around him. The surrounding dozens of kilometers were all enveloped in a murderous aura. Buzz! 100,000 Jin, splitting heaven axe appeared in his hand. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up as he laughed coldly and arrogantly and said, "Can you see it now?" Ha ha ha! Wu Zhao's eyes flashed with incomparable excitement. Although this was the second time he had seen Luo Tian transform into the heaven-punishing Devil Emperor, the fanaticism in his heart could not be concealed. He was so excited that he could not speak and almost knelt on the ground to kowtow. Compared to the last time, the current Devil Emperor's body was even stronger. The aura was even more oppressive. The domineering aura of a king was completely revealed. During this period of time, Luo Tian had obtained the power of the giant god of the Titan race. His physical body was also of great help to the Devil Emperor Xing Tian's physical body. His physique was even stronger than before. The black-robed old man's face suddenly darkened. He was extremely puzzled, and his expression was extremely ugly. Really, really, really heaven-punishing emperor. Now you know? Sorry. It's too late. Luo Tian's body moved. He grabbed the splitting heaven axe with both hands and took a step forward. Boom! The earth shook and the ground cracked. The 3 devil sect assassins were stunned. The black-robed old man gritted his teeth and said unwillingly, "So what if you are the reincarnation of the Devil Emperor Xing Tian? Your current cultivation is only at the 4th level of the Mystic Venerable rank. Do you think you can change anything with this little strength? Stop dreaming. You are just a piece of trash. What are you looking at? Cripple him for me." The 3 Devil Sect assassins looked at each other and instantly pushed away the distracting thoughts in their hearts. They unleashed their strongest strength. The 3 of them kept changing their positions, hiding their auras, and rushed toward Luo Tian at lightning speed. Devil flames soared into the sky. Killing intent and a violent aura spread out. Luo Tian took a light breath. His blood-red eyes suddenly darkened. A true power that belonged to the Devil Emperor Xing Tian erupted from his powerful physique. He held the handle of the splitting heaven axe with one hand and roared, "Total annihilation!" Boom! Under his release, the power turned into blazing flames. The flames exploded on the splitting heaven axe and directly turned into a giant flaming axe, sweeping out in 360 degrees. Bang! 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 Wherever it went, even the air was killed. The 3 Devil Sect assassins did not even leave behind ashes. They were instantly killed. Their bodies were swallowed by the void cut by the divine axe and disappeared from this world forever. Ding! 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 3 notifications sounded. Mighty! Too mighty! Xing Tian Emperor is the #1 war god in the Devil Sect for thousands of years. This kind of power makes one's blood boil. Wu Zhao's eyes were incomparably fanatical, and his heart was filled with indescribable excitement. The black-robed old man was also shocked. Luo Tian's strength had once again exceeded his expectations. Moreover, the aura released by Luo Tian's body made him feel incomparable fear. He didn't think too much about it. The black-robed old man's figure blurred and directly turned into several blood shadows. He shouted in a deep voice, "Blood shadow, great art!" Wu Zhao's face darkened as he immediately reminded him. Xing Tian Emperor, he used the Devil Sect's secret technique, blood shadow, great art. He wants to escape. Escape? Did I agree? I didn't agree. Even if you run into hell, it's useless. Luo Tian's arms bulged with an arrogant force. He grabbed the handle of the axe with both hands and jumped into the air. Without waiting for the blood shadow to appear, he slashed down. Explode for me. The 5th chapter has been delivered. Brothers, can this old bull ask for a monthly ticket? It's so miserable. I recommend another brother's book, The King of Martial Arts. With Cauldron Master in hand, I hope all the brothers can collect it. This old bull is extremely grateful. Chapter 492. Decapitation Strike. Kill. With a move of the heavens-splitting divine axe, the power that belonged to the Devil Emperor Xing Tian burst forth. The Emperor's aura instantly crushed down, and with a move of the divine axe, the black-robed old man who had transformed into a blood shadow was directly chopped into powder. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The valley of the Ming abyss began to shake. The aura of the Devil Emperor Xing Tian spread out without restraint. Luo Tian felt this powerful force and was shocked in his heart. Ever since he had broken through to the mysterious sovereign realm, the power of the Devil Emperor Xing Tian had become stronger and stronger, reaching an extremely terrifying height. It was far stronger than his own strength. At this moment, Luo Tian's heart tightened. He thought of the secret technique that the black-robed old man had used just now, clenched his hands tightly, and thought to himself, "Explode for me!" Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Zhang Shuyan for obtaining 200,000 experience, 20,000 immortal chi. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the blood of the elves. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the blood of the barbarian clan. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the blood of the demon clan. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Devil Sect's secret technique, Blood Shadow Great Art. Do you wish to cultivate it? It's out. Luo Tian did not hesitate and immediately said, "Cultivate!" Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for successfully cultivating Blood Shadow Great Art. Then, Luo Tian checked the attributes of the Blood Shadow Great Art, and his face revealed an excited smile. He thought to himself, "As expected, as long as I cultivate to a certain level, I can condense a body with a drop of blood and turn it into a clone. Every drop of blood essence can be refined into a clone. In the future, I don't even need to go out to level up. This is too great." The most important point. The Blood Shadow Great Art turned into a sky full of blood shadows. Whether it was attacking or escaping, it was extremely sharp. Wu Xiao was extremely excited and said with disdain, "Zhang Shuyan, I have already reminded you to respect the Xingtian Supreme Emperor. If you anger the Great Emperor, can you still live in this world?" While speaking, Wu Xiao trotted to Zhang Shuyan's side and searched him. He found it strange and muttered, why is there no blood? It was clearly on his body. How could it be gone? There's no need to look for it. I've already obtained 3 types of blood from him. Luo Tian coughed and said faintly, "You did well this time. This emperor is quite satisfied. You should find a place to hide for the time being. I will go to the Devil Sect and make them kneel at my feet one by one. I will let them know that what you said is true, and everything you have done will be greatly rewarded. Thank you." "Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you." Wu Xiao was so excited that he knelt on the ground. He wanted to prove himself and his words. He wanted to let those people from the Devil Sect see that everything he said was true. Immediately, Luo Tian's brows twitched. He thought of the giant demons in Baiming City and said, "Go to Baiming City and find the Baiming Princess. Ask her to bring you to the soul refining prison. There are some people you want to see in this life. When you see the Baiming Princess, tell her that I told you to go." Wu Xiao immediately replied, "Disciple obeys." Soul refining prison, where the giant demons were suppressed. Could it be that the Xingtian Emperor had already rescued them? That must be it. That must be it. Only the Xingtian Emperor could do it. Wu Xiao's blood boiled once again. He could already see a scene. Luo Tian brought the Demon King from tens of thousands of years ago to stand at the peak of their demon clan, looking down on the world and looking down on the common people. Luo Tian also didn't have a good place for him to go. Whether it was at the Hua Shan Immortal School or letting him return to the Devil's Sect, it was very dangerous. Wu Xiao had helped him before, so he would definitely not treat him unfairly. That was why he thought of letting him go to the Bioming City with those giant demons. Then, Luo Tian asked, "Tell me the route of the Heavenly Palace God race in detail again." "Yes, sir." Early in the morning. The sky was slightly bright. Dugu Feng, in the dilapidated courtyard. Luo Tian took out the dragon egg, laughed excitedly and said, "You will be able to hatch very soon. Are you excited?" The dragon egg began to tremble. Waves of red light flashed. The dragon egg was extremely excited. After 10,000 years, it was finally about to hatch. Luo Tian's heart was even more excited than the dragon egg. He imagined himself riding on the Chinese dragon god, flying above Duantian City, holding onto the heavenly dragon divine sword, pointing at Morong Wanjian's nose and scolding, "Little bastard, you dare to steal my woman. Are you courting death?" Damn it. It was too cool. Hatching the dragon egg was one thing, and completing the SSS level mission was also another. However, the most important thing for Luo Tian to do when he went to the Heavenly Palace God race was to find the Heavenly Dragon Pearl and open the secret realm hidden in the Hua Shan Immortal School. Enter the battlefield, level up crazily, and unify the Hua Shan Immortal School. In the most arrogant and invincible manner, he would arrive at Duantian City. He wanted to crush Morong Wanjian to the ground and never stand up again. This was what he wanted to do. Morning. Luo Tian went down the mountain and walked to the achievement hall to find Su Shan. "Old Su, I'm preparing to go down the mountain." Before Luo Tian left, he had to give some instructions. He didn't know how long it would take for him to go to the Heavenly Palace God race. The 10,000 Sword Immortal sect definitely knew what happened in the Heavenly Realm. The 10 great immortal sects could join forces at any time and suppress the Hua Shan Immortal School. When would they come? Luo Tian couldn't say for sure, but the matter of the Heavenly Palace God race was urgent, and he had to complete it. In this half a month, he had been training his skills. His level was still at the same level, so he had to raise his level. Only by increasing his level would he be able to obtain more power. Only then would Devil Emperor Xing Tian's power be able to explode out even more. Su Shan asked, "Where are you going?" Luo Tian didn't hide it and said, "Heavenly Mountain." "Heavenly Mountain? Where is that?" Su Shan knew about Heavenly Mountain, but he didn't know what kind of place it was. Luo Tian smiled. "I don't know now, but I'll know soon. I came to inform you because I don't know when I'll be back. Also, it's almost time for the Heavenly Palace God race's inner sect examination. I don't want to distract Han Hua and the others, so I don't plan to tell them." They were improving crazily every day. With the Naiden to cultivate, they improved at lightning speed. Su Shan was slightly taken aback. "You're not going to participate in the inner sect examination. If I can make it back, then I'll participate. If I can't, then forget it. It's the same whether it's the inner or outer sect. Sooner or later, the Heavenly Palace God race will." Luo Tian didn't continue. Su Shan nodded and said, "Don't worry, I'll take good care of them." Luo Tian, okay. After giving his instructions, Luo Tian walked to the teleportation array. Heavenly Mountain didn't have a teleportation array, so he could only go to the closest place to Heavenly Mountain, Tantian City. Luo Tian walked to the teleportation array. Primordial Chaos Tao Sovereign appeared. A new day, a new week. Old Bull asks for some recommendation tickets. If there are any brothers, please support me. Thank you very much. Chapter 493. Robbery. Luo Tian looked at the big man very seriously and asked doubtfully, "Robbery?" "Yes, robbery." "What? Am I not tough enough? Or do you not understand what I said?" "I said fight. tribulation. Ah! The fierce man's face was full of muscles, revealing a domineering aura that he thought was very arrogant, staring at Luo Tian fiercely. Luo Tian looked at the other two. Then, Luo Tian turned his head and looked at the people eating at the other tables. They all acted as if nothing had happened. This made Luo Tian a little unable to change. He asked again, "Are you sure you really want to rob? In broad daylight, aren't you afraid of the law?" "Haha, I told you this kid is a foreign country leopard, talking to me about the law. Kid, do you know who I am? I am the brother of the nephew of the general manager of the Tong Tian mansion. You must be scared to death, ha ha ha." The fierce man had a smug look on his face. Luo Tian was expressionless. However, the faces of the people eating behind him all changed slightly. Many people trembled slightly when they heard the three words Tong Tian mansion. Many people stood up and wanted to leave. "Don't move. None of you are allowed to move. I will come one by one. None of you can leave. All of you sit down." Obediently. Seeing that the people around him were afraid of him, the fierce man's expression became even more arrogant and arrogant. "I am from the Tong Tian mansion. Hand over all your valuable things. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." "Lao Si, Lao Wu. Ha!" Two big men walked in again. Their eyes were like King Kong's angry eyes. They blocked the door and said fiercely, "If you dare to go out, I will kill him." Suddenly, the whole restaurant quieted down. "Is the Tong Tian mansion that awesome? The brother of the general manager's uncle's nephew can scare so many people." Luo Tian felt a little funny. Looking at the trembling faces of the people eating around him, he could not help but laugh out loud. "Pa!" The fierce man suddenly slammed the table, causing all the dishes on the table to flip over. He stared at Luo Tian and shouted, "Brat, what are you laughing at? Am I very funny?" "No. Sir, you misunderstood. I'm scared. When I'm scared, I can't help but laugh." Luo Tian explained and then laughed loudly. "Ha! The louder I laugh, the more scared I am. I'm really scared. I'm scared to death." At this moment, Luo Tian wanted to slap the fierce man away, but before he could make a move, a chopstick flew out and stabbed into the Khan's throat. "Cough, cough, cough. You, help. Help." Blood gushed out like a fountain. He grabbed his throat with both hands and struggled. His face was getting paler and paler. When the other burly men saw this, they were dumbfounded. Not caring about the fierce man at all, he took to his heels and ran. For chopsticks flew out in a row, each of them stabbing into the back of their heads, instantly killing them. The technique was extremely fast, and the movements were quite sharp. It was so dazzling that no one in the restaurant could see clearly who did it. Of course, except for Luo Tian. His heart was slightly shocked, and he thought to himself, what a sharp technique. However, this person's killing intent was extremely strong. It was just a few hooligans, but they used their killing moves the moment they attacked. Who is it? Even the people of the Tong Tian mansion dare to act recklessly. They really don't want to live anymore. When the burly man fell to the ground, the surrounding people who were eating frantically fled like mice who had seen a cat. For a moment, only Luo Tian and a teenager with an evil look on his face were left in the restaurant. Luo Tian looked over. The first feeling the teenager gave him was evil. Obviously, he was the one who attacked just now. However, Luo Tian did not have the intention to thank him. He was even a little unhappy in his heart and muttered, "Damn, Lousy's 5 points of invincibility are gone just like that. Sir, ancestor, leave quickly. We don't want your money. Leave quickly. Don't stay here any longer. If you stay here any longer, I won't be able to open this small restaurant anymore." The shopkeeper ran over and almost knelt down in front of the evil youth. The evil teenager unhurriedly ate all the dishes on the table, then picked up the 2 big steamed buns and put them into his arms. He glanced at Luo Tian, who was not far away, and said faintly, "I'll spare your life. You pay for this meal." Luo Tian was stunned before he could say anything. Then the teenager disappeared. Luo Tian stood up. Damn! Looking at the scattered dishes on the table, he suddenly lost his appetite. He threw down some money and was about to leave when he couldn't help but ask, "Shopkeeper, how far is it from Tian Shan Mountain?" The shopkeeper wanted Luo Tian to fly out of the restaurant right now, so he immediately said, "Not far, not far, just another 3,700 kilometers to the south." Hurry up and leave. Hurry up and leave this place. Although Luo Tian was a little unhappy, but he didn't want to make things difficult for the shopkeeper. He quickly walked out of the restaurant. Since he knew the direction, there was no need to waste time. He could just go straight to Tian Shan Mountain. Half an hour later, at the city gate, the Heavenly Wind team is short of a brother who knows healing magic. Brothers who want to go to Tian Shan Mountain to make a fortune. Come quickly. The Rainbow Snow Lotus is about to appear. The Bloody Battle team is recruiting Mystique Venerable Brothers. Let's make a fortune together and do great things together. A large number of battle teams were recruiting all kinds of warriors. All of them were going to Tian Shan Mountain for the Rainbow Snow Lotus. 3,700 kilometers. How much time would it take to walk? Luo Tian frowned, thinking that he should find a tool instead of walking. However, there were no flying battle pets in Tongtian City. Just when Luo Tian wanted to get a beast to replace his walking, he suddenly saw the evil young man in the restaurant just now. Discovering him wasn't something worth mentioning, but there was a plump old man standing beside him. The old man was dressed extravagantly like an old landlord. What was worth noting was, there was a golden floating above the old man's head. This mission standard. In the game, once such a standard appeared, it meant that there was a mission. Luo Tian walked forward tentatively and asked, "Do you need help?" The old man looked up at Luo Tian and asked softly, "What's your cultivation level?" "Huh." Luo Tian was about to speak. The evil youth said coldly, "His dantian is broken. His cultivation level can't be very high." "Ha, you're the one." The old man was very excited, like a tortoise looking at a green bean. He immediately took out a large silver ingot and said, "Follow me." Luo Tian was puzzled. Was this a level 1 newbie mission? The lower the strength, the better? Chapter 494. It was very strange. The lower the level, the better? What kind of mission was this? How little would the reward for this mission be? To be honest, Luo Tian did not want to accept this kind of mission, and he did not have time to waste. He had to get to Sky Mountain as soon as possible, find the celestial race, hatch the dragon egg, and enter the ancient battlefield as soon as possible. Therefore, he did not want to waste any time. About that, can I ask what kind of mission it is? Luo Tian was pulled by the old man and asked. The old man smiled. The mission is very simple, very simple. Don't worry. It's just an ordinary escort mission. It's very simple. The old man kept emphasizing the words, very simple. The evil young man followed beside the old man. Obviously, he did not ask what the mission was. He was only concerned about one thing, the reward. Moreover, he agreed because the old man paid him first. At this moment, a large group of people charged toward the killing path. The leader was a handsome young man. The young man had a cold smile on his face, and his face was cold and arrogant. He gave a man beside him a look. The man stepped forward and moved his arms. He gathered his strength and roared, "All of you get lost. If you dare recruit members here again, I'll kill all of you immediately." The surroundings instantly quieted down. The old man's expression changed. He lowered his head, not daring to look up. The third young master of the sky-piercing residence. A peak mystique venerable rank powerhouse. You're not up to date at all. Just yesterday, he received an inner core from the divine commanding immortal sect and broke through to the Mystique Sage realm. This time, the sky-piercing residents must have gotten a lot of benefits from cooperating with the major immortal sections. Who doesn't want the rainbow snow lotus? The man frowned and said, I'll give you all a chance to join the third young master's team. You'll be rewarded handsomely. Someone in the crowd asked, Don't the sky-piercing residents have many elite guards? What do you want us to do? Humph, what nonsense are you spouting? The man moved and killed the person who spoke with a palm strike. He teleported back and said with a fierce look, Does anyone have any questions? No one spoke. There was no sound. The man's cultivation level was at the peak of Mystique Venerable rank. Who would dare to say anything? The man laughed coldly and said, Good, very good. Now, all of you return to Heaven's Span Prefecture. Suddenly, the eyes of the third young master on the golden armored beast turned cold. The whip in his hand suddenly moved, and with a paw sound, it directly hit the old man beside Luotian. The old man's body trembled, and the skin on his face immediately split open. Gao sneered and said mockingly, Yo, isn't this Sunset City's chief steward Qin? The old man's face was dripping with blood. Gao's attack this time was very fierce. The crowd dispersed. Qin San's face was gloomy and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He stared at Gao and said, Gao! Pa! Another whip lashed out, lacerating the skin and flesh on the other side of the old man's face, causing blood to gush out. He snorted in disdain and said, Is my name for a lowly thing like you to call me by? Incomparably ruthless, Qin San was only an old man in his 60s. After these two whips, he almost couldn't stand. His body was trembling, his face was pale, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat from the pain. Even so, he didn't cry out, and his eyes were still fiercely staring at Gao. Gao sneered and said, Chief Steward Qin, are you here to recruit guards? Let me see what realm you're recruiting guards of. Gao's gaze landed on the evil youth and couldn't help but laugh coldly. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Mystic Adept Realm, what a powerful realm. Chief Steward Qin, your vision is really high. You actually recruited a Mystic Adept Realm expert. Are you trying to kill someone? The evil youth didn't move. Even his eyes didn't change, as if Gao wasn't mocking him. The old man's gaze tensed up. Gao's gaze moved and landed on Luotian. Puchi ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Dantian shattered. I really can't see through you. Chief Steward Qin, it's fine if you found a Mystic Adept Realm trash, but you even found a trash with a shattered Dantian. You're the chief steward of Setting Sun City. Don't tell me you can't even afford to recruit 2 guards? If you don't have money, come find me. I'm the son-in-law of your Setting Sun City. Gao, don't push your luck. Qin San was finally angry. Gao's expression turned sinister, and he raised the whip in his hand again as he coldly shouted, I'm pushing my luck. What can you do to me? Old thing, I think you're tired of living. Setting Sun City has already been destroyed, and you still dare to act like you're the chief steward of Setting Sun City in front of me. You're still alive. While speaking, the whip suddenly lashed out. This time the power was even stronger. It carried a trace of the power of a Mystic Adept Realm. Die for me. Killing intent rose. At this moment, Luotian was already enraged. Just as he was about to make his move, the evil youngster suddenly moved, blocking in front of the old man, and said, Boss, I saved your life. Can you increase the reward by 1 silver tael? Qin San was slightly startled and said, Hurry up and leave. Don't lose your life because of me. All of you leave. Qin San once again looked at Luotian. He knew that he was going to die. The moment he was discovered by Gao, he knew that he wouldn't be able to live for long. Pa! The whip fell. What was strange was that the whip did not land on Qin San's body. Correctly speaking, the whip did not fall, but was caught by the evil youth with his back turned. Wow! Walala! The surroundings were in an uproar. This speed, this technique, this power was too fierce. Even Luo Tian was shocked and could not help but think to himself, what a fast speed! The youth's strength was not that strong, but his speed was shockingly fast. Gao's face changed, and he coldly shouted, "You dog, you're courting death!" His body moved. The profound sage power in his body suddenly exploded, and his right hand fiercely lashed out. The evil youth suddenly let go. Turning around, he revealed a trace of an evil sneer. Coupled with this evil sneer, his expression became even more evil. Gao did not lose his balance because of his sudden release. If that was the case, then his cultivation would not be at the profound sage realm. The whip flashed in the air, and with a piercing sound he fiercely said, "Let's see how you're going to block it." At the same time, the guard beside Gao suddenly shouted, "Arrest the rebels of Setting Sun City!" Everyone dispersed. They directly surrounded Luo Tian, the evil youth, and Qin San in the middle. An austere aura spread out. Qin San looked up and fiercely said, "Gao, you will not have a good death." Gao coldly smiled. "Old thing, I'll give you a chance to live. Tell me the location of the entrance of the Heavenly Palace God race, and this young master will spare your life." The location of the entrance of the Heavenly Palace God race. Luo Tian looked up and instantly became excited. He stared at Gao and excitedly laughed. You're going to die!" The 4th chapter has been delivered. There is still one more chapter in the evening. Brothers who still have monthly votes, please support me. Today's monthly votes are a bit pitiful, so I'll have to trouble you brothers. Chapter 495. He never thought that the old man beside him would know the entrance to the Heavenly Palace God race. How could this be? Wasn't his purpose here to enter the Heavenly Palace God race? Staring at Gao, he sneered, "You're going to die!" His voice was not loud. Gao also did not take Luo Tian seriously, so he did not hear what Luo Tian said. His gaze was still fixed on Qin San, his face sinister, and with a playful sneer he said, "Old thing, I advise you to tell me the location of the entrance. Otherwise you can forget about leaving Tongtian City today." "That's right. I almost forgot. There's also the trash of Luoyang City. He's also in Tongtian City." Qin San's eyes tightened. Without waiting for him to speak, Gao laughed sinisterly. "My guess is right. That trash is really in Tongtian City. The most dangerous place is the safest place. I should have thought of this long ago. The two of you really made me look for you these days." Qin San's pale face changed again, and he scolded heavily. "How did Luoyang City raise such an ingrate like you? Gao, if not for Luoyang City, would you have the cultivation you have today? If it wasn't for the young miss taking a fancy to you, would you be where you are today? Destroying my Luoyang City, killing the city lord, and not even letting go of your own wife. You are really ruthless." Qin San's eyes were bloodshot, and his body was trembling with anger. Gao, however, had a smug sneer on his face and said, "That's because your young miss is blind, and also because your Qin Zhan is blind. I'm married into Luoyang City in order to destroy it. None of you would have thought that my father is the city lord of Tongtian City, right? Ha ha ha, blame yourself for being too stupid. What do you mean by protecting the Dragon Clan? I think you are a brainless clan. You did not know how to use such a good resource like the Heavenly Palace God race. Now you have tasted the bitter fruit, right? Ha ha ha, old thing, you still have a chance. Today, as long as you tell me the location of the entrance to the Heavenly Palace God race, I can protect you from death, and I can also protect that trash from death. If you don't say it, it doesn't matter, I will find it sooner or later. It will just take some time." Gao looked as if he was going to eat Qin San. Actually, the rainbow snow lotus was very precious. It bore fruit once every 3,000 years. However, the purpose of the various celestial sects coming to Heaven Connecting City this time was not just for the 7-colored snow lotus, but for the Heavenly Palace Celestial Clan. Setting Sun City and Heaven Connect City were equal in strength. No one could destroy the other, but Luoyang City would rather die than reveal the location of the Celestial Palace's entrance to the Celestial Palace. Heaven Ascension City took this opportunity to join forces with the various immortal sects, and then, with a little effort, completely annihilated Luoyang City. Only the steward and the youngest son of the Qin family managed to escape. These past few days, he had been searching everywhere. Who would have thought that the two of them would actually escape to Heavenspan City? Qin San threw caution to the wind and laughed wildly. Bastard. Even if you kill me today, I won't tell you. Don't even think about entering the Heavenly Palace, divine race. Our dragon protector race will never betray us, unlike a bastard like you who can't even compare to pigs and dogs. You're courting death. The long whip that was gathering power in the sky suddenly moved. His speed was extremely fast, the ferocity of his strength. With a sound that could shatter the void, the whip lashed down. This power was more than 10,000 times more ferocious than before. The demonic youth frowned slightly and gently blocked Qin San behind him, saying in a deep voice, "Retreat a bit first." The demonic youth was also somewhat apprehensive. Gao's cultivation was at the profound sage realm. The power of a profound sage was extremely ferocious. Coupled with the fact that he had repeatedly absorbed the immortal energy in the inner core these past few days, the power he used contained a lot of immortal energy. Luo Tian smiled and looked at the demonic youth, saying, "Can you do it?" The demonic youth was startled. He glanced at Luo Tian and smiled lightly, saying, "There's no time when a man can't do it." "Good. You've got character." His body moved. His speed was raised to the extreme. Within a radius of 5 meters, there were only illusions of him moving crazily. This speed was simply unparalleled. The instant the whip fell down, all the illusions disappeared. His two hands suddenly clasped together, directly clamping the fiery long whip between his palms. He had forcibly clamped it. Luo Tian's eyes widened in shock. When he looked at the demonic youth's arms, his heart sank. He's injured. Under his sleeves, his 2 arms had been twisted into a fried dough twist. The power was too strong, and he couldn't withstand it at all. However, his expression was still evil, and there was not the slightest bit of pain on his face. There was a trace of coldness in his expression as he sneered and said, "Is that all you've got?" Gao's gaze darkened as he clenched his fists tightly. His anger soared to the heavens. The war beast beneath him also spat out thick flames from its nose. Its front claws dug into the ground as it charged towards the evil youth like a tank. Gao's entire body was filled with killing intent as he coldly snorted, "Brat, I think you're tired of living." The evil youth's eyes tightened. It was also at this time. Qin San stood in front of the evil youth and said, "Gao, if you want to kill me, kill me. It has nothing to do with him. Grandpa Qin San, don't kill my Grandpa Qin San." Suddenly, an 8-year-old boy ran out from the crowd. He stretched out his arms and blocked the warbeast's path, wanting to block Gao. "Haha, I didn't expect you to come out as well." Gao laughed arrogantly. Then, his eyes darkened as he ordered coldly, "Smash him to death!" "You dare to block my way? Even if you're the Heavenly King, you still have to die." Tian Tian." Qin San shouted loudly, his voice trembling as he quickly ran over. "Gao, you bastard, how dare you!" "You old bastard. See if I dare or not. One old and one young. All the stray dogs of Sunset City, go to hell." Gao laughed sinisterly. He was extremely vicious. His method was to eliminate the roots. Even if it was a child or an old man, he would not let them off. As for the entrance to the Heavenly Palace divine race, he believed that he would be able to find it with a little time. So, he had set his mind to kill them. He would definitely not let them live. The little boy closed his eyes tightly. His body did not move at all as he continued to stand in front of the war beast. Bam! Bam! The war beast's footsteps were like thunder, and its ferocious aura crushed everything. Qin San pounced over, his speed too slow. The evil youth's arms were crippled. At this moment, he couldn't make any movements at all. He couldn't even move. Ha ha ha! Remnants of Sunset City, go to hell. Gao laughed wildly in excitement, and the guards behind him also shouted in unison. The surrounding crowd did not dare to continue watching. They did not dare to interfere with the matters of the Tong Tian mansion. In this area, the destruction of Sunset City meant that Tong Tian City was the overlord. Even the children and the elderly would not be spared. The moment the war beast was about to hit the little boy, Luo Tian moved. Wind Shadow Step, 9th stage. Whoosh! He directly blocked in front of the little boy, his eyes staring at the incomparably arrogant war beast, his gaze sinister. Lion, tiger, gold, shattering roar, 7th level, lion's roar shaking the heavens. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Get down. Bam. The incomparably powerful 8-step monster was directly knocked over by Luo Tian's lion's roar shaking the heavens. Fierce? Who could be more fierce than Luo Tian? The 5th chapter has been delivered. Thank you to Love Regression Line for your 10,000 book coins again. This month, your reward is the most fierce. Tomorrow, I will specially add an extra chapter for you. Thank you, brother, for your strong support. Don't think it's too little. Recently, the time has been really close. My daughter Nyo Nyo is sick again, sigh. Brothers, give some monthly votes to support old Nyo. Chapter 496. The war beasts but soared into the sky. Its head was stuck to the ground, and it was directly flipped over by Luo Tian's shout. It no longer had the slightest bit of arrogance. Like a frightened kitten, it didn't even dare to look at Luo Tian. Gao, who was on its back, was furious. He stepped on the ground with his right foot and flew out the moment it was flipped over, landing in the air. You dog, even you dare to go against Lousy? Get up. Rumble. The war beast flipped over. Luo Tian gently lifted his right foot, and the war beast just happened to land under his feet. The corner of his mouth drew back, and his eyes were wide open as he stared at the war beast and shouted, "Try moving!" He instantly stopped moving. He was extremely obedient and scared half to death, yet he still dared to move. The little boy behind him felt that he was being blocked by an incomparably tall body. He opened his eyes slightly and looked at Luo Tian's back. He felt that he was incomparably strong like a giant. It was also at this time. Luo Tian turned around, looked at him, smiled lightly, and said, "Go to your grandfather's place." Qin Changtian obediently nodded and said very politely, "Big brother, thank you. You have to be careful too, brother-in-law." "No, he's not my brother-in-law. That man is very bad, very ruthless." Luo Tian gently stroked his forehead and said, "Big brother is even more ruthless than him." Hee hee. No matter how ruthless Big Brother is, he's still a good person. Finished. Qin San also ran over and hugged the little boy in his arms. He looked at Luo Tian excitedly and said gratefully, "Thank you for saving me." Luo Tian laughed and said, "No need to thank me, I've taken your money, so I'll naturally do things for you. Don't worry, I won't ask you to increase the reward." While speaking, Luo Tian intentionally or unintentionally glanced at the evil youth who was not far away. At this time, the evil youth's eyes were filled with incomparable shock. He was so shocked that he was in a complete mess, and muttered to himself, "Pubi's shattering can still be so fierce? This is too unbelievable." The surrounding crowd was also in an uproar. Good boy. The sound wave attack actually knocked over a rank 8 war beast. It's really fierce. Fierce my ass. He's about to turn into a dead dog. Even the mount of Gao, the 3rd young master of Sky Connect province, was flipped over. I think he's tired of living. Sky Connect City is the overlord of this area. Offending Sky Connect province is tantamount to suicide. Isn't that so? For the sake of the 2 survivors of Luoyang City, Even if he has some strength, his brain must be very stupid. This brat can overturn the beasts, but what about Gao? He's a profound sage. This brat is going to die. Meddling in other people's business won't end well for you. The current Skyspan Palace is no longer the same as before. It has joined forces with several great immortal sects to eradicate Sunset City in an instant. Who would dare to offend the Skyspan Palace in this area? They began to whisper to each other. They looked at Luo Tian as if they were looking at four people. Gao's gaze was incomparably ferocious as he shouted once more, "Bastard! Stand up for this, daddy!" Luo Tian released his foot and said with a cold smile, "Try moving." The beasts that had been flipped over on the ground still didn't dare to move. They were really afraid of Luo Tian. Even in front of their master, they were still afraid of Luo Tian. This made Gao extremely unhappy. Turning his gaze, he coldly stared at Luo Tian. No matter who you are, no matter what your background is, no matter what your relationship with the Qin family is, you will die in my hands today, and they will never be able to leave Sky Connect City. His killing intent was incomparably strong. His beasts were suppressed in front of so many people, which made him feel very embarrassed. Gao was very angry. Luo Tian gently patted the beasts and said, "Go over there and protect them. If anyone dares to touch them, tear them apart for me." "Woo, woo!" The beasts rolled on the ground and instantly got up. They were very obedient as they stood beside Qin San and the others. Their eyes regained their primitive ferocity, and the aura of a level 8 demonic beasts erupted as they looked at the Tongtian City guards with hatred. This change caused the anger in Gao's heart to expand even more, causing him to grit his teeth in anger. Gao looked down from above. With an extremely arrogant expression, he shouted angrily, "Brat, even if the Heavenly Emperor comes today, you will not be able to escape death." Luo Tian did not even look at him, but turned around and looked at Qin San. "Boss, do you want me to kill him, or kill him?" Without waiting for Qin San to speak, the little boy Qin Changtian mustered his courage and said angrily, "Big brother, help me kill him." The evil youth's gaze tensed up as he reminded, "Be careful, his cultivation is much higher than yours." Qin San's eyes turned sinister as he gritted his teeth and said, "Kill him. As long as you can kill him, I will do anything you want me to do." Luo Tian was overjoyed and secretly thought, "I was waiting for you to say that." Then, Luo Tian turned his body. Staring at the incomparably arrogant Gao in the air, he extended his right hand, pointed at Gao, and said, "Not to mention the Heavenly Emperor. Even if your ancestors were to revive today, it would still be useless. You will still die." Incomparably arrogant, directly pointing at the third young master of the Tongtian Palace, and directly saying, "You are going to die." This was the first time in the history of Tongtian City, and he had never seen such an arrogant person. Was this person crazy? Was he an idiot? Gao laughed wildly towards the sky. "Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha!" The surrounding guards also laughed wildly. Many of the surrounding people who were watching the show could not help but laugh. They just felt that it was funny. Who would dare to say such words in Tongtian City? Even the disciples of the immortal sect would not dare to be so arrogant. Gao laughed crazily, as if he had heard the funniest joke in history. He pointed at Luo Tian and mocked. "A mere trash with a shattered pubis dares to say such words. I'm about to die from laughter," just as everyone around him was laughing out loud. Luo Tian's figure suddenly disappeared. Gao laughed wildly, releasing the aura of a profound sage, and said disdainfully, "Trash, you also dare to—" Suddenly, his eyebrows tightened. "I can't sense his aura." A profound sage couldn't sense his aura? This in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. Luo Tian rushed out of the void, and his fists moved. Raging flames soared into the sky and directly blasted towards Gao. Together with his fists, he directly penetrated Gao's body. It was a terrifying scene. Gao did not have any reaction at all. His body was penetrated, and he did not even have time to scream before he was killed. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Gao. You have gained 200,000 experience points and 20,000 profound chi points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining a Naiden. Even a profound sage like the Dragon King could be killed in an instant, let alone a profound sage like Gao. Killing him was just a matter of seconds. The surroundings were completely quiet, so quiet that it was frightening. It was also at this moment that Qin Sen suddenly shouted at Luo Tian, "Run!" Chapter 1. A New Day Seeking Recommendation Tickets, Brother Support. Chapter 497. Run! He has already been killed. What's the point of running? Luo Tian couldn't react for a moment. Qin San had already rushed to Luo Tian's side, grabbing his hand and dragging him. Run, run, run. The people from Tongtian province will be here soon. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. Dead. The third young master is dead. Damn it, don't even think about running away, not a single one of you. The guard leader was furious. No one thought that Luo Tian would kill Gao, and it was an instant kill. Before they could react, Qin San's shout broke the silence. The surrounding people all woke up. Their faces were filled with shock as they looked at Luo Tian. At the beginning, there were some people who said that Luo Tian was powerful. But now, they thought that Luo Tian was a dead man, a man who was about to die. He killed the third young master of Tongtian province. It's useless, even if he runs to the ends of the earth. Crazy, crazy. This kid must be crazy. He even dared to kill the third young master of Tongtian province. Doesn't he know how powerful Tongtian city's lord is? He has lived for 1,000 years and has reached the mystic sovereign realm. Who can stop him? Run. It's useless even if you run to hell. The evil youth was excited. He didn't even see Luo Tian's instant kill. He always thought that his speed was unparalleled. He didn't expect that he still couldn't see it clearly. He clenched his fists. Ouch. Ouch, it hurts. He forgot that his arms were already twisted into a fried dough twist. Why are you running? You don't have to be in such a hurry. Isn't it just Tongtian City's lord? I'll take care of him for you. Luo Tian had never run. So what if he killed someone from Tongtian province? So what if Tongtian City's lord came? His personality was arrogant. If Gao didn't want to kill the little boy, if he didn't even let the old man go, Luo Tian might have been merciful. He didn't even let the little boy and the old man go. There was no need for him to be merciful. Die. Qin Sen didn't expect this. He never expected this. He thought that Luo Tian couldn't kill Gao, but he didn't expect that Gao would be killed in one move. This made him somewhat unprepared, and the only thing he could think of was to escape, the further the better. He didn't even have time to feel excited. Logically speaking, he should be happy with Gao's death, but he couldn't bring himself to be happy. He grabbed Luo Tian's arm tightly and said, "You have no idea how powerful Tongtian Prefecture is. How high is Ji Tongtian's cultivation? Now that his most beloved son is dead, he'll definitely be furious. If he doesn't run now, he really won't be able to leave Heaven Connect City." Luo Tian couldn't help but ask, "How strong is Tongtian City's lord?" Qin Sen glanced at Luo Tian and said, "Tongtian City's lord broke through to the mystic emperor realm 13 years ago. He's the absolute overlord of this region. No matter how strong you are, you're not his match. Moreover, he has the god-controlling immortal sect, Xinghai Immortal Sect, and the 10 great immortal sects by his side. Now that you killed his third son, will he be angry? A mystic emperor expert. What the F asterisk CK? Then he'll definitely drop a lot of things, right?" Luo Tian couldn't help but get excited. He was really a madman. He didn't care about how strong Tongtian City's lord was. He only cared about what good things he could drop. The stronger, the more he liked it, just like the Huashan immortal sex Grand Elder. Every time he saw him, Luo Tian couldn't help but get excited. The feeling of facing a super boss, the feeling of watching him shine with golden light, made his heart palpitate inexplicably. Kill him. That was the only thing he wanted to do. Looking at Luo Tian's excited face, Qin San was dumbfounded. He couldn't help but want to give Luo Tian a few slaps to wake him up. Kid, what are you so excited about? Hurry up and run. You're now my employee. I order you to run and bring him out of Tongtian City. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for triggering a D-class quest. Escort Qin Changtian out of Tongtian City. Quest. Escort Qin Changtian out of Tongtian City. Quest reward. 1,000 experience points. Quest time 1 minute. Note: if the quest fails, 100 million experience points will be deducted. Damn, it's really a newbie quest. D-class quest. The reward is only 1,000 experience points. What a tall bird. Luo Tian grumbled in his heart. He couldn't help but frown. That can't be. Tongtian City is so strong. How can it be a D-class quest? When he saw the description of the quest, Luo Tian was dumbfounded. Holy sh*T. The reward is only 1,000 experience points. If the quest fails, it will deduct 100 million experience points. System F***. Luo Tian cursed in his heart. This was the first time he had received this kind of quest, so he couldn't understand it at all. However, he didn't want to waste a single second. The quest time was only 1 minute, and he had already wasted 10 seconds. In other words, he still had 50 seconds left. If he delayed any longer, I'll be damned. Luo Tian's eyebrows twitched. Grabbing one of them with each hand, he instantly threw Qin San and Qin Changtian onto the back of the beast. His gaze tensed up as he said in a deep voice, "Bring them out of Tongtian City." Roar! The beast dug its front legs into the ground and charged out crazily. It had seen the scene of Luo Tian killing Gao very clearly. Luo Tian's words were like the heavens. Even if it had 10,000 guts, it wouldn't dare to go against him. You want to leave? Don't even think about running away today. Die here. The leader of the guards instantly rushed out and blocked the path of the war beast. The war beast's nose was like flames, its eyes were red, and its speed was getting faster and faster. It had no intention of stopping at all as it fiercely charged forward. Its two fangs fiercely bit down, directly tearing a guard into pieces. It was also at this moment Luo Tian instantly landed in front of the leader of the guards. With a move of his fists, the heavy cannon shot out and directly blasted him away. Just as he was about to quickly catch up to the war beast, he realized that the evil youth was still standing there motionlessly. He couldn't help but shout, "Damn, what are you still standing there for? Why aren't you running?" The evil youth laughed awkwardly and said, I can't move." Holy sh*T. Luo Tian looked at the time. There were less than 30 seconds left. 100 million experience points. He was really going to be driven crazy by the system. Time was running out because of this, but even so, Luo Tian still quickly ran to the evil youth's side and used a regeneration technique, saying, "Hurry up and run, I'll cover the back." The evil youth's arms instantly recovered, and his face was once again filled with shock. His eyes lit up as he looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian immediately slapped the back of his head and shouted, "Your sister, hurry up and run." He was so annoyed that he wanted to die. Experience was his meat. 100 million experience was equivalent to cutting off a large piece of meat from his body. The evil youth reacted and turned into a wisp of green smoke, instantly disappearing without a trace. His speed was so fast that even Luo Tian could not react in time. He cursed loudly again. "Damn, you're running even faster than a rabbit's ancestor." At this moment, a large wave of guards rushed forward. Luo Tian looked at the time. There were still a dozen seconds left. 10,000 lightning strike explode for me. Rumble. 10,000 lightning bolts fell. Luo Tian did not even look at them as he activated his level 6 berserk. Adding the Wind Shadow Steps Stage 9, he rushed out of the Tong Tian City Gate in the last second. It was also at this time that the system sounded out. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for completing the quest. You've gained 1,000 experience points. System, your grandpa, I almost became a madman for 1,000 experience points. It was also at this time. Luo Tian's mind sounded out again. Ding. Chapter 2. Chapter 498. Playing with my life. In just a short minute, Luo Tian was really playing with his life. He was almost broken by the system. Mission completed, 1,000 experience points reward. Mission failed, 100 million experience points deducted. What was this? He had never encountered such a thing before. I have never seen a system that would punish me for failing a mission. If you want to kill me, then do it openly. Luo Tian cursed in his heart. At this moment, the system beeped again. Luo Tian's chrysanthemum tightened. In the past, he loved to hear the system beep. But now, his heart was filled with sadness and pain. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining an A rating. You are rewarded with an additional 100,000 experience points. Luo Tian was overjoyed. He immediately opened the system and found a rating page. An A rating. In his previous life, many games had such a rating system. The higher the rating, the more rewards one would receive. There was even a chance to draw a big prize. Ha ha ha. At least you have a bit of conscience. Compensate me 100,000 experience points. Otherwise, I will really curse your 18 generations of ancestors. Luo Tian laughed in his heart. 100,000 experience points was not much, but it was not bad. But what he did not expect was, at this moment, the system beeped again. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for triggering the second stage of the mission. Mission level C. Mission. Protect Qin Changtian for 10 days. Do not suffer any injuries. Do not die. Otherwise, the system will treat it as a mission failure. Mission reward, 2,000 experience points. Mission time, 10 days mission failure, 200 million experience points deducted. You! Luo Tian wanted to curse twice in a row. In the end, he had no choice but to endure it. He bitterly said, System, you are my grandfather, and I am your grandson. If you want to play me to death, just open your mouth and I will die in front of you. It's like this again. It really wants to kill me. Luo Tian felt very bitter. However, Luo Tian didn't have a choice because he didn't have a choice in this mission. In the previous missions, there would be a dialogue box saying, "Do you accept?" But this time there was no dialogue box. It didn't give Luo Tian any choice, forcing it on him directly. All right, isn't it just 10 days? I'll accept it. Luo Tian clenched his teeth and closed the system. He looked at Qin San and asked, Boss, where are we going now? Run. The further the better. Little brother, thank you. Thank you for helping me kill the biggest enemy of Luoyang City. You helped Master, Young Miss, and the 367 people of the Qin clan take revenge. This old man is unable to repay you, so I'll kowtow to you. As he spoke, Qin San directly knelt down. Qin Changtian, who was beside him, obediently knelt down as well. He lowered his head and kowtowed to the ground. When he kowtowed, Luo Tian was scared half to death. He directly used a force to hold Qin Changtian back as he anxiously said, My little ancestor, you can't hurt even a little. My 200 million experience points are all on you. The system was dead. As long as Qin Changtian was injured even a little, he would consider the mission failed. This also meant that Luo Tian would lose 200 million experience points. This was equivalent to taking his life. Hurry and get up. I'm a worker you hired. It's my duty to help my employer. Where are we going next? Luo Tian reminded. He always remembered what Gao said in Tong Tian City. The Qin clan of Luoyang City was the Dragon Protector clan. They knew the entrance to the Heavenly Palace God clan. Luo Tian's purpose here was to enter the Heavenly Palace God clan and obtain the Sky Dragon Pearl to help the dragon egg hatch. However, he wasn't in a hurry to bring it up. He didn't even say that the Qin clan was exterminated. If Luo Tian asked, it would result in twice the result with half the effort. It might even arouse Qin San's vigilance. Qin San gasped for breath and said, Tong Tian City wants my and young master's lives. This matter has nothing to do with the two of you. You should leave. Don't be implicated because of us. Huh. Luo Tian was startled and said, If we leave, how far can the two of you go? The evil young man also walked up and said, That's right. Tell us a place, and we'll send you there. We've taken your money, so we'll definitely do it for you. Qin Changtian raised his head and looked at Qin San and said, Grandfather, these two brothers are not bad people. Let them come with us. Qin San still didn't trust Luo Tian and Qin Jiao. It was also because of Gao. This was also reasonable. He couldn't completely trust Luo Tian just because he killed the enemy of Luoyang City. He was very clear. In this world, only two people knew where the entrance to the Heavenly Palace was. Could it be that Luo Tian also came for this? No matter what, Qin San wouldn't easily believe it. It was just that he had no other choice. Just as Luo Tian said, the two of them would be caught by the Tong Tian City in less than half a day. They wouldn't be able to live for more than a day. Qin San's face sank and said, All right, then I'll have to trouble the two of you. Oh. Qin Changtian jumped up in joy. Luo Tian smiled faintly. His heart relaxed slightly, and he secretly rejoiced. Luckily, he didn't have the entrance to the Heavenly Palace. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed him to follow them. Qin San's vigilance is very heavy. He definitely wouldn't be able to force it out. There was only one way now, and that was to influence him. The evil young man's face was calm, and there was a faint evil qi on his face. However, the gaze he looked at Luo Tian with became extremely hot. The strength that Luo Tian had displayed had already convinced him. All right, let's hurry up and leave Tong Tian City's sphere of influence as soon as possible. Qin Shan's brows shook as he helped Qin Changtian onto the back of the war beast. Luo Tian could not help but ask, Where are we going? Qin San looked into the distance and said, Dark Forest. Tong Tian City, Tong Tian City. Aor. Ji Tongtian's tears flowed down his face. In his heart, an evil rage was constantly being suppressed and erupting. The entire hall was being crushed by this evil rage. He was extremely angry. Gao was his youngest son, and also the son that he loved the most. He didn't expect that the white-haired man would actually die. Moreover, he didn't even have a complete corpse. There were only a few pieces of flesh and blood. Looking at this scene, his heart trembled. He clenched his teeth and shouted, Send out all the assassins in Tong Tian City. I want all 4 of them to die, all of them to accompany my son in death. He gritted his teeth. It was incomparably fierce. It was also at this time that 2 middle-aged men walked over. Clasping his hands together, he said in unison, Father, I will definitely avenge 3rd brother, 2nd brother. It's just that the 7-colored snow lotus is about to mature, the elders of the immortal sect, not waiting for the 2 of them to finish. Ji Tongtian flipped his hand and slapped the 2 of them, directly flipping them over. A thick, profound Emperor Battle Chi was released as he scolded. No matter how big the matter is, it is not as big as Aor's death. Tell them to wait. Chapter 3. Chapter 499. Ji Tongtian's love for Gao was beyond imagination. He slapped his 2 sons and said in a deep voice, I'm hitting you to make you remember that nothing is more important than a brother's matter. The immortal sect emissaries want to get the 7-colored snow lotus and enter the heavenly palace god race. These matters can only be discussed after I deal with those 4 people. Profound, sovereign battle chi was released. The entire heaven-connecting mansion became extremely oppressive. At this time, several immortal sect emissaries came forward. The one leading them was an emissary of the divine controlling immortal sect, an outer sect elder called Yangjin. He looked to be in his 50s, but his actual age was more than 300 years old and had reached the profound sage realm. Yangjin's expression was calm as he walked to the main hall and said, "City Lord Ji, please restrain your grief. The dead cannot be brought back to life. It's a pity that your young master died. We who are still alive should do something for him. We can't let him die like this." Lu Zhen of the Xinghai Immortal Sect also said, "That's right. Let's put aside the 7-colored snow lotus and the heavenly palace god race for the time being. Let's find the enemies who killed your young master and use their heads as a sacrifice to your young master's soul." The other 2 emissaries also expressed their opinions. They were very clear. In Heaven Connecting City, their immortal sect's influence was very weak. They had to borrow the power of Heaven Connecting Mansion. It was all because of Ji Tongtian. The profound sovereign realm was supreme. Even if they were orthodox sects, they didn't want to offend such an unfathomable old monster who had lived for thousands of years. At this time, they could only cater to him. Ji Tongtian's expression returned to normal as he said, "Thank you for your understanding, emissaries. I will deal with this matter as soon as possible and won't affect your important matters. No hurry. Our matter is small. 3rd young master's death is more important." Seeing that Ji Tongtian had calmed down, Yangjin took a step forward and said, "3rd young master's cultivation broke through to the profound sage realm a few days ago. Although he isn't from the orthodox immortal sects, the profound sage realm is still an invincible existence in this area. There aren't many people who can kill him in an instant. I believe that it definitely isn't someone from Heaven Connect City or Setting Sun City. Brother Yang's analysis is right. I have already sent someone to inquire about it. This person came out from the teleportation array. Clearly, he is a disciple of an immortal sect. As for which immortal sect he is, I am unable to speculate. However, I am certain that he is definitely not a disciple of our 4 great immortal sects," Lu Zhen said. Luo Tian did not deliberately conceal his whereabouts. From the teleportation formation to the restaurant, and then to the city gate, many people had seen all of this. It was easy to find out with a little investigation. Ji Tongtian frowned and murmured, "Someone from the immortal sects." A trace of doubt crossed his face. Yangjin immediately said, "City Lord Ji, don't worry. It doesn't matter if he's a disciple or an elder of some immortal sect. We won't let him off. Touching someone from Connect Heaven City is the same as breaking the agreement signed by our ancestors. Even if he's a sect master, he won't be able to escape death." All right, the 2 elders are truly worthy of being the elders of the 1st and 2nd immortal sections. Ji, truly admire you." Ji Tongtian shouted. "Since that's the case, there's nothing for me to worry about. With the power of my Connect Heaven City, I will definitely be able to wring the heads of these 4 within 3 days. Within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers, Connect Heaven City could cover the sky with one hand." Yangjin said again, "Since it's someone from the immortal sects who broke the agreement signed by our ancestors, we can't just ignore it. Besides, this person was able to kill the 3rd young master of the profound sage realm. His cultivation must not be simple." Lu Zhen also immediately said, "I will let my eldest disciple and the 4 inner disciples of the Xinghai Immortal Sect cooperate with City Lord Ji. I will also let my eldest disciple cooperate. I will do the same." The 4 great immortal sects expressed their stance, one after another. Ji Tongtian smiled happily on the surface, but he coldly shouted in his heart, "What a bunch of old foxes!" Are you afraid that I won't tell them about the entrance to the heavenly palace? Humph. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Indeed, when the four great immortal sects found out that two of the four people were the only ones who knew about the entrance to the heavenly palace, they immediately rushed over. They wanted to participate in this hunt. They were worried that Ji Tong Tian would not tell them about the entrance. After all, this was Connect Heaven City, which was more than 10 million kilometers away from the four great immortal sects. Even if there was a teleportation formation, it would be extremely inconvenient. No one was willing to stay in such a desolate place without any immortal chi. They wanted to complete the mission as soon as possible and return. Ji Tongtian cupped his hands and said, "Then this Ji thanks the four emissaries." Immediately after, Ji Tongtian walked to the entrance of the main hall and shouted in a deep voice, "Gather people and summon the Connect Heaven Kill order for me. Anyone who finds traces of the four of them will be killed immediately if they don't report it. Let all the assassins in Connect Heaven City go out. I want to see their heads within 3 days." Yes, it was also at this time. The emissaries of the four great immortal sects also sent their eldest disciples to chase after them. Buzz! Xian Huan battle, Qi, soared into the sky, and Ji Tongtian's aura spread out. He looked up to the sky and roared, "Qin San, no matter where you hide, I will find you. I will make the four of you accompany my son in death." His voice spread out like a wave of air. It spread wildly. At the edge of the dark forest, Qin San's face darkened. He stopped for a moment and said, "Old bastard Tong Tian is about to send out the Connect Heaven Kill order. We have to quickly pass through the dark forest. And once we leave the dark forest, we will be out of Tong Tian Palace's sphere of influence." Luo Tian looked in the direction of Tong Tian City, his fists clenched tightly, his face revealing an unconcealable excitement. Profound Emperor Stage. This is the aura of a profound Emperor Stage. So strong, so strong. Killing him should be able to drop quite a few holy artifact, right? Gulp. Luo Tian swallowed his saliva heavily and thought in his heart, "I really want to kill him." Qin Changtian looked at Luo Tian's excited expression and said, "Big brother Luo Tian, what are you thinking about? Old bastard Tong Tian is a profound Emperor Stage ranker. Even my father is not his match." Thinking of his father. Qin Changtian couldn't help but choke with sobs. "Father? Father, I miss my father so much." Sigh. Qin San sighed lightly, his face darkening. He wanted to comfort him, but he couldn't find the words to comfort him. Seeing his father die in front of him, that kind of feeling was really hard to bear. He was the same. His father had also died under the swords of those assassins from Tong Tian Palace. Luo Tian squatted down, smiled lightly, and said, "Tian Tian, you have to be strong no matter how strong the enemy is, no matter how high the cultivation. You have to be strong and live on. As for those bad guys from Tong Tian Palace, Big Brother guarantees that if one comes, I will kill one. If two comes, I will kill two." Qin Changtian nodded heavily and said, "N." Luo Tian looked in the direction of Tong Tian City and prayed in his heart, "You guys better not come. You guys are experience points, unbeatable bloodline points. The more the better. He was a complete madman." Chapter 4. Chapter 500. Tongtian City. In a small courtyard, Yang Jin's face darkened as he asked coldly, "Did you find out which immortal sect it was? To suddenly appear at this time and kill GAO, this is definitely not a coincidence. Could it be that another immortal sect discovered the secret of the heavenly palace god race?" Lu Zhen's face also darkened as he said, "It shouldn't be. At that time, only the four of us were present. We are not fools. Who would spread this matter? Don't forget, we didn't even tell the sect master." "I didn't say it either. Whoever says it is a fool." The four of them looked at each other. A few months ago, the four of them appeared in the depths of the heavenly mountain range to search for the 7-colored snow lotus. Suddenly, they found a giant dragon, a heavily injured giant dragon. It was not a lizard giant dragon like the four-legged snake. It was a giant dragon like the dragon god. At that time, the giant dragon also discovered them. With just a glance, it completely knocked them out. When they woke up, the giant dragon had already disappeared. For this, they searched frantically and could not find any traces of the giant dragon even after searching the entire heavenly mountain. However, they were sure that this giant dragon would not live for long. Its injuries were extremely heavy, and it was already on the verge of death. Dragon, the most mysterious and powerful species in the Tian-Shan continent. If they could fuse with the dragon god's bloodline, they would obtain the power of the dragon god and shock the entire world. Not only that, their cultivation would also receive an unprecedented increase. In the entire continent, there was no one who did not want to obtain the dragon god's bloodline. Murong Wanjian's appearance caused countless experts to search everywhere and kill the giant dragon. It was because he wanted to fuse with the dragon's bloodline and increase his cultivation base quickly. He wanted to obtain greater strength, a body that could destroy anything as easily as a dragon, and the king's power that could look down on the world and dominate the desolate universe. The four of them saw it, but they could not find it. After inquiring for a few months, they slowly found out about the Dragon Protection Clan in Luoyang City. They also knew that only the Dragon Protection Clan knew the entrance to the Heavenly Palace God race. And the Heavenly Palace God race was most likely the habitat of the Tian-Shan continent's dragons. Destroy the Qin family in Luoyang City. What they did not expect was that the people of the Qin family would not reveal the entrance to the Heavenly Palace God race even in the face of death. Kill them one by one. No one said anything. More than 300 disciples of the Qin family had been killed. The more they did not mention it, the more certain the four of them were that there was a giant dragon hidden among the Heavenly Palace divine clan. It was very likely that it was the injured giant dragon. They could not kill the living giant dragon, but they were absolutely confident that they could kill a dying giant dragon. For the sake of the dragon god bloodline, they were willing to take the risk. This was their chance to reach the heavens in a single bound. Done. No matter who that person is, he must die. If he finds out why we're here, we'll have nothing to do with it. Yang Jin frowned and said in a low voice, "Other than that person, the remaining members of the Qin family must also be controlled by us." This time, I spent 10,000 merit points to exchange for an elixir. As long as you make them eat it, they will tell you everything you want to know. Lu Zhen smiled excitedly. Brother Yang is really brilliant. This time, we will definitely be able to obtain the entrance to the Heavenly Palace God race. At that time, Brother Yang will be the first to obtain the Dragon God bloodline. I believe the other two brothers will have nothing to say. Of course, Senior Brother Yang contributed the most, so naturally he should be the first to try. Ha ha ha! Junior brothers, in a few days we will be able to reach the heavens in a single bound. At that time, the entire world will be shocked by us. Ha ha ha! In another place, in the secret chamber of the Tongtian residence, Ji Tongtian's face was cold. Standing behind him was his eldest son, Ji Tian, and second son, Ji Yuan. The four immortal sects' goal of cooperating with us is definitely not as simple as the seven-colored snow lotus and the entrance to the Heavenly Palace God race. The Heavenly Palace God race must be hiding some secrets. I want the two of you to secretly follow their four disciples. Ji Tongtian said faintly. Ji Tian immediately said, "This child obeys." Ji Tongtian continued. As for the remaining members of the Qin family, no matter what, they must not be caught by their people. They must be controlled by us. This is our bargaining chip with the four immortal sects. I need a large amount of inner cores to break through to the third level of the Mystic Emperor realm. As long as I can break through to the third level of the Mystic Emperor realm, even if they enter the Heavenly Palace God race, they will not be able to leave alive. Remember this, especially that little boy Qin Changtian. His identity is not ordinary. We must not let him fall into the hands of the four immortal sects. This child understands. The corner of Ji Tongtian's mouth turned sinister as he laughed coldly. For great immortal sex? Humph, you want to order me around in my Jitongtian's territory? Just you wait. You won't be able to escape responsibility for my son's death. Just you wait. After I investigate everything clearly, it will be your time to die. Each had their own ulterior motives. However, this was not a good thing for Luo Tian. Their goal was the same. No matter what, Luo Tian had to face two powerful forces. 4 great immortal sects, Tong Tian Mansion. Any one of them was an incomparably tyrannical existence, and the difficulty of Luo Tian's mission had become even more difficult. Thinking of the mission, Luo Tian cursed the 81 generations of the system's ancestors in his heart. Along the way, he protected Qin Changtian like he was protecting his ancestor, afraid that he would accidentally fall or break his skin. He was really worried. He was worried that the system would deduct his 200 million experience. A deadly mission. One day later, Tong Tian Mansion. The corner of Ji Tongtian's mouth turned cold, and the profound emperor's battle qi once again surged out. Every single assassin of Tong Tian Mansion sensed it and bellowed, "They are in the dark forest. Go and search." Profound emperor's battle qi, supreme and powerful. It could transmit sound from 1,000 miles away. The assassins of Tong Tian Mansion immediately rushed towards the dark forest like a tide. Ji Tongtian sneered in disdain and snorted, "Qin-san, do you think that I won't be able to find you just because you're hiding in the dark forest? Just you wait, my assassins will be here soon. You killed my son. I will use the cruelest method in the world to kill you." Elder, I've received news that Ji Tongtian has sent all the assassins to the dark forest. Good. Pass down my orders. Have our men rush to the dark forest. We must find them before their men do. Yes, sir. For a moment, an undercurrent surged. Killing intent spread for 10,000 miles. In the dark forest, Luo Tian sniffed and muttered to himself, "I smell a killing intent. It seems like they are getting closer and closer to us. Come." The more the better. Ha! Luo Tian laughed coldly in his heart. Who was the prey? Who would be hunted? Chapter 5. Chapter 501. Roar. A dark demonic beast rushed out. Luo Tian took the lead. His body leaned forward, sticking close to the demonic beast's body. With a flip of his right palm, a pure force erupted from his palm and blasted out. Bang! The demonic beast's body was penetrated and died instantly. Brother Luo Tian is awesome. Brother Luo Tian is awesome. Qin Changtian clapped his hands excitedly, then smacked his lips and giggled. Brother Luo Tian, isn't it time to eat? Didn't we just eat? Why are you hungry again? Luo Tian said with a smile. He then turned his head to look at Qin-san and the evil youth. They were also looking at Luo Tian with a sincere look, as if they were very hungry. Luo Tian looked at the sky. Smiling faintly, he said, "All right, I'll make a more sumptuous dinner for you guys. Little Xia, go and cut open this demonic beast's stomach and clean it." Luo Tian ordered, "Boss Qin, go and collect more firewood. We might have to spend the night here." Little Xia did not say anything, and immediately carried the demonic beast that Luo Tian had just killed and walked towards the stream. Qin-san glanced at Qin Changtian and did not stay any longer. Not long after, Luo Tian set up a bonfire and roasted the demonic beast's meat. While roasting the meat, he could not help but hum, "You are my little barbecue. No matter how much I love you, it will never be too much. Big brother, is this a secret manual for roasting meat? It sounds like it's very powerful." Gulp. While speaking, Qin Changtian was drooling. Looking at the oily and fragrant roasted meat, his eyes could not help but shine. Not only him, even Qin-san and little Xia were the same. Especially little Xia. The evil expression on her face was completely gone, and she looked like she wanted to eat 100 jin of meat. Goo! Coo! Their stomachs grumbled. Luo Tian laughed. As he roasted the meat, he couldn't help but think of Fatty Lei and the others. He thought to himself, I wonder how you guys are doing now. I wonder if Fatty Lei and Xian Yuani have returned from their trip to the Yao realm. On the second day after Luo Tian left Heaven's Sword City, the two of them left the Heaven's Sword City and went to the Red River Demon Race. Feng Lei wanted to find his roots. He also wanted to know who he was, the powerful force in his body, and what the monster was. Was it really like what Xian Yuani said, that he was the ancestor of all demons? Luo Tian's eyes were filled with longing. Other than Fatty Lei, there was also in Chen Chen, Tang Tang, Qin Yu and the others. A year had almost passed, and he wondered how they were doing now. Was in Chen Chen even more beautiful? Was the great Tang dynasty restored? And then there was Li Xuer. Luo Tian looked at the stars in the sky, and always had the feeling that she was by his side. His heart warmed, and he thought to himself, Xue, wait for me. I will definitely not let you suffer any more grievances, I swear. Qin Changtian looked at the longing in Luo Tian's eyes and could not help but ask, Big brother Luo Tian, who are you thinking about? Luo Tian regained his composure, gently touched Qin Changtian's forehead, and said, I'm thinking of a lot of people. Following that, he tore off a piece of meat that was charred on the outside and tender on the inside from the grill, and handed it over to Qin Changtian with a big leaf. He smiled and said, Eat. Not long after, Luo Tian didn't even know how the demon beast ate the meat. Its stomach was only so big. How could it hold a few 100 kilograms of food? Especially little Xie. This guy acted as if he hadn't eaten anything in 8 lifetimes. Late at night, from time to time, the roars of demon beasts would come out from the depths of the forest. Qin Changtian leaned into Qin San's embrace and fell into a deep sleep. He slept very soundly, and from time to time he would reveal a faint smile. Qin San draped his coat over Qin Changtian's shoulders and revealed a kind smile as he whispered to himself, This is the best sleep he's had in the past half a month. Qin San raised his head and looked at Luo Tian and said, Thank you. Thank you both. If not for you, I really don't know what to do. I'm afraid we would already be dead. While they were talking, Qin San laughed bitterly, looked at Luo Tian and couldn't help but ask, You shouldn't be from Tong Tian Palace. You were able to instantly kill Gao of the profound sage realm, which means that your cultivation has already reached an extremely terrifying level. I really want to know, what is your purpose in coming to Tong Tian City? Very direct. This was also what he had always wanted to ask. After a period of contact, Qin San gradually let down his guard. However, he wanted to know why Luo Tian had come, and why would he coincidentally appear by his side? Coincidence? There were no coincidences in this world. It was naturally not a coincidence that Luo Tian met him. If not for the yellow. Above Qin San's head, he would not have walked up, and he would not have been hired. Luo Tian did not say it out loud, but said, For the mission, for myself, and for saving people. He did not lie to Qin San. He was indeed doing it for the mission, and for saving people. Little Xie looked at Luo Tian, hesitated for a moment, and said, You are from the immortal sect. Luo Tian nodded and did not deny it. I am a disciple of the Huashan immortal sect. But I don't think I will be very soon, Thinking about the Huashan immortal sect, Luo Tian could only use 2 words to describe it in his heart. Qin San's face sank, and he could not help but clench his fists and said in a deep voice, The Qin family was destroyed because of Ji Tongtian and the help of the 4 immortal sects. Those 4 people, even if I become a ghost, I will not let them go. 1/1 kill. So many people of the Qin family died in their hands. Every time, Qin San would dream of a bloody scene. Luo Tian's gaze tightened and thought, There really are people from the other immortal sects in Tong Tian City. Luo Tian asked, Why do the 4 great immortal sects want to deal with your Qin family? What do they want? The immortal sects have abundant resources. What do they not have? Why would they join forces with Tong Tian City to deal with your Qin family? Qin San laughed bitterly. For what? For the location of the entrance to the heavenly palace god race. For the dragon god's blood essence in the heavenly palace god race. No matter how abundant the resources of the immortal sects are, they're not as tempting as the heavenly palace god race's dragon blood. Hee hee. While they were talking, little Xia suddenly clenched his teeth. Luo Tian could clearly see from the corner of his eyes that there was a thin layer of frost on little Xia's face. This coldness was condensed from a dense killing intent, and he thought, speaking of the dragon god's blood essence, he is so nervous. Could it be that this person is also related to the heavenly palace god race? After Qin San finished speaking, he once again looked at Luo Tian seriously and said, Are you also here for the entrance to the heavenly palace god race? Huh. Luo Tian actually didn't know how to answer for a moment. But since he had already said so much, there was no need for him to hide anything anymore, and directly replied, Yes. Humph. I knew that there wasn't a single good person in the immortal sect. They are all here for the secret that my dragon clan has guarded for 10,000 years. Qin San's face suddenly changed. He protected the sleeping Qin Chang Tian, his eyes staring straight at Luo Tian. The vigilance that had originally disappeared instantly soared. Luo Tian's heart sank at this moment. He did not have time to think and shouted, Be careful! The assassin had arrived. Chapter 6. This chapter is an update for the return of love. Thank you, brother, for your many rewards. The old cow is extremely grateful. Today's monthly votes are a bit miserable. Brothers, if you still have monthly votes, please support me. The old cow is begging you. Chapter 502. Be careful, Luo Tian exclaimed. It was also at this time. Qin San's gaze was fixed on Luo Tian as he carried Qin Chang Tian and shot out. His speed was so fast that it made people click their tongues. Luo Tian's face darkened. Qin San's cultivation, F***CK. Stop playing around. Luo Tian's gaze tightened and secretly thought, How can the butler of the Luoyang City's Qin family not have cultivation? He has always been pretending, and it's too deep. I really sigh. It seems that no one in this world can be easily trusted. Qin San was a warrior, and his cultivation was not low. At the peak of the 9th level of the mystic venerable realm, he had never exposed himself. Even when he was in the Luoyang City, he had never exposed himself. Not many people knew that he was a high-level warrior. When he was whipped twice by Gao in Tongtian City, he could have dodged, but he still did not move. Such a deep shrewdness was indeed somewhat terrifying. Qin San carried Qin Changtian and shot out. In an instant, he jumped and disappeared into the darkness in less than half a breath. Little Xia was also slightly shocked. Luo Tian frowned and said, Little Xia, do you believe me? Little Xia's forehead wrinkled slightly and then gently nodded. His background was also very mysterious. Luo Tian was not sure, but he was very clear that this young man was not simple. There was no other way. Qin San already did not believe him. There were assassins everywhere in the dark forest. He was not worried about anything else. He was only worried that Qin Changtian would be hurt. Even if it was just a scratch, the system would consider it a mission failure and deduct his 200 million experience. Who could he find to reason with? Luo Tian was very worried. He was quite worried that something would happen to Qin Changtian. If his 200 million experience was deducted, he would instantly drop a level. No. Luo Tian's heart trembled. He looked at little Xia and said, Butler Qin is already wary of me. He probably doesn't believe me now. It's useless for me to explain, and I'm too lazy to explain. I'm different from those immortal sects. Little Xia, help me protect them. Leave this place to me. Brat, none of you can escape. Several black figures shot out from the darkness. They all wore the standard of Tong Tian Prefecture on their chests. Each of them was a well-trained assassin, a professional assassin. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth turned cold. He smiled lightly and said, "How fast?" Turning to the side, he said, "Let's go quickly. Go and protect Qin San and the others." Little Xie gave Luo Tian a heavy glare before instantly transforming into a blur and disappearing in the blink of an eye. The two killers immediately chased after him. "Let's see where you can escape to." The moment they rushed out, Luo Tian moved and blocked their way. He revealed a grim smile and said, "Your opponent is me." Before he finished speaking, Luo Tian's attack had already been blasted out. Both his fists moved. Bang! Bang! With a single punch, each of them was sent flying. Ding ding! Instant kill. You're courting death. The other assassins instantly surrounded Luo Tian. They exerted their full strength, and their vigorous power erupted. Their power formed a huge net of power and firmly sealed Luo Tian's surroundings. It did not look strong, but it revealed an extremely strong killing intent. These killers had cultivated their killing intent for many years. It was just that this kind of killing intent might be useful for many others, but it was completely useless against Luo Tian, who cultivated the death god's way. Killing intent. Humph! Luo Tian chuckled disdainfully. His eyes flickered as an illusory figure appeared behind him, wielding a scythe and wearing a black robe. It was the shadow of a reaper, formed from killing intent and divine sense. Even as the enormous net of killing intent closed in on Luo Tian's eyes flickered. The shadow of the death god moved. The huge scythe gently cut through it, as if it was cutting a watermelon. It was also at this moment Luo Tian's fists moved, transforming into 64 illusionary palms in the night. He shouted coldly, 64 palms, heaven's illusionary divine palm, die for me! Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. 64 palms, each of them filled with the power of the giant god, each of them unleashed with all their might. Pom-pom instant kill. It was quite sharp. The 6 assassins who had surrounded him were instantly killed without any ability to resist. These people were only assassins who were close to the dark forest. They were just some small fries, and there would be stronger assassins coming soon. Luo Tian did not dare to stay any longer. He did not know if there was an assassin who had circled around to the front. Qin San's strength was not enough to protect Qin Changtian. My little ancestor. Luo Tian's figure moved. He immediately released his strongest speed and chased after them. Whoosh! Whoosh! They're right in front. Quick, quick! Take revenge for the 3rd young master. Even if these people have 100 lives, they won't be able to survive against the 3rd young master of our Tongtian mansion. In the dark forest, killing intent filled the air. Those high-level monsters were all crawling on the ground, not daring to move. They were completely suppressed by the killing intent in the air. Whoosh! Whoosh! Those assassins were like fish leaping in the water, all of them madly chasing after Qin San and the rest. Outside of these assassins, there was an even stronger force. The disciples of the 4 major immortal sects. They hid their aura, and their speed was much faster than the Tongtian Mansion's assassins. After confirming Qin San's position, they directly released their immortal energy and shot out like arrows. In less than half a quarter of an hour, they saw Qin San's figure. It's the 2 of them. Master said that we have to capture them alive this time. Don't worry, the 2 of them won't be able to escape. Those idiots from Tongtian Mansion want to compete with us? This group of country bumpkins don't even know who we are. Hee. The 4 major immortal sects were very proud. They increased their speed. Qin San, where are you running to? A giant hand pressed down from the sky. At this moment, an evil force directly blocked the giant hand. Bang! Little Xie landed on the ground and said with a low voice, "Hurry up and leave." Huh, a little brat like you wants to block our way. You're courting death. The Imperial Immortal Sect's disciple directly released his immortal energy. His speed was fast, and his strength was relatively fierce. Mountain splitting palm die. 2 palms moved at the same time. A mountain-splitting force exploded from the center of his palm. Little Xie's eyes narrowed. She didn't wait for that person to attack and took the lead in rushing forward. Of all the martial arts in the world, only speed was unbeatable. However, he was indeed fast, but he didn't expect that the Xinghai, Wanjian, and Shock Cloud Immortal Sect's 3 senior disciples would suddenly attack the moment the Imperial Immortal Sect's disciple attacked. Bang! 4 attacks landed on Little Xie at the same time. Uft! Little Xie's face turned pale. She never thought that these sect disciples would be so despicable. The 4 of them sneered maliciously. The leader sneered, "You piece of trash, Dai." His long sword moved and stabbed toward Little Xie's forehead. It was also at this moment that a figure landed. Chapter 503. You're really shameless. His figure landed. Luo Tian stood in front of Little Xie with a cold smile on his face. Seeing Qian Chong's sword stab towards him, the aura on his body suddenly erupted, and a powerful invisible force directly blocked the sharp tip of the sword. Then, Luo Tian turned around and cast a few healing techniques, and said, "You go first. Leave this place to me." The pain on his body gradually subsided. Little Xie's complexion recovered slightly, but she didn't leave immediately. Instead, she stood in front of Luo Tian, pointed at Qian Chong, and roared, "I'm going to kill you!" All of a sudden, the evil aura on Little Xie's body suddenly changed into frost, and the leaves of the grass around her feet were directly covered with a thin layer of frost. Her aura suddenly changed, and her speed became incomparably fierce. Her right hand moved. A long ice sword appeared in her palm. It stabbed towards Qian Chong. The sword in Qian Chong's hand was blocked by Luo Tian's invisible force, and he couldn't attack. Feeling a chill in his heart, he made a prompt decision and jumped away, flying to a big tree. Supporting himself with his back foot, he used a sword technique and gently moved 2 fingers. The sword of a disciple behind him flew out from the void. Using qi to control the sword, this person's cultivation had reached the level of Hong Yijian. Qian Chong sneered, "Trash, you're courting death." The long sword transformed into several sword flowers that exploded in the air to form sharp sword intents. The sword intents seemed to have taken on a substantial form as they shot toward the oncoming Little Xie, like a series of sharp arrows. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of air being torn apart sounded. A few thin gashes had appeared on Little Xie's face, but no blood flowed out of them, as if they had been frozen by the frosty aura emanating from her body. A thin layer of frost had also appeared on her face, making her appear as if she were a frozen corpse. The evil aura was even more terrifying. "Be careful!" Luo Tian wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Qian Chong was an orthodox disciple of an immortal sect, and his control of immortal qi had reached an extremely high level. Moreover, the sword technique he cultivated was also extremely profound, and his body was exuding a dense sword qi. More importantly, this person was extremely sinister. Just now, the 4 of them had attacked at the same time because he had ordered them to do so. This time, the other 3 did not move. They had a complacent sneer on their faces. They probably would not attack again. But even so, Qian Chong wasn't going to fight Little Xie through normal means, either. He placed one hand behind his back and wielded his sword with the other as he charged toward Little Xie. Luo Tian's heart sank as he inwardly cried out, "Shit!" However, it didn't matter how fast he reacted. Little Xie's ice longsword had already clashed with Qian Chong's. Boom! Sparks flew everywhere. A deafening boom rang out, and it was also at this moment that a sinister smile appeared on Qian Chong's face. The left hand in his sleeve abruptly moved, and a burst of white powder abruptly sprayed toward Little Xie's eyes. A sinister smile appeared on his face as he said, Little brat, I'll let you have a taste of death powder. Hold your breath. Luo Tian let loose a cry of surprise as he grabbed a handful of dirt from the ground. His right foot sprang forward, and he instantly landed beside little Xie before letting loose a ferocious roar. Roar! The huge force formed a strong gust of wind that quickly dispersed the powder. But even so, however, little Xie still inhaled quite a bit, and her expression instantly changed. Her lips turned purplish black. The speed of poisoning was too fast. It was clear how strong the poison of this death powder was. Haha, so what if he dodges? He'll die as soon as he comes into contact with it. Ha ha ha. This death powder of mine is refined from immortal poison grass. This little trash won't live for more than 10 breaths of time. Just wait for your death. Qian Chong laughed proudly. Ha ha ha. Brother Qian is truly amazing. Look, that little brat is already foaming at the mouth. The death powder of the immortal imperial sect is famous throughout the immortal sections. This little brat's life is about to end. Everyone jeered. Luo Tian, however, clenched his fists tightly as his knuckles cracked. He knew that these people were despicable and sinister, but he didn't expect them to use such a despicable method. He suppressed the raging anger in his heart. He didn't know if his healing technique would be effective against poison. He didn't think too much about it. Since it was poison, then there must be an antidote. Thinking of this, Luo Tian's figure suddenly disappeared as he appeared beside Qian Chong, who was laughing proudly, and sent a palm strike toward Qian Chong's head. Humph, you're only a level 4 mystique venerable. How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me? Qian Chong's figure blurred. His speed was slightly faster than Luo Tian's, and he dodged the attack. At the same time, Luo Tian threw the fine soil in his hand at Qian Chong and shouted, "I'll kill you 3,000 times!" The powdery black fine soil spilled out. Qian Chong was shocked. Because he liked to use poison, he was very sensitive to these powdery things. His heart tightened, and he instantly held his breath and jumped away hurriedly. All his thoughts were on the fine soil. He didn't expect Luo Tian to have already fallen behind him. His arms moved violently. The power of the giant god poured in. His arms seemed to be filled with energy as they moved. His fists turned crimson red, and the power of the Titan burst out. It was like a heavy artillery attack, and it blasted through Qian Chong's body. Boom! His fists penetrated Qian Chong's body, and then he tore it apart. Qian Chong's face was sinister. His eyes bulged as he looked at Luo Tian. His nose twitched, and he said, "No poison, you, so despicable, shameless. Despicable? Despicable your sister. Compared to you, I'm far inferior." Luo Tian coldly snorted, and from the corner of his eyes he looked at little Xie, whose skin was all black and purple, and thought to himself, "You must drop the antidote." Qian Chong's body twitched a few times. Dead. Instant kill. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Qian Chong for obtaining 210,000 experience, 222,000 immortal chi. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining poison refining technique. Do you wish to cultivate it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the antidote to the death powder. Thank goodness. Luo Tian heaved a sigh of relief and immediately flew over to little Xie's side. He took out the antidote and poured it into little Xie's mouth. He pressed his palm against his chest and gently channeled his power, quickly dissolving the antidote into little Xie's mouth. Suddenly, Luo Tian's gaze suddenly tightened. Under his palm was something extremely rough. Upon closer inspection, scales. Little Xie's chest was densely packed with scales. These scales were the same color as the scales on a dragon's body. He was astonished. He couldn't help but gently raise his palm and place it on little Xie's clothes again. He actually didn't want anyone to discover the secret on his body. Luo Tian didn't want to expose him either. Thinking back to the frost scales on his chest, he thought back to the dragons in the game in his previous life. Could it be a frost WIRM? Huff! Luo Tian was a little excited, and his power catalyzed the antidote. Little Xie's eyes opened slightly, and she looked at Luo Tian and said 2 words in a quiet voice. Thank you! It was also at this moment. Ah! A miserable cry sounded from the front. It was Qin San's voice. Old Cow would like to ask for some recommendation tickets. After using them today, there will be more tomorrow. Brothers, please give Old Cow a recommendation ticket every day. Chapter 504. Something's wrong. Io, my little ancestor, you must not suffer even the slightest bit of injury. My 200 million experience points. Luo Tian was about to go crazy. If something happened to Qin San, the next one would be Qin Changtian. If he was injured, then 200 million experience points would be gone, and he would also have to face the pain of losing a level. It would really take his life. However, without waiting for Luo Tian to react, the other 3 disciples of the immortal sect led the rest of the people and quickly rushed out. They did not care about Qian Chong at all, nor did they care about Luo Tian. To them, Qin San and Qin San were far more important than Luo Tian. We can't let them take the lead. Elder Yang has given a death order. We must not let the people from Tong Tian Mansion snatch them away. If they snatch them away, we won't be able to explain ourselves when we return. You all know Elder Yang's methods. A few disciples anxiously said a few words. His figure soared into the sky and disappeared in an instant. In less than half a breath of time, he disappeared into the darkness. Luo Tian's face darkened. It's all my fault for being too careless. The killer's target is not us, but Qin San and the other 2. Little Xie's brows also twitched and said with guilt, it's all my fault for dragging you down. If anything happens to them, I will never forgive myself for the rest of my life. Luo Tian said, what are you talking about? A lifetime is very long. What's more, they might not necessarily be in trouble. While they were talking, Luo Tian shouted in his heart, Level 6 Berserk! Wind Shadow Step, Stage 9. Phantom. Swish! Raising his speed to the limit, Luo Tian instantly disappeared into the darkness. Little Xie stood up and looked at Luo Tian's disappearing figure. He frowned and muttered to himself, does he already know my secret? His eyes narrowed slightly, and his entire body flew out in an instant. Humph! Remnant of the Qin clan, let's see where you can run to today. Tian's vigorous aura firmly suppressed the surroundings. His eyes were wide open as he coldly stared at the dying Qian San at his feet. He laughed coldly in disdain and said, Qin San, you old thing, you actually dared to kill my 3rd brother. Today, I will let you experience my Tian's methods. Don't hurt my grandpa Qin. Qin Changtian had just woken up not long ago. His surroundings were pitch black and he couldn't see far. However, when he heard Tian's words, he immediately ran towards the voice. Don't touch my grandpa Qin. If you dare to touch him, my big brother Luo Tian won't let you off. Immediately after, Qin Changtian looked around and asked curiously, 3rd grandpa, where's my Luo Tian Gidge? Qin San's breathing was weak and his face was gloomy. He could not say a word. When he knew that Luo Tian was also here for the entrance of the Heavenly Palace divine race, he immediately became alert. Even if Luo Tian helped him kill Gao, he would not trust him. The reason why Luoyang City was destroyed by Tong Tian City was because they trusted Gao too much. If not for him, Luoyang City would not have become like this. The 300+ people of the Qin clan would not have been completely killed in a day. Therefore, he did not trust Luo Tian. There was no reason for this distrust. It was just for Qin Changtian. He did not want the last seedling of the Qin clan to be in danger. Even though he was grateful to Luo Tian in his heart, but he would not take the risk. This was not only related to the Qin clan's only seedling. It was also related to an even bigger secret. Ji Yuan's gaze moved, and a wave of ruthless killing intent came crashing down. His face was extremely cold, and in an instant he wanted to crush Qin Changtian's small body. Ji Tian shouted in a deep voice, "Second brother, don't act recklessly. Have you forgotten what father told you?" Ji Yuan retracted his aura and coldly snorted. It was also at this time Ji Tian kicked Qin San's abdomen heavily, sending him flying 100 meters away. He only stopped when he hit a big tree. The big tree shook and a leaf fell. Ji Yuan also moved in an instant, landing beside Qin San and coldly shouted, "I can't touch the little one, but the old one can, right? You old thing, you dare to kill my brother! Go to hell!" Ji Yuan raised his right foot and fiercely stomped down on Qin San's head. Qin San kept spitting out mouthfuls of black blood as he shouted with great difficulty, "Run, Tian Tian! Run! Run! It's useless even if you run to hell." Ji Yuan's cold expression was like that of a malicious spirit. He fiercely stomped on Qin San's face, squatted down, and slapped him, cursing, "You old thing! I didn't expect you to be so resistant to death." "Pah!" The slap fiercely landed on his face. Qin San could no longer feel the pain. Compared to the pain on his face, the injuries on his body were even more indescribable. He looked at Qin Changtian, who was stumbling in the darkness, and felt a sharp pain in his heart. He angrily shouted, "You bastards will die a horrible death. Your Tong Tian mansion will not have a good ending. Run, Tian Tian!" He shouted with all his might. Qin Changtian heard the voice and couldn't help but cry, third grandfather, don't hurt my third grandfather. Third grandfather, where are you? I'm so scared." Ji Tian suddenly moved and landed beside Qin Changtian. He revealed a cute and amiable smile and said, "Tian Tian, be good. As long as you tell me where the entrance to the Heavenly Palace God race is, I will let your third grandfather go. I promise I won't hurt him." Qin San opened his mouth and was about to shout, but Ji Yuan covered his mouth. "Woo, woo, no," he cried out loudly. He didn't know what he was talking about. Qin Changtian looked at Ji Tian seriously, his little cheeks puffed up, and angrily said, "You're a bad person." "Father said I can't tell bad people the secret." "Tian Tian, be good. How can I be a bad person?" "I'm a good person. As long as you tell me, I'll immediately let your third grandfather go. I'll never find trouble with you again," Ji Tian said with a smile. Qin Changtian was silent for a moment, but still said resolutely, "You're a bad person. You and the dead GAO are both evil people. You're courting death." Ji Tian immediately lost his patience, especially when he mentioned GAO. The anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed, and he immediately slapped him. "Pah!" Qin Changtian was sent flying. The force was fierce and cruel to the extreme. At this moment, Luo Tian's heart sank into the abyss. The anger in his heart rushed to his head. He gritted his teeth and couldn't wait to grind Ji Tian's bones and scatter his ashes. Even a child was so heavy-handed, he was worse than a beast. It was just that he couldn't care less about that now. Qin Changtian was slapped, and he didn't know if he was injured or not. Would the system recognize him as a failure? His heart was in his throat. Without waiting for Qin Changtian to fall, Luo Tian immediately used a regeneration technique. His figure moved, and he instantly caught Qin Changtian in midair, praying silently in his heart, "Please don't be injured. Please don't be injured, my little ancestor." Chapter 3. Chapter 505. Afraid. This was the first time Luo Tian was so afraid of the system's beep. He was really afraid that the system would suddenly make a ding sound and then say that he had failed the mission, deducting 200 million experience points. Then he would really go crazy. Leveling up was not easy. Experience points were extremely precious. Even if it was just a little bit, it was earned by Luo Tian with his life on the line. Just now, he did not use the regeneration technique on little Xie because he was worried that Qin Changtian would be in danger. It could also be considered a backup plan. Seeing Qin Changtian being sent flying by Ji Tian's slap, he did not care whether he was injured or not and directly used it. The moment he caught Qin Changtian, Luo Tian closed his eyes as if he was waiting for his judgment. After a few seconds, the system did not make a beep. Luo Tian grinned excitedly, his heart was relieved, and secretly said, "Fortunately, I came in time." Even if the slap did not hurt him, falling from such a high place, even if he did not die, he would still be half dead. He could not wait to put Qin Changtian into the spatial ring. But the spatial ring was restricted by some rules and could not store people. If it was possible, Luo Tian would have already put Feng Lei and the others into the spatial ring. Having brothers by his side was such a good thing. Phew! Luo Tian let out a long breath. Qin Changtian opened his eyes and saw that it was Luo Tian, and immediately burst into tears. "Brother Luo Tian, you are finally here. Quickly save my third grandfather. Third grandfather is about to die. They are all bad people." Lying on Luo Tian's shoulder, he cried. Luo Tian patted his back lightly and said, "Don't worry, I will kill them all one by one." Eldest young master, he is the one who killed third young master. An assassin whispered in Ji Tian's ear. Ji Tian's eyes suddenly twisted. Staring at Luo Tian, the power that erupted from his body made him look very ferocious. On the other side, Ji Yuan did not think much. Like a raging demon beast, he directly rushed towards Luo Tian and roared, "Return my brother's life!" Luo Tian was shocked. Third level profound sage. Ji Yuan didn't look old, but he had already cultivated for over 300 years. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the third stage of the profound sage realm, and his strength was abundant. Moreover, his Azura hands were extremely powerful. At this moment, his hands changed and turned pitch black, carrying a strong hellish aura. He shouted, "Shadow of death, Hades of hell, Azura's hand, slaughter all living beings." Boom! Hiss! A willow. The wisp appeared under his hands. The power of the willow, the wisp, was the Azura power he had refined. Eerie, ferocious, with a brutal and vicious aura. After mastering the Azura's hand, he had killed countless people and refined the souls of the dead. When this move was used, it was like the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves. The surrounding assassins of Tong Tian Mansion had a drastic change in expression. Even Ji Tian was slightly shaken and couldn't help but take half a step back. With a complacent sneer, he stared coldly at Luo Tian and said, "Once the Azura's hand is used, someone will definitely die. Brat, you should have thought of such an ending for killing my third brother. Second brother, strip his soul and make it impossible for him to reincarnate. Forever under your control. Ravage his soul for eternity." Ji Yuan's eyes were cold as he sneered. "That's exactly what I was thinking." Phew! Luo Tian let out a sigh of relief as he stood sideways. With one hand holding Qin Changtian, he extended his other hand towards Ji Yuan and said softly, "Tian Tian, close your eyes. It will be over in a while." Qin Changtian nodded obediently and closed his eyes. It was also at this moment. The death god's killing intent on Luo Tian's body surged out crazily. Following that, he shouted, "Azura domain, I'll let you experience what the power of Azura is." The power of the death god's killing way surged out and directly spread out in the cultivation domain. It grew crazily and grew crazily strong. The two powers originally belonged to the same system, the power of the death and darkness system. When the powers superimposed together, it was like a river flowing in, becoming incomparably powerful. Luo Tian moved sideways, the power above his palm spinning. He did not use the profound qi. Luo Tian directly used the immortal power. The immortal power was spinning crazily, just like Naruto's Rasengan in his previous life's Naruto. The aura was stronger, the power was more ferocious, and the cross-shaped spiral was even sharper. The only drawback, Luo Tian could only use one hand. If it was both hands, the power of the spiral would double. However, he did not dare to put Qin Changtian down again. After what happened just now, he really did not dare to leave Qin Changtian again. Just now, he used the regeneration technique quickly, so fast that even the system could not react. Otherwise, he would have already failed the mission. He had no choice. He could only fight with one hand. But even so, Luo Tian was not afraid at all. Facing a peak third stage profound sage expert, he was calm enough. His 5 fingers formed a claw and fiercely grabbed. The power in his right arm suddenly moved, and the giant god's power surged into his palm. With a turn of his body, his power erupted as he fiercely swung his hand and roared, "Spiral kill!" Clang! Boom! The sky shook, and everything in the surroundings was crushed by the spiral. The moment Luo Tian swung out, Ji Yuan's eyes were sinister, and his black hands rushed forward. "Azura Claw! Die for me!" The two forces collided in an instant. The moment the forces collided, time stopped. 2 seconds later, boom! Boom! The space was about to explode from the two forces, constantly twisting and healing. Within 10,000 miles, all the demonic beasts did not even take a breath. It resounded through the 9 heavens. Even Heaven Connecting City was shaking violently. Ji Tongtian's brows furrowed slightly. Smiling coldly, he said, Yuan-Er's Azura hand. "Looks like they have already succeeded. No matter how strong the person who killed Aor's cultivation is, he will also die under the Azura hand. This cultivation method is something I obtained from the netherworld abyss." Haha! Third young master's revenge is finally going to be avenged. Yang Jin smiled faintly, but there was a trace of doubt between his brows, and he thought to himself, I wonder if Chen Chong and the others succeeded. If Fox Ji snatched them first, I'm afraid those 2 people. Lu Zhen's gaze also secretly tightened. He was also worried that Ji Tian and the others would catch Qin San and the others first. Just now this power erupted. They were also a little uneasy in their hearts. With this kind of cultivation, even their eldest disciple would at most be on par. Not to mention there was a 4th stage profound sage Ji Tian. His cultivation was even more terrifying. Uneasy, anxious. The 2 looked at each other and nodded lightly. It was obvious that the 2 had reached a consensus. Dark forest. Luo Tian retreated dozens of steps. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, and his face was slightly pale. Chapter 4. There is still one more chapter before 10 p.m. Brothers, please support me. Old Bull thanks you. Chapter 506. Luo Tian's face was slightly pale. The power just now was somewhat beyond his expectations. Ji Yuan's Azura hand was very strong, and he had cultivated it to the point of perfection. The impact was also very fierce. However, Luo Tian's face was ugly. Ji Yuan, he was lying not far away like a dead dog, struggling at death's door. His face was ashen as he lay on the ground, spitting out mouthful after mouthful of black blood. His 2 eyes stared at Luo Tian, becoming more and more ferocious, more and more terrifying. However, he could not get up. Azura domain against Azura hand. Complete victory. Ji Tian's face changed, and he shouted, "Second brother!" He instantly landed beside Ji Yuan, helped him up, and quickly fed him a few high-grade healing pills. Gritting his teeth, he looked at Luo Tian fiercely and said, "I'm going to kill you." Luo Tian smiled and said, "So many people want to kill me. Who do you think you are?" What surprised him was that Ji Yuan was actually not dead. His heart skipped a beat. Looks like he has a protective armor on him. "Big brother, you're so strong." Unknowingly, Qin Changtian opened his eyes and giggled. He was very happy. Qin San lay on the ground, looking at Luo Tian with a smile. His smile froze there, unmoving. After eating a few healing pills, Ji Yuan's face turned slightly better, and his body recovered a bit of strength. He held Ji Tian's arm and slowly stood up. He looked fiercely at Luo Tian, gritting his teeth, and said, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. You're not only a 4th-level mystic venerable, but I'm already a 3rd-level mystic saint. You can't win against me. Absolutely impossible." Without waiting for Luo Tian to speak, a few people walked out from the darkness. People from the 4 great immortal sections. One of them laughed coldly, glancing at Luo Tian from the corner of his eyes, and said disdainfully, "Because he's a disciple of an orthodox immortal sect and cultivates immortal energy. That's why he could hurt you. He even used a despicable method to kill Senior Brother Qian. This person is very sinister and despicable. However, no matter how despicable and sinister he is, he can't be our opponent. Brother Ji, we both have the same goal. Why don't we work together?" While speaking, the disciples of the 4 major immortal sects all walked out. There were a total of 16 of them, and every one of them was at least at the Mystique Venerable rank. 3 of them were even at the early stage of the Mystique Sage rank. At the same time, little Xie quickly walked over with a dark look in her eyes as she reminded him in a soft voice, "There are assassins from the Heaven-Span Palace all around us. There are at least 100 of them. I'm afraid we won't be able to escape." Sweeping his gaze across the crowd, his expression changed again when he saw the 4 great immortal sects disciples and Ji Tian and Ji Yuan. He softly asked, "What should we do?" He was surrounded by people from the Tong Tian prefecture. These assassins were all at the Mystique Venerable rank. They were well trained and were good at using the killing intent of cultivation. Their cultivation was not strong to Luo Tian, but their methods were extremely ruthless. He was worried that they would hurt Qin Changtian. Luo Tian's gaze sank. After thinking for a few seconds, he smiled excitedly and said, "There's only one way." Little Xie immediately raised her head and asked, "What is it?" The corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up as he coldly spat out a word, "Kill." Little Xie was stunned at first, but then she smiled excitedly and said in agreement, "I like this idea." Luo Tian glanced at little Xie and said, "You deal with the assassins in the dark. As for these people, I alone will be enough." Qin Changtian clenched his fists and said, "Me too." After that, Qin Changtian looked in a direction and shouted, "Third Grandpa, we're coming to save you." Qin San did not reply. Luo Tian looked at Qin San, who was lying on the ground in the distance, and frowned. He sighed softly in his heart. Disciples of the immortal sect? That immortal sect? Ji Tian's gaze sank as he looked at the disciples of the Xinghai immortal sect. Then he turned to look at Luo Tian. The eldest disciple of the Xinghai immortal sect was called Qi Ming. His cultivation was even higher than Qian Chang's, at the peak of the 2nd level of the profound sage realm. Qi Ming laughed coldly and looked at Luo Tian with disdain. "Kid, tell me where you're from. I never kill nameless people." Luo Tian did not wear the Huashan immortal sect disciple's uniform. Of course he did not either. The Huashan immortal sect had never given him any clothes, monthly allowance, pills, or cultivation guidance. He was an invisible person in the Huashan immortal sect. No one would care about his life or death. He did not have any sense of belonging to the Huashan immortal sect. If not for the gratitude in his heart and the fact that the Wu Niandao master allowed him to stay, with his character, he would have killed countless Huashan immortal sect disciples. Qi Ming and the others could not tell which sect Luo Tian came from. Luo Tian laughed coldly and said, "Huashan immortal sect." Although he did not have a sense of belonging, he wanted to rebuild the Huashan immortal sect, a truly powerful sect. Therefore, he was not ashamed to say Huashan immortal sect. Instead, he said it loudly and confidently. It would not be long before he made the Huashan immortal sect famous again. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, so it's a trashy sect. I thought it was some big sect. Huashan immortal sect. I was scared to death. A sect that does not even dare to participate in the immortal sect disciple competition. A sect that is about to be kicked out of the immortal sect ranks. How impressive, ha ha, mockery, loud mockery. Luo Tian knew it would be like this. He was slightly taken aback by the mockery and looked at them as if they were dead. Qi Ming sneered and said disdainfully, "Kid, do you know which sect I'm from? Do you know which sect I'm from? How dare a piece of trash like you be so impudent in front of us?" The person you just killed was an inner sect disciple of the Imperial God Immortal sect. If news of this gets back to the Imperial God Immortal sect, not just you, even your sect leader will have to kowtow and apologize. Today, I'll give you a chance to live. Hand that kid over to me, then kowtow 3 times. If I'm happy, I'll spare your worthless life. Go back to your Huashan Immortal sect and never come out again. If I see you again, I'll beat you up every time I see you. Haha, Huashan Immortal sect? An immortal sect that was looked down upon by the disciples. Looked down upon by all the disciples. When they found out that Luo Tian was from the Huashan Immortal sect, they laughed and mocked him. Luo Tian laughed as well. However, his laugh was a little special. It was the smile of the Grim Reaper. He said coldly, "There will always be people who don't know what's good for them. If you *CK their mother, they won't know that you're their father. I really don't know who gave you the courage. Those who show off in front of me usually only have one outcome." "What outcome?" a disciple asked curiously. Luo Tian sneered and said, "Death?" Qi Ming's expression changed, and he scolded, "You dog, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Brother Ji, Brother Lin, Brother Luo attacked together. I want to see how long he can be arrogant. The 4 of them were all profound sages. Luo Tian was fighting the 4 of them alone. Chapter 5. Chapter 507. Luo Tian had never fought 1 against 4 before. Furthermore, he still only had 1 hand. He did not dare to put Qin Changtian down. These immortal sect disciples were all extremely sinister, and they were surrounded by the assassins of Tong Tian Palace. Once he was entangled and someone attacked Qin Changtian, he would not have the time to care. At that time, if he suffered any injuries, it would be terrible. System. You mother F***. If you want to kill me, then do it openly. Why do you have to make it like this? Luo Tian cursed in his heart again. He was very unhappy with this mission, and what made him even more unhappy was that he was worried that there would be a follow-up to this mission, and the stakes would only get bigger and bigger. Next was the B-grade mission. If he failed, he would lose 300 million, 400 million, 500 million, whatever experience that was really. This mission was 2F** cut up. At this moment, Luo Tian did not have the heart to think too much. His gaze darkened as he said coldly, "Shanghai Immortal Sect is really awesome. The 4 of you working together is really shameless. Humph. Killing the 3rd young master and then using despicable means to ambush senior Brother Chen. To deal with a sinister person like you, we should be the strongest. You're telling us that we're shameless? It's useless." "That's right," Qi Ming snorted coldly and said, "Kid, we gave you a chance just now. Since you don't know how to cherish it, then don't blame us for being impolite." "Impolite? Yo, when have you guys ever been polite?" Luo Tian held Qin Changtian with his other hand and smiled faintly. "I'm afraid the reason why all of you are attacking together is because you don't trust each other. All of you want to snatch this child first. The 4 great immortal sects really have a good plan. The 3 of you arrived before me, but you guys didn't come out. When I heavily injured Ji Yuan, you guys jumped out and borrowed my hand to cripple Ji Yuan. This way, the strength of Tong Tian Palace would be greatly reduced, and no one would be able to fight with you guys. Don't deny it. If you guys came out earlier and told Ji Yuan about my strength, I'm afraid he wouldn't have rushed over so recklessly. Your plan is really too perfect, really sinister. Now that you've joined forces with Tong Tian Palace to kill me, when I die, this boy will definitely be snatched by you guys, right?" Luo Tian said calmly. These were all his conjectures. Qi Ming and the other 2's faces secretly changed. It was just as Luo Tian had said. They had indeed arrived before Luo Tian, and they had indeed wanted to borrow Luo Tian's hand to cripple the Ji brothers. Even if it was just one of them, it would give them a huge advantage. They were determined to get Qin Changtian. Elder Yang had given a death order. No matter what, no matter the cost, they had to control the little boy. Even if they had to turn against the Ji brothers, they had to control Qin Changtian. For this reason, just like Luo Tian said, they appeared a few minutes late on purpose. Ji Tian's gaze darkened as he looked at Qi Ming. Qi Ming quickly regained his composure and shouted, "Kid, are you trying to drive a wedge between us? Our 4 immortal sects are in an alliance with the Tongtian prefecture. It doesn't matter who gets the little boy. Why are you saying all this? I think you're scared, right? If the 4 of us work together, you won't have a chance to survive. Brother Ji, don't listen to his nonsense. If possible, I want to take the pain for the second young master. If we can catch up, how can we not save him? Don't forget we're in an alliance." After he finished speaking, the 2 immortal sect disciples beside him immediately chimed in. Ji Tian's eyes flashed, but his expression was calm. He did not reveal anything, but in his heart he was already estranged from the 3. He thought to himself, Father was right. None of the 4 immortal sects are good people. They must be hiding some secrets. On the surface, he smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, I'm not a 3-year-old child. How can I believe him just because of a few words from him? It's useless even if this brat talks his way through the heavens. He is the murderer of my 3rd brother. The hatred between us is absolutely irreconcilable." "Ha ha ha! Brother Ji is indeed a wise man." Qi Ming laughed wildly. He then stepped forward and pointed at Luo Tian. He laughed coldly and said, "Hua Shan immortal sect's trash. Your scheme was useless. Now die for me." The 4 of them exchanged glances. They attacked almost at the same time. Luo Tian took 2 steps back. Before little Xie could rush forward, Luo Tian stopped her and said, "You're not their match. Be careful of the assassins in the dark. Aren't they just 4 profound sages? I want to test my limits." Little Xie's gaze tightened and she quickly retreated. She was also clear that she was not their match. Unless little Xie's mind flashed with that idea, but she quickly dispelled it. She could not expose herself here. "Big brother Luo Tian, you can do it. I believe you can do it," Qin Changtian said. Luo Tian hugged Qin Changtian with his left hand and stretched out his right hand. His heart was incomparably firm as he watched the 4 of them charging towards him from 4 different directions, bringing with them a powerful Saint Realm energy. Luo Tian's heart was incomparably firm. Phew! Luo Tian gently exhaled. This was the first time he was facing 4 profound sages at the same time. In the past, it was 1-on-1, but now it was 1 against 4. Moreover, he was only using 1 hand. It would be a lie to say that he did not feel any pressure. However, Luo Tian's character was to fight if he was unhappy, no matter who the other party was, no matter how strong they were. His gaze tightened, and he directly shouted, "Rank 6 Berserk!" Buzz! 9 dragons, 9 elephants, 4 stages! Boom! The 2 forces overlapped, and Luo Tian's body trembled. His gaze tightened, and without waiting for them to attack, Luo Tian took the initiative to attack. His target was the weakest person, the eldest disciple of the 10,000 Sword Immortal sect. His cultivation was at the 1st level of the profound sage realm. His right palm moved, and the immortal energy in his body was released, turning it into a heavenly soul palm energy, and he attacked. "Brother Lin, be careful." In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, a profound sage expert's reaction speed was extremely fast. When Luo Tian made his move, the other 3 also made their moves. If Luo Tian did not give up attacking Lin Heng, his back would definitely be hit by the 3 of them. Even if he could kill the eldest disciple of the 10,000 Sword Immortal sect, he would also be seriously injured. This was a very advantageous situation for Qiming. Qiming's mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile, and he thought to himself, "Kid, you think you're a match for the four of us?" At the moment when they launched their attack, Ji Yuan's gaze moved, and he shouted in a deep voice, pointing at little Xie and angrily shouting, "Kill that kid for me!" The death hands of the sky-piercing palace moved crazily in the dark. Little Xie's gaze tightened, and her body released an evil, cold intent. She was on guard, and at the same time, she looked at Luo Tian and shouted, "Be careful of your back! Quickly dodge!" 3 profound sage's attacks. If he did not dodge, he would die. However, Luo Tian had no intention of dodging at all, and his right palm still powerfully chopped down. At this moment, Ji Tian and the other two's attacks also fell heavily. Giant God Body, Titan Defensive Form. Let's talk about something. I've received news that from the 27th of this month to the 7th of October, the monthly votes will be doubled, which means that 1 monthly vote is equal to 2 monthly votes. Today is the 25th. Brothers, keep your monthly votes for 2 days and wait for the 27th. At that time, Old Ox will also explode. Brothers of the Undefeated Legion, the battle at the end of the month is about to begin. Everyone, save your firepower and wait for the enemy, 27th, to approach before attacking fiercely. Old Ox begs you, brothers. Chapter 508. What was the giant god? Titan. When Luo Tian received the Titan race's gift, he received the giant god's body, giant god strength, and giant god spirit. These were all the powers of the Titan race, especially the giant god's body, which had a defense as thick as the sky. After half a month of Luo Tian's development, the Titan race's defensive power was released. He could release the Titan defense form. What was the Titan defense form? It was the Titan possession. Luo Tian roared furiously, and his body abruptly grew in size before everyone's eyes. His whole body was like that of an ascendant immortal, and he radiated with a formidable defensive power. 3 big attacks fell. Steel, steel, steel. It was like the sound of a thick steel plate. Their arms were numb, and the recoil almost broke their arms. It was extremely uncomfortable. They were instantly sent flying. Luo Tian's body rushed forward, and the Heaven Soul palm under his right palm hit Lin Hong accurately. Bang! Rumble! The palm force directly sent Lin Hong flying, breaking 4 towering trees in succession, and his body fell from midair. His body twitched a few times, and then there was no sound. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Lin Hong, for gaining 180,000 experience points and 18,000 immortal energy points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for gaining. A few notifications sounded. Luo Tian turned around with a cold, killing intention in his eyes. The moment he turned around, a crashing sound could be heard in the air. It was as if water was flowing down from his body. The huge Titan phantom also turned around and stared at the 3 of them with torch-like eyes. Luo Tian sneered disdainfully. Come on, come on. Do you think I'm afraid of you just because the 4 of you have joined forces? Don't you know what the 4 of you are? How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Qi Ming's expression changed. Looking at Luo Tian's huge body, the pressure in his heart was especially intense. His palms were red, and his arms were still trembling, slightly. He spat out 2 words with difficulty. Titan. He was a little uncertain. However, Luo Tian's body didn't seem to have changed, but in their eyes he was as strong as a tall building. Only a Titan had such strength. Luo Feng's expression also changed. He said in horror, "You found the Titan race that disappeared for 10,000 years." Ji Tian's face darkened. He glanced at Qi Ming and Luo Feng and said, "Brother Qi, Brother Luo, what is a Titan? This brat's defense seems to be hard to break through." Qi Ming frowned and said, "The Titan race used to be the rulers of this continent, but for some reason, the Titan race became fewer and fewer. They disappeared 10,000 years ago. Who would have thought that this brat had obtained the Titan race's divine power? Brother G, things are getting a little tricky now. Why don't we? The defensive power just now made him feel a trace of fear. The three of them were very clear that although they hadn't used their full strength, they had still used 70% of their strength. When the three attacks landed on Luo Tian's body, it was as if nothing had happened to him. Even if they released 10% of their strength, it would still be useless. If he couldn't break through its defenses, how could he kill it? Tian's brows tightened. After pondering for a moment, he said, "All right." All of a sudden, Tian shouted in a deep voice and ordered, "Killers of sky-piercing residents, listen up. Attack in a suicidal manner." Yuan was stunned and said, "Big brother, these are the elites of sky-piercing residents. Second princess, the 4 major immortal sects will definitely compensate you. When we came out, Elder Yang told us that if there were heavy losses, the 4 major immortal sects would compensate sky-piercing residents' inner core. I also know that it's not easy for sky-piercing residents to train these killers. But if we don't use that move now, not only will we not be able to kill him, we might even die here," Qiming immediately said. They were very clear. These killers of sky-piercing residents had all cultivated a very unique technique. Self-destruction. Self-destruction of the primordial spirit. They would expand all of their strength to the maximum, then charge at the enemy and self-destruct. The self-destruction of a Mystique Venerable rank powerhouse could severely injure a Mystique Sage powerhouse. This was the strongest point of sky-piercing residents' killers. There were hundreds of killers around. If they all self-destructed, not to mention the Titan body, even a real Titan would be blown to smithereens. All of this, it was all within Yang Jin's calculations. Tian had no other choice. At this time, he had no other choice. If he did not use the killer's self-destruction move, he really did not know if he could kill Luo Tian. Faced with the revenge of his third brother, Gao, he hated Luo Tian immensely in his heart. He had to kill him. Little Xia moved wildly. She quickly jumped away and landed beside Luo Tian, saying, "They're going to use a suicide attack. This kind of attack can't be blocked, no matter how strong the defense is. Moreover, there are hundreds of killers here. If they all self-destruct together, they can destroy the entire dark forest. Run! Run! Kid, it's too late now. You killed third young master and didn't even leave his corpse intact. You also heavily injured second young master just now. You want to run now? Let me tell you, there's no way for you to go to hell now. I'll turn you into ashes," Qiming said heavily, emphasizing the words kill third young master. Yuan shouted, "Kill!" The killers of sky-piercing residents did not hesitate, and 3 of them flew out. Their bodies were bright red. The power in their bodies was expanding. Their primordial spirit, spiritual sea, internal organs, and every other part of their bodies were filled with power. This power was like 10,000 tons of explosives, and it directly pounced on Luo Tian. Luo Tian's expression darkened. He immediately pulled little Xia to his side and turned his back, using it to block the power of the self-destruction. At the same time, he was thinking of a solution. Boom! 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 The 3 killers detonated their primordial spirits without any hesitation. Ever since they became killers of sky-piercing residents, they had been instilled with the thought that their lives did not belong to them, but to the sky-piercing residents. They would not frown no matter what was asked of them. They were absolute death warriors. Buzz, buzz, Luo Tian staggered back. The Titan's defensive form was trembling violently. He thought to himself, "Damn, the power of the self-destruction is so terrifying. 3 of them are already so powerful. If 8 or 10 of them come at once, I won't be able to block it. This won't do. If this goes on, I'll be exhausted even if I don't die." Luo Tian's mind tensed up. Seeing that Luo Tian was on the verge of collapsing, Qiming laughed excitedly. "Ha ha ha! trash of Huashan immortal sect, continue to be arrogant. Let's see how arrogant you are now. Brother Ji, he's afraid, he's afraid. Although Ji Tian was unhappy, there was nothing he could do. He secretly laughed in his heart. You dare to point your fingers in front of me? Once I cripple that brat, it'll be your turn next. Then, Ji Tian's eyes moved and he shouted, 10 people attack! It was also at this moment. Luo Tian put Qin Changtian down and handed him over to little Xia. He angrily turned around and roared, F***CK, I'm angry. Chapter 509. Primordial spirit self-destruction was like a missile exploding on your body. That kind of huge impact and destructive power was something that Luo Tian could not withstand. But this was not the reason why he was angry. These people were all mystique venerable rank. They were all experience points, mystical chi points, and undefeated bloodline points. If they self-destructed like this, he would not be able to get anything. Wasn't this a waste of resources? His heart ached. Luo Tian turned around. His gaze became very gloomy. With a thought, he immediately retracted the Titan's defensive form. He shook his neck. Kiki! There was a critical explosion. He clenched his 10 fingers, and there was another series of explosions. He pressed down on his legs, and his entire body relaxed. As Luo Tian's power moved, his originally relaxed body tensed up like a huge bow. His entire body was like a bow that was pulled to a full moon. With a slight movement, he could release an extremely powerful force. Haha, this trash even retracted his defense. This time his primordial spirit self-destruction will directly blow him up into the sky. He gave up resisting. Qi Ming's face was filled with pride, and he mocked. Hua Shan immortal sex trash. Do you know how powerful primordial spirit self-destruction is? It's too late to regret now. You will be blown to smithereens soon. Not even your bones will be left. Luo Feng also had a proud sneer, and said loudly, Look at him. You can tell that he won't live long. There is only one outcome for going against us, and that is death. Hua Shan immortal sect is a trash immortal sect, and their disciples are all trash. Ji Tian's eyebrows twitched, and he gritted his teeth. Brat, return my third brother's life! Subsequently, Ji Tian waved his hand and shouted, Blow him up for me! In the distance, Qin Changtian shouted, Big brother Luo Tian, do your best! Little Xia protected him with all her might, her entire body exuding an incomparably sinister aura. She was constantly on guard against their surroundings. Since Luo Tian had entrusted Qin Changtian to her, she could not afford to be careless. She no longer doubted Luo Tian. He realized that Luo Tian was really different from the people from the 4 great immortal sections. Under the tree, Qin San felt sorry for Luo Tian. Looking at Luo Tian's back, he muttered to himself, I'm sorry. The corners of Luo Tian's mouth curled up as he beckoned the 10 assassins to come out from the darkness. He sneered and said, Come, let me see your suicidal strength. Let's see if you're faster than me. He lifted his gaze and looked at Ji Tian, then Qi Ming, Luo Feng, Ji Yuan, and Luo Tian. He said playfully, Every single one of you, don't even think about escaping. You want to be arrogant with me? You will soon know what I'm capable of. Before he finished speaking, the 10 of them had already rushed out. Qi Ming sneered. You think this won't kill you? I'll believe you. Ji Tian's face was cold and arrogant. Third brother, I've avenged you. Luo Feng sneered and said, Trash from the Huashan immortal sect. The moment the 10 of them moved, Luo Tian's eyes darkened. His tense body shot out like a bullet. His hands moved, and his 5 fingers formed into a claw. He grabbed the air fiercely, and a pure force, like a wind blade, was drawn from his fingertips. His gaze focused, and he roared to the sky, Die! 10 fingers, 10 waves of force. A pure physical attack. He attacked in an instant. Bang! 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 Every wave of force shot down an assassin as if he was shooting a bird. In the sky, One corpse fell, and another corpse fell. In less than a second, the 10 assassins were all killed by Luo Tian. They fell from the sky and lay on the ground, motionlessly, no longer breathing. 10 notifications sounded in Luo Tian's mind. Not much experience, but no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. The 10 of them added up to 100,000 experience. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. Qi Ming's eyes were about to pop out. He turned to Ji Tian and asked, Why is it like this? Isn't the primordial spirit explosion of the Tong Tian residence's assassins invincible? Why is it like this? Luo Tian laughed arrogantly. Just this bit of power? It's not enough. Come more, be more powerful. It's not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Arrogant, quite arrogant. They couldn't understand. They couldn't understand at all. A second ago, their expressions were still very proud and arrogant. They looked at Luo Tian as if they were looking at the 4 of them. But now, their expressions were uglier than if they had swallowed 100 flies. Ji Tian gritted his teeth and his eyes were about to spit fire. The weakness of the primordial spirit explosion was that these assassins' cultivation was too low. They couldn't keep up with the speed and needed a little bit of time to expand the power in their body. This little bit of time was the weakness. Unexpectedly, Luo Tian could discover it so quickly. However, Ji Tian wouldn't admit defeat just like that. He shouted, 50 people attack together! Yes, more. No matter how fast he is, it's impossible for him to kill 50 people at the same time. The 10 people just now were his limit. I don't believe he can be so fast, Qi Ming said angrily. Luo Tian sneered proudly. Come. 50 people are too little. Let's have 500. You guys come too. For Major Immortal Sex, Tong Tian residents. Aren't you the overlords of this area? Don't you know how to attack together? Come again. Are you scared? You're really shameless to let these men of sacrifice their lives. What profound sage realm powerhouses. I think they're just bullshit powerhouses. A bunch of old bastards with skin thicker than a city wall. You're really shameless. They cursed loudly. No matter what. Luo Tian looked down on these people. The so-called experts, the so-called profound sage experts, were really too shameful. Luo Tian looked down on these kinds of people. Qi Ming's face became very ugly. His eyes stared at Luo Tian, as if he couldn't wait to eat Luo Tian alive. Luo Tian didn't even look at him. He just looked down on him. For Major Immortal Sex, they were a bunch of despicable and sinister people. Despicable? Luo Tian could be more despicable, sinister, and shameless than them. Facing the 50 assassins, Luo Tian flung his sleeves and sneered. I'll let you guys have a taste of the power of a primordial spirit explosion. Kill him for me, Ji Tian roared. The 50 assassins didn't hesitate at all. The power in their bodies swelled, and their bodies turned red as they rushed toward Luo Tian. Luo Tian's eyes shook. His pupils suddenly changed, showing the shape of a magatama. He sneered. Sharingan illusion. Buzz. The world of the 50 assassins was completely blood-red, dark, cold, and filled with a thick, bloody killing intent. All of them fell into Luo Tian's illusion. The second evolution of the Sharingan, illusion. Luo Tian used his life to cultivate this ability in the Huashan Immortal Sect. This was the first time he used it, and he felt incomparably good. With a thought, he looked at Qi Ming and the other 2 and revealed a deathly smile. Kill them. Can I ask for some recommendation tickets? Chapter 510. The illusion was unleashed. The scene in the eyes of the 50 assassins changed. Luo Tian had become their master. Ji Tian had become Luo Tian. Immediately, the 50 of them immediately turned around and rushed towards Ji Tian, Qi Ming, and the others. As for the loss of experience, Luo Tian didn't care. Moreover, this was his illusion, which meant that these people would only die under his attacks. Therefore, the experience, Xian Qi, and Invincible bloodline points wouldn't be reduced. What's going on? Brother G, what the hell are you doing? Hurry up and make them leave. Hurry up, hurry up. Qi Ming's face changed greatly. Ji Tian's face was also very ugly and shouted, "What are you doing?" "Luo Tian is over there. I am your master, you dogs. Do you all want to die?" He cursed loudly. Those assassins did not listen to him at all. It was impossible for them to break the illusion of the Sharingan with their current strength. In an instant, the surrounding was in chaos. The disciples of the 4 great immortal sects and the guards beside Ji Tian all frantically fled as if they had seen a ghost. That expression, that look was as miserable as it could be, like a dead dog. "Ha ha ha, ha ha, this is too fun, too fun." Qin Changtian was the first to laugh out loud, clapping his hands. "Brother Luo Tian, you're awesome. Look at them all running around in fear. Ha ha, this is too fun." Little Xie's gaze tightened, looking at Luo Tian's back. She was getting more and more confused. Just who is he? Is he really a disciple of the Huashan Immortal Sect? Wasn't it rumored that the Huashan Immortal Sect was in dire straits and couldn't even send out disciples to participate in the Immortal Sect competition? How could there be such a powerful person? And what kind of cultivation technique did he use just now? Why can't I see through it? His eyes are so special. Even the experts of the Devil's Sect don't have this kind of ability, right? His heart was in turmoil. He couldn't figure out what kind of cultivation method Luo Tian had used just now. For him, he knew all kinds of techniques, but the techniques released by Luo Tian were all extremely unfamiliar. He had never seen the Titan's defensive form, nor had he seen the spiral kill. Just now, he didn't do anything, but those assassins suddenly changed. This must be a kind of supreme technique that he had never seen before. He had collected tens of thousands of cultivation techniques from all over the world. He had flipped through countless of them, but he had never seen Luo Tian's cultivation technique. He was even more curious about Luo Tian. At the same time, he became even more vigilant, feeling a trace of threat. Little Xie didn't know why Luo Tian wanted to enter the Heavenly Palace Divine Race, nor did she know what he would bring to the Heavenly Palace Divine Race. She didn't know, so she became vigilant. This was an instinctive reaction. Furthermore, the current Heavenly Palace Divine Clan was no longer the original Heavenly Palace Divine Clan. The situation inside was already precarious. If an external force were to enter at this time, it might. Many thoughts flashed through little Xie's mind in just a few seconds. Boom! 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 A violent explosion erupted. Little Xie's train of thought was interrupted, and she stared at Luo Tian with her fists clenched tightly. "I don't care who you are. I don't care how powerful you are. If you dare to do anything to the Heavenly Palace Divine Race, I'll do everything in my power to stop you." Beneath his chest, a thin layer of frost appeared, and the dragon scales beneath his robes exuded a frosty aura. Ha 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 ha. So what if you're the 4 immortal sects? Aren't the immortal controlling immortal sect, the Starry Sea immortal sect, the Myriad Sword immortal sect, and the Startling Cloud immortal sect all bad *SS? Didn't you look down on my Mount Hua immortal sect? Isn't your heavenly palace the overlord of the area within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers? Come on, be more cocky. Luo Tian roared with laughter. He was very cocky at the sight of them scurrying away like dogs. He didn't even try to hide his cockiness. If he had to be cocky, then he had to be cocky. If he had to be cocky, then he had to be cocky. He had just been mocked, and now it was his turn to mock others. Luo Tian was just like that. He didn't try to hide his true colors. In life, if you don't like it, then do it. If you want to laugh, then laugh. If you give me a punch, then I'll give you a cannon blast. If you give me 10 primordial spirit self-detonation killers, then I'll give you 50. Cocky? There was only one outcome for cocky people in front of Luo Tian: death. Despicable. How can an immortal sect have a despicable and sinister person like you? Luo Tian, the Xinghai immortal sect won't let you go. and neither will the heavenly palace divine race. Your puny Huashan immortal sect will be destroyed. Qi Ming roared. Luo Tian roared with laughter. I'm despicable? Why didn't I say you were despicable when you attacked me with primordial spirit self-detonation killers? Now it's your turn to call me despicable. I'm despicable, right? Fine, I'm despicable, sinister, and shameless. Can you bite me? Come bite me if you dare, you piece of trash. All of a sudden, Luo Tian's eyebrows twitched, and he activated his illusion technique. His thoughts were transmitted to the minds of every killer. Blow him up. With a thought, all the killers rushed towards Qi Ming. Qi Ming was so scared that he almost peed his pants. His face was extremely pale. Surrounded by more than 10 killers, he had nowhere to run. He anxiously shouted, Senior Brother Luo Tian, Grandpa Luo Tian, spare me, spare me. I won't dare to do it again. Spare your sister. Blow him up. F*CK. Where will my experience come from if I spare you? Where will my immortal energy come from? Luo Tian cursed in his heart. He wouldn't let these people off. Rumble. 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 More than 10 killers self-detonated at the same time. Qi Ming used all his strength as a profound sage to defend, but even so, he could only block the first 3 primordial spirit self-detonation. The remaining 10 primordial spirit self-detonation blew him into pieces, not even leaving behind a single bone. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Qi Ming. You have gained 230,000 experience and 222,000 immortal energy. Congratulations to player. Luo Tian didn't stop at all. These people didn't even have the aura of an elite monster. Even if they exploded, they wouldn't be able to drop anything. He also didn't have the mood to stop at this moment. Seeing them scared like children was simply too satisfying. Haha, so satisfying. Luo Tian laughed excitedly. He then turned to Ji Tian and said sinisterly, It's your turn now. Ji Tian's expression darkened. He gritted his teeth and said, Luo Tian, I'll fight out with you. All the killers of Tong Tian Mansion, attack! Haha, come, the more the better. That's how satisfying it is. Luo Tian roared. Tong Tian City, Tong Tian Mansion. What happened in the dark forest? Why is there a series of explosions? This sound seems to be the sound of an assassin's primordial spirit self-detonation. Did something happen to them? Yang Jin looked at the loud sounds coming from afar and couldn't help but ask. Ji Tian's gaze tightened, and an ominous premonition arose in his heart. At the same time, his figure moved, and he suddenly rushed out. Yang Jin's expression changed. He looked at the other 3 elders and said, Let's go too! All the bosses were on the move. The 4th chapter has been delivered. The 5th chapter will be delivered tonight. Everyone, keep your monthly votes and firepower. On the 27th, we'll blow him up. At that time, Old Bull will definitely explode. Chapter 511. They had been played to death. No, they should have been played to death by Luo Tian alone. The assassins of the Tong Tian Mansion had all become grenades in Luo Tian's hands, all of them under his control. The illusion technique moved. Even if those assassins were not prepared to self-destruct, they would still self-destruct. Rumble. Rumble. An explosion that could not be heard in the dark forest. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I am a disciple of the Star Ocean Immortal Sect. If you kill me, our Star Ocean Immortal Sect will not let you off. I'm the one who will kill you. You still dare to be arrogant in front of me. You King Dog. Luo Tian did not give him any face. Sooner or later, the 10 great immortal sects would be overturned by him. Sooner or later, he would have to kill him, and since he was so arrogant in front of him, he could not let him off. I am a disciple of the Imperial Immortal Sect. Die. Grandpa Luo, let me go. I will definitely not spread this matter out. spare my dog life. The outside world will definitely not know what is found here. From your words, it seems like you are threatening me. Then go and die. Luo Tian, you bastard. If you kill me, my father won't let you off. My father is a profound sovereign. Killing you is as easy as crushing an ant for him. If you dare to touch a single hair of mine, he will. Ji-yuan, right? Go and die. One by one, they were played to death by Luo Tian. Just a moment ago, they were all high and mighty, but now they were all scared to the point of peeing their pants. Especially those disciples of the immortal sex. They were all crying and shouting. Not to mention how miserable they were. There was no longer any look of a proper immortal sect disciple. 10 great immortal sects? Dog's hit. Luo Tian spat out a mouthful of saliva and said with disdain, All of you die. With a thought, the surrounding assassins were all under Luo Tian's illusion technique. With a thought, they all rushed towards the living people without any regard for their lives. Dozens of assassins self-destructed together. The power soared to the sky. A mushroom cloud soared into the sky, and flames filled the sky. The surrounding thousands of kilometers trembled, and the massive shockwave toppled dozens of towering trees. The surroundings were in a mess, and a deep crater was blasted open. They were all dead. Luo Tian laughed excitedly and said, Holy shit, this thing is so cool. It's like carrying dozens of divine cannons. Wherever I point it at, it's just too cool. Indeed, just like modern weapons, the cannon blasted, crushing everything in its path. Regardless of whether it was used to kill people or monsters, it was quite fun. Luo Tian was almost addicted to playing. The Sharingan's Genjutsu is amazing, and this is only the second stage. If it's upgraded to the third stage, Mangekyo, Amaterasu, and so on, wouldn't it be amazing? Luo Tian was secretly happy. This skill was really useful. However, just as he was feeling great, his eyes returned to normal. The aftereffects of the Sharingan broke out. At this moment, Luo Tian's soul almost rushed out of his body in pain. His body sank, and the blood vessels all over his body exploded. Boom! Boom, 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 in a moment. Luo Tian became a person who climbed up from a pool of blood. His face was extremely pale, his eyes were unfocused, and his whole body was in incomparable pain. The feeling was as if he was going to die soon. 3 times using the Sharingan. 10 minutes of 3 life points consumed. This kind of consumption ignored Luo Tian's defense, and any skills were useless. It couldn't be resisted. Boom! Luo Tian's hands were on the ground, and his mouth spat out a large mouthful of black blood. He cursed in his heart. His mother system. UF** King made such a skill. It's very fun to abuse me, right? Even Naruto doesn't play like this. Unbearable. 10 minutes of 3 life points were consumed in an instant. That kind of pain was 10,000 times more intense than the aftereffects of the sky-piercing, dragon-slaying art. Huff! Huff! Luo Tian gasped for breath and continuously used dozens of healing techniques, causing the wounds on the surface to quickly heal. As for the internal injuries, he couldn't do anything about it. Originally, the regeneration technique could reduce the consumption of life points by 10%, but the cooldown time was too long. Not long ago, he used it on Qin Changtian, and now the cooldown time was not up yet. He could only use the regeneration technique to slightly heal the external injuries. Woo, woo, woo. Third grandpa, what's wrong? Wake up. Suddenly, Qin Changtian's cry came from not far away. Luo Tian stood up with difficulty and walked over. When he arrived, he found that Qin-san was about to die. Even if he used the regeneration technique to save him, it was useless. His injuries were too heavy. Third grandpa, brother Luo Tian, killed all those bad guys. Wake up and take a look. Qin Changtian shook Qin-san's arm, crying very sadly. Little Xie stood at the side, frowning. The moment Luo Tian walked in, Qin-san's eyes opened slightly, and he coughed lightly a few times. His lips moved, and he looked at Luo Tian holding Qin Changtian's small hand, and said with difficulty, "Brother Luo, I'm sorry I wronged you. Can you promise me one thing?" Luo Tian hurriedly grabbed Qin Changtian's small hand and said, "Tell me, as long as I can do it, I will definitely promise." Qin San's lips were pale, and he smiled faintly and said, help me send him to the heavens, the heavenly divine race." Luo Tian was shocked. He did not expect Qin San to ask him to send Qin Changtian to the heavenly divine race. He could not help but ask, "I don't know where the entrance is." Qin San's voice became softer and softer. Luo Tian also frowned and could not help but squat down, pressing his ear to listen. Qin San said weakly, Tian, he knows where the entrance is and must protect Tian well. He is a dragon son." Finished. Qin San no longer made a sound. Luo Tian, however, was stunned. His Adam's apple rolled, and he swallowed heavily. He thought that he had heard wrongly, but he was very clear that he had not heard wrongly. Qin Changtian was a dragon son. Like little Xia, they were both dragons. Little Xia should be a frost wyvern. What kind of dragon was Qin Changtian? However, looking at his importance, he should be a type that was even stronger than little Xia. Luo Tian raised his head and looked at Qin Changtian. Sensing the aura on his body, it was completely the same as a human's. There was no difference at all. Only at this moment, the dragon egg in his body trembled slightly. Luo Tian's mind tensed up. Third grandfather, Luo Tian hugged Qin Changtian and comforted him. Third grandfather has gone to another world. Don't cry, Tian, you have to be strong. Following that, Luo Tian stood up. Little Xia looked at him and asked, "Where are we going now?" Luo Tian did not hesitate and said, "Heavenly divine race." A few hours later, Ji Tongtian was infuriated. The profound emperor's battle chi was released, and he roared towards the sky. "Luo Tian, I will make you pay the price." Rumble, rumble. The entire dark forest collapsed. Profound Emperor Realm. An extremely terrifying existence. Chapter 5. Requesting for recommendation votes. The old cow begs all the brothers to give me a free recommendation vote every day. I am extremely grateful. Chapter 512. What a powerful force. At the foot of the heavenly mountain, Luo Tian looked in the direction of the dark forest, watching as the dark forest collapsed rapidly. The Xian Emperor's power covered thousands of kilometers, causing the beasts to roar. Luo Tian's heart sank, and he couldn't help but click his tongue. The Xian Emperor realm is indeed extraordinary. Fortunately, I changed the route. Luo Tian secretly said in his heart. Their original route was to escape the dark forest, using the fastest route to escape from Tongtian City's sphere of influence. However, Luo Tian changed the route at the last moment. Crossing the dark forest, they entered the heavenly mountain range. Subsequently, the three of them had all put on some simple disguises. Luo Tian had turned into an old man who was over 50 years old, and little Xia was a little special. She had turned into a young woman who looked quite charming, and her icy aura made her seem like an icy beauty. Qin Changtian also went through a simple disguise, turning into a little girl. Although little Xia was 100 times unwilling, she had no choice. The journey was dangerous, and if she didn't change her appearance, they would be easily discovered. If Ji Tongtian and the others caught up, they wouldn't be able to reach the entrance of the heavenly palace god race. Little Xia stood behind him, her eyes narrowed, and said in a low voice, "Killing 3 of his sons, his anger is boundless. Now, Ji Tongtian won't let us go easily. What are your plans?" "Heavenly palace god race," Luo Tian said indifferently. "Change the route and enter the heavenly mountain range. We will be safe for the time being, and it will be difficult for them to find us. As long as we enter the heavenly palace god race, they will never be able to catch us." The entrance of the heavenly palace god race was very secretive. In this world, Only Qin Changtian knew about it. If they could enter, they would naturally be safe. But little Xie's eyes darkened and said, "The Heavenly Palace God race is not as safe as you think. It might be more dangerous than here, and stronger opponents are waiting for us inside." Since she said that, Luo Tian didn't have any scruples and asked directly, "You are from the dragon race, right?" Little Xie looked up at Luo Tian with a wry smile on her face. "Looks like you found out after all. You should have seen the ice dragon scales on my body when I was unconscious, right? I guessed it. At first, I thought you didn't know. It seems that you are much smarter than I thought. I'm a dragon, descendant of the Frost Wyrm." While speaking, little Xie's brows furrowed, and the glacial frost dragon scales on her arms appeared one after another. They were translucent and translucent, exuding a powerful frosty aura. At the same time, her aura also became extremely heavy and powerful, as if she were a monarch. It was only for a moment. The power in his body was filled with a tyrannical aura. Gusts of cold wind rolled up around him, and the ground under his feet instantly froze. The air around him froze rapidly, and a thin layer of ice formed on Luo Tian's eyebrows and hair. The blood flowing through his veins slowed down, as if it could freeze at any moment. "I knew it." Luo Tian was only guessing. After all, there were all kinds of strange things in this world. Just like Feng Lei, beast scales would appear in his berserk state. He was already prepared for this, but hearing it from little Xie's mouth still shocked him. "Wang!" Little Xie suddenly withdrew her scales, and the frosty aura around him quickly disappeared. After this, his face became sickly pale, as if he was about to collapse. His lips were extremely pale, and he coughed a few times. "Cough, cough, cough!" Little Xie laughed bitterly. "I've made a fool of myself. I wanted to transform into a dragon, but I found that my body could no longer support my dragon form." "Dragons, sigh. So what if you're a dragon? Outsiders call us the most powerful creatures in history, but in reality, we dragons aren't as powerful as you humans think. We used to be very powerful, but now..." Luo Tian didn't understand. Seeing little Xie's helpless expression, he didn't ask. "Looks like something big has happened to the Heavenly Palace God tribe. I wonder if this will affect my mission. I'll have to rely on this to hatch the dragon egg. If I can't find the divine dragon soul, then he won't be able to hatch it. If that's the case..." With this in mind, Luo Tian's heart clenched. Luo Tian asked, "Do you know where the entrance to the Heavenly Palace God tribe is?" Little Xie looked at Luo Tian with a serious expression. "The Heavenly Palace God tribe is over 100 times more terrifying than the Heaven's Span Palace. Do you still want to go?" "Yes. I have to go," Luo Tian said resolutely. "Before Qin San died, he told me that I had to send Tian Tian to the Heavenly Palace God tribe. Aside from that, I also have to enter the Heavenly Palace God tribe. I have to complete this task." Little Xie was silent for a few minutes before saying, "All right, I'll take you to the Heavenly Palace God tribe." At the Heavenly Mountain Range. It was extremely majestic, and it was much larger than the Ghost Prison Mountain Range in Jade Mountain City. In the night, the mountain peaks were like ferocious beasts, opening their huge mouths to devour the darkness. It was a chilling sight. On the 9th day, Luo Tian, little Xie, and Qin Changtian arrived at a small town in the depths of the Heaven Mountain Range. This was a supply town. It provided supplies to the martial artists adventuring in the mountains. It was also the last town before entering the heart of the Heaven Mountain. In the past, there weren't many people in the town. Most of them were adventuring teams or solo cultivators. It was a place to rest during trials. But now, here, people came and went. The small town was filled with people, and their cultivations weren't low. Most of them were adventuring teams, and there were very few solo cultivators. Have you heard? The rainbow snow lotus will mature in a day or two. It only matures once every 3,000 years. This time my Kanchan sect will definitely obtain it. The treasures of heaven and earth are obtained by those who are fated. Not to mention your Kanchan sect. Even the Heaven's Span Palace will have to rely on luck. That's right. There are no less than 300 adventuring teams nearby, and there are many experts among them. Even if your Kanchan sect is capable, can you compare to these 300 teams? There was a lot of discussion in the town. All the topics revolved around the rainbow snow lotus. Who wouldn't want a treasure that matured every 3,000 years? Apart from this topic, there was another topic. The 3 young masters of the Heaven's Span Palace are all dead. Not only them, but more than half of the assassins of the Heaven's Span Palace are dead. Even the disciples of the 4 major immortal sects are all dead. I heard that they were reinforcements invited by the remnants of the Qin family of Luoyang City. They are also disciples of the immortal sects. City, Lord Ji had 3 sons at an old age, and now he has lost 3 of them. This is killing him. He's going to turn the world upside down. A kill order has been issued. Anyone who provides clues will be rewarded with 100,000 magnetite. Anyone who can catch this person will be rewarded with 1 million magnetite. Damn, if I catch this person, I'll be rich. At the same time, Luo Tian was sitting opposite them. He listened carefully and observed everything around him. There was only one thing on his mind right now, and that was to get through tomorrow peacefully and complete the damn C-rank mission. It was the end of the month. He knew that all of his brothers had monthly tickets, but he had to save them. He had to save his firepower for tomorrow's explosion. Chapter 513. Sometimes, the more you want to keep a low profile, the more trouble you will encounter. Luo Tian and the other 2 just sat down. They asked for a pot of tea and prepared to rest for a while before heading deeper into Sky Mountain. However, before their butts could warm up, 2 big men who didn't have eyes walked up to them. One of them stepped on the bench Luo Tian was sitting on with a lewd smile in his eyes. He swallowed his saliva and looked at little Xia. Yo, I didn't expect there to be such a pretty girl in the wilderness. Little beauty, are you here for an adventure? Follow me. I guarantee that you'll live a good life. Pfft. Luo Tian could not help but laugh out loud. These days, as long as they met people on the road, little Xia would turn around 100%. That delicate little face and cold eyes could attract a large group of male animals. Since he entered the tea house, everyone's eyes were on him. This made him very uncomfortable. Qin Changtian could not help but laugh. He looked at little Xia and said deliberately, Sister little Xia, he wants you to follow him. Little Shui? That's a nice name. I like it. Little Shui, in Sky Mountain, our Kanchan sect is very powerful. Follow me, and I will bring you to see the 7-colored snow lotus. How about it? Currently, only our Kanchan sect knows the whereabouts of the 7-colored snow lotus, the burly man said with a smile. He raised his eyes and peered down at little Xia's chest through her collar. The more he looked down, the higher he raised his body. Furthermore, he kept swallowing his saliva. His expression was as vulgar as one could imagine. Little Xia frowned and was about to get angry. At this moment, Luo Tian's eyes moved. He pretended to be old and said, So it's an expert from the Kanchan sect. This is my daughter. She knows a little about martial arts, but her cultivation is not high. Can your Kanchan sect accept her? Hearing this, the man's eyes lit up. His attitude towards Luo Tian changed. He said respectfully, others can't. But as long as I, Zhu Dazhuang, say the word, even if she has never practiced martial arts, she can join our Kanchan sect. You are her father, right? That's great. I'm very satisfied with your daughter. As long as you agree, I can take her to the Kanchan sect right away. She doesn't need to take the examination and can become an external disciple directly. What do you think? This is an opportunity that only appears once in 1,000 years. It is also an opportunity for your daughter to ascend to the heavens in a single step. This is an opportunity that countless people can only dream of. It is only because I, Zhu Dazhuan, am kind. If it were anyone else, I would definitely not give you this opportunity." He acted as if he was a good person. As he spoke, his Adam's apple rolled again. He swallowed hard. It looked as if it wanted to swallow little Xie alive. Luo Tian held back his smile and said, "Xiao Shui, why aren't you thanking this master? You'll definitely have a good life if you follow him." "Ha ha ha, of course." Zhu Dazhuang laughed. Little Xie didn't know what Luo Tian was trying to do, so she could only repress the fury in her heart and nod in cooperation. She didn't dare to say anything in case she was exposed. After all, he was a man, so he could tell from her voice. "Okay." Zhu Dazhuang rubbed his hands, and his eyes shone with a lecherous light. He swallowed hard and said, "Come with me now." Luo Tian said softly, "Master, I also want to cultivate and join your Kunchen sect. What do you think? If I don't join, my daughter will definitely. You." Zhu Dazhuang was a little displeased. He had never seen an old man in his 50s or 60s who wanted to join a sect. He couldn't help but mutter. However, when he saw little Xie's beauty, his brows relaxed, and he said, "Okay, all of you come with me." Luo Tian's eyes moved. Then, the three of them got up and followed Zhu Dazhuang out. Little Xie said telepathically, "What the hell are you doing?" "I want to kill this damn fatty. Just looking at him disgusts me." Luo Tian teased, "Don't, he likes you very much. He is completely attracted by your beauty. You don't even know how charming you are now, ha ha ha." Little Xie's eyes narrowed and she clenched her fists tightly. Her body emitted a cold aura. Luo Tian said seriously, "Don't worry, the Kunchen sect seems to have some power. I just noticed that there are many assassins from the Heavens Pass mansion in the town. I'm afraid that the Heavens Pass City Lord and the people of the four immortal sects are not far from here. With our current strength, I'm afraid that we can't compete with them. Moreover, the three of us are too obvious. If we sneak into the Kunchen sect, it will be different." Luo Tian's goal was very simple. Sneak into the Kunchen sect. Avoid the assassins of the Heavens Pass mansion. Luo Tian wasn't sure that he could win against a profound sovereign. Unless he broke through to the profound sage realm, it was best not to meet him too early. Not to mention that Ji Tongtian was accompanied by the elders of the four immortal sections. They were disciples of the orthodox immortal sects, and their cultivation was at the high stage of the profound sage realm. Their strength was not weaker than Ji Tongtian's. There were 5 of them at once. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't be their opponent. He had to find a chance to level up or complete the task of hatching the dragon egg as soon as possible. Once the dragon egg hatched, it would be easy to crush them with the strength of the baby dragon. Luo Tian still remembered the power of the dragon egg in the Ghost Forbidden Land. Little Xie's eyes narrowed, and she no longer spoke. He was also very clear. Ji Tongtian also knew that this was the last town before entering the hinterland of Tianshan. Luo Tian and the others would definitely pass by here. After that night, Ji Tongtian madly chased for 100,000 miles, but he didn't find any trace of Luo Tian and the others. Suddenly, he thought that Luo Tian had changed his route and was probably going to enter the hinterland of Tianshan. Moreover, there had always been a rumor that the entrance to the heavenly palace was in the depths of Tianshan. Thinking of this, he immediately changed his direction and sent the remaining assassins of the Heavens Pass mansion to search in the direction of this town. This is the only way to enter the hinterland of Tianshan. They must have stopped here to rest with a child. This time, we must not let them escape. Ji Tongtian's face was gloomy as he said coldly. All 3 of his sons were dead, and the anger in his heart was boundless. Yan Jin's face was gloomy as he said faintly, "City Lord Ji, if they leave this town and enter the hinterland of Tianshan, it will be difficult to catch them. Tianshan is so big that finding 3 people is harder than finding a needle in a haystack." Lu Zhen added, "City Lord Ji, we haven't found any trace of them for 9 days. Could it be that they ran far away? Or maybe they didn't even pass by here. You have to be clear about the contents of our agreement. If you can't find the entrance to the heavenly palace, humph. Lu Jin snorted coldly. His eyes became cold. Yang Jin's mouth curved into a satisfied smile. He immediately laughed and said, Elder Lu, will City Lord Ji forget what you said? At this moment, a Heavens Pass Mansion assassin's figure flashed and landed beside Ji Tongtian, whispering a few words. Ji Tongtian's eyes widened in anger as he laughed coldly. Dog, let's see where you can run to this time. Chapter 514. Kunshin Sect, Assembly Point. Zhu Dazhuang's face was filled with pride as he brought little Xie along with him. Just like a new girlfriend, he raised his head as he walked, as if he was afraid that others wouldn't know that there was a beautiful woman beside him. They walked to a tent. Zhu Dazhuang said, You guys wait here for a while. Little Xue, come with me first. His eyes narrowed. An evil smile appeared on his face. Little Xie didn't have much experience, and this kind of thing was even rarer. She couldn't tell what Zhu Dazhuang wanted to do, but Luo Tian was very clear. Luo Tian said indifferently, Little Xue, go with him. Remember to be obedient. Don't let Master Zhu down. Little Xie was extremely unwilling, but she still followed Zhu Dazhuang into the tent. Luo Tian almost burst out laughing. Qin Changtian asked, Big brother, what does he want little Xue to do? Luo Tian said, You'll know in a while. It was better to say less things that were not suitable for children. Thinking of the scene of little Xie being XXXX by Zhu Dazhuang, Luo Tian couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Isn't this a bit too much? Little Xie is still a little man. What will happen when he encounters such a scene? Inside the tent, Zhu Dazhuang revealed his true colors as soon as he entered the tent. A lewd smile appeared on his face as he looked at little Xie's weak appearance. Rubbing his hands together, he said, I, Zhu Dazhuang, love ice beauties the most in my life. This kind of woman looks like an ice mountain, but once I get her on the bed, she will erupt like a volcano. That kind of slutty, that kind of flirtatious, no one can compare to her. After saying that, Zhu Dazhuang instantly hugged little Xie's small waist and laughed excitedly. Little beauty, come. However, the moment he made his move, little Xie dodged. It was also because he was a little nervous. This kind of nervousness was not because of fear, but because of this kind of thing. His feet slipped, and he fell directly on the ground. There was a blanket on the ground. The Frost WIRM's body was as white as ice. Plus, he was very thin. As soon as she fell to the ground, her long and slender legs were exposed. Her skin was snow-white and tender. Zhu Dazhuang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He kept swallowing his saliva. His crotch was already pushed up to the sky, and his pants were about to burst. Little beauty! My little beauty, big brother is here. Muah, muah! His expression was disgusting to the extreme and could no longer be described with words. Little Xie's stomach churned, and she almost threw up. Why aren't you coming in? If you don't come in, I'll kill him. Telepathic transmission. Luo Tian held back his smile and immediately rushed in. He hugged Zhu Dazhuang and said loudly, What are you going to do to my daughter? You can't do this to her. She is still a virgin. Master Zhu, Master Zhu. Zhu Dazhuang's complexion changed. At this time his evil fire was soaring to the sky. He didn't care about anything else. He grabbed Luo Tian's hand and fiercely flung it away. He said, You old bastard, go die for your father. You dare to disturb your father's business. Believe it or not, I will kill you. He was already at the point where he had no choice but to release the arrow. How could he hold back? But he didn't think that his strength wouldn't be enough to fling Luo Tian away. Luo Tian was still holding on to his waist. Little Xie's brows furrowed tightly as the repressed fury in her heart erupted uncontrollably. Before Luo Tian had a chance to say anything, She raised a finger, and an ice arrow shot forth, piercing directly through Zhu Dazhuang's glabella. His eyes darkened. He was dead. I can't pretend any more, little Xie said angrily. Luo Tian was dumbfounded. Damn, how are we going to play now? He had wanted to use this opportunity to appease Zhu Dazhuang, then follow the Kenshin sect team into the hinterland of Tiantian and find an opportunity to leave. He didn't expect. Little Xie had actually killed him at such a critical juncture. His plan was completely disrupted. Luo Tian couldn't help but sigh. I really have to hand it to you. All our efforts have been wasted. Our identities have definitely been exposed. Ji Tongtian and his assassins will definitely come looking for us. We were going to use the Kenshin sect's power to sneak into the hinterland of Tiantian. Then Ji Tongtian won't be able to find us. Little Xie wiped her hands and removed the disguise on her face. Why don't you pretend to be a woman? I can't take it anymore. I can't help but slap this disgusting pig to death when I see him. No need to slap him. He's already dead. Slap him a few more times if you don't like it. Luo Tian sat down on the ground. He was thinking of a way to leave this town. Starting from when they entered the town, Luo Tian's divine sense was constantly on alert. Not long ago, he had already sensed 5 incomparably powerful auras entering the small town. They were obviously Ji Tongtian and the 4 immortal sect elders. From this, he deduced that their whereabouts had been exposed. Luo Tian had also underestimated the strength of the Tongtian sect assassins. Bang! Bang! Little Xie really kicked Zhu Dazhuang's corpse twice. She was very unhappy and said, You're courting death! Luo Tian rolled his eyes at him and didn't say anything. At this time, Qin Changtian hurriedly walked in and said, Brother Luo Tian, the disciples of the Kenshin sect are ready to go. I just heard 2 people say that the 7-colored snow lotus is going to mature early. They want to enter the heart of Sky Mountain in advance. They are already packing their things. Many people have already left. Luo Tian's gaze tensed up and immediately said, Okay. Little Xie, return to your original appearance. We will follow them and leave this place. There are a lot of people here anyway. Kenshin sect has recently recruited many unranked disciples in the town. We can sneak in. As long as we enter the heart of Sky Mountain, everything will be easy. Luo Tian's heart relaxed. Sky Mountain was too big. Even a profound Emperor Realm expert would not be able to find them easily. As long as Luo Tian leveled up, the chance to hatch the dragon egg alive. That would be the end of this group of people. The days of being chased were really uncomfortable. At the very least, Luo Tian was very unhappy. If he was alone, he would definitely use another method to change it. But now he was 3 people, and there was also a damned system quest. If he failed, he would lose 200 million experience points. This made him extremely unhappy. The 3 of them walked out of the tent. Very quickly, they were called over. The 3 of you must be new disciples. Hurry up and pack your things. We're about to enter the heart of Sky Mountain. These are all the inner sect senior brother supplies. None of them can be left behind. A disciple of the Kenshin sect said. Luo Tian was overjoyed and immediately went up. It was also at this time. An endless amount of pressure descended from the sky. With a heavy roar, he said, All of you, don't move! Luo Tian, get the hell out here! A stern shout, an incomparably thick, profound Emperor battle chi exploded. Ji Tongtian's figure moved and landed heavily. A series of explosions sounded under his feet, directly crushing the 3 disciples of the Kenshin sect who were closer to him into powder. They're here. The boss are all here. Crap. The double monthly votes have come early. Brothers of the undefeatable army, Old Bull needs firepower. I need fierce firepower. Let's go. There will be more updates today. Old Bull is begging for a monthly vote. Let's go crazy. Chapter 5:15. They're here. They're all here. Ji Tongtian, the elders of the four sects, they're all here. At the assembly point, the disciples of the Kenshin sect were in chaos. They were all covering their heads and running away. An elder of the Kenshin sect walked out and said unhappily, "City Lord Ji, what is the meaning of this?" Not waiting for him to finish, Ji Tongtian's index finger moved, and a finger sword shot out, directly exploding that elder's head. With a cold snort, Ji Tongtian released his Xian Emperor battle chi and scrupulously as he roared, "Get lost!" Instant kill. That elder was also a profound sage. Although he wasn't from the Orthodox sect, he was still an extremely strong existence. However, Ji Tongtian only raised his hand slightly and instantly killed him. Moreover, Ji Tongtian didn't even look at him. The elder was killed. The entire Kenshin sect was in chaos. Under the suppression of the mystic emperor battle chi, many disciples directly knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Even more people fled in all directions. Impudent! Ji Tongtian, do you really think that there's no one in my Kenshin sect? Suddenly, with a shout, the current sect master of the Kenshin sect, Zhao Wudi, descended from the sky. A huge aura erupted from his body as he stared at Ji Tongtian angrily. Ji Tongtian snorted coldly and looked at him from the corner of his eye. He said disdainfully, "How dare a sixth-level profound sage be so impudent in front of me? Die!" Overturning the sky with one hand. In the sky, a seal-like palm print suddenly fell. Zhao Wudi's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect Ji Tongtian to kill him immediately. He could only resist with all his might. However, the difference in cultivation between the two was too big. There was no comparison at all. Moreover, the power of this seal was very strong. Zhao Wudi released his strongest power and met it with both palms. Rumble. Muffled thunder exploded. Zhao Wudi was directly sent flying. He spat out blood and his expression was dead. His two eyes stared at Ji Tongtian and said with difficulty, Why? My Kenshin sect didn't provoke your Tongtian prefecture. Why are you attacking us?" Ji Tongtian ignored him and roared again, "Luo Tian, get out here!" He was extremely furious. All 3 of his sons had died at the hands of Luo Tian. For the past 10 days, he had been suppressing the anger in his heart. He was like a madman. Now, when he found Luo Tian, the fury in his heart erupted like a volcano. He couldn't restrain himself for even a moment. He wished he could tear Luo Tian into 108,000 pieces, strip his soul, and let him suffer in the blood sea purgatory for 100,000 years. Luo Tian's face sank. "We can't avoid it." Since that was the case, Luo Tian laughed excitedly. "If you don't like it, then let's do it. I've been hiding for the past 10 days, and I've been very annoyed. Isn't it just a mystic emperor expert? I'll take this opportunity to see the strength of a mystic emperor and teach the Huashan immortal sect a lesson." His eyebrows twitched. Thick, killing intent erupted from Luo Tian's body as he said in a low voice, "Little Xie, take him and leave this place. Don't worry about me." Little Xie's expression darkened. "No, if we leave together. If we stay together. I'm a descendant of the Frost WIRM. My dragon race will never betray our brothers." His battle intent soared. Little Xie's body was also emitting an extremely cold aura, and the ice-colored dragon scales on her hands faintly flashed. Qin Changtian's gaze did not move as he said, "Brother Luo Tian, me too. I can protect myself. You guys go." At this moment, Luo Tian had no other choice. He definitely couldn't escape. Aside from Ji Tongtian, the elders of the 4 major immortal sects were even more terrifying. Once he appeared, he would only be able to hold off Ji Tongtian. The elders of the 4 major immortal sects would definitely chase after little Xie and the others. Rather than that, he would rather fight them head-on. "All right, let's fight," Luo Tian's gaze became resolute. Immediately, Luo Tian laughed wildly and said arrogantly, Ji Tong Tian, old man, daddy is here. As soon as his voice fell, Luo Tian directly landed, not far away, from Ji Tong Tian. With a maniacal smile on his face, he coldly said, What's wrong? Do you miss your 3 sons? Do you want me to send you down to reunite with them? Ah! Ji Tong Tian let out a mournful roar. His eyes were bloodshot, and the pain of losing his sons exploded in his heart like a bomb. Immediately, his long hair flew in the air and swayed wantonly. The robes on his body exploded as the profound emperor's battle qi soared to its peak. He roared hysterically, Go to hell! Yang Jin's gaze darkened as he thought to himself, As expected, the pubes is shattered. How did this brat cultivate up to this level? He's the Luo Tian who rejected the immortal-controlling immortal sect in Heaven's Sword City and killed the emissary of the Star Ocean immortal sect? The trash who used the Huashan divine token to force Emperor Yunji to accept with a shattered pubes and no innate bloodline. He's just a level 4 mystic sovereign. Looking at his expression, he looks like he's about to die. Ah, the 4 of them sneered coldly. In their eyes, Luo Tian was not even an ant. They only glanced at him for a moment before ignoring him. No matter how Luo Tian cultivated to the 4th stage of the Tao Profound Sovereign, he was still a piece of trash. With a shattered pubes, he was unable to cultivate immortal qi. To the disciples of the immortal sect, this was extremely useless. Without an innate bloodline, he was even more useless. Such a person could not possibly be a match for Ji Tong Tian, who was at the 3rd stage of the Profound Emperor. Then, Yang Jin's gaze darkened as he said in a low voice, Find that little boy. Don't let him escape. He is our only hope of entering the heavenly palace. Lu Zhen immediately laughed coldly and said, Understood. The 3 of them moved in the air. They immediately dissipated on the spot. It was also at this moment that Ji Tong Tian had already made his move. The earthy yellow profound Emperor's battle qi seemed to be pressing down on Luo Tian's mind. The power on his body was even more arrogant, and the blazing aura burned everything around him. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. A sea of fire appeared around him. Even the soil on the ground was burning. This power was terrifying to the extreme. Luo Tian moved his fists and shouted in a deep voice, Level 6 Berserk! Boom! After releasing 64 times the attributes, his mind stabilized slightly, and he shouted again in a deep voice, Titan Defense! Wang! A huge Titan shadow appeared on Luo Tian's body. Die! Ji Tong Tian threw a flaming fist down. Luo Tian released his strongest defense. Bang! The Titan shadow was directly shattered by the punch, and the power of Ji Tong Tian's fist was only weakened by 30%. Luo Tian was shocked. Mother****, this power is too strong. Mystic Emperor Realm. How strong was this power? Luo Tian was only at the 4th stage of the Mystic Venerable Realm. Even in the game, there was a difference of nearly 20 levels. How could he fight? There was no way to fight. But Luo Tian was never one to admit defeat. He forcefully took this blow, and a deep fist mark appeared on his chest. He was in extreme pain, and he flew out. He did not rush towards Ji Tong Tian, but landed beside the dying Zhao Wudi. He threw a punch at his head. Ding! Congratulations, player! Luo Tian looked at the experience, smiled coldly, and said, Enough experience! Level 7 Berserk. Come out. The 4th chapter has been delivered. Brothers, monthly votes. The stronger the monthly votes, the more Old Bull will update. Throw in all the monthly votes. Chapter 516. Leveling up from level 6 Berserk to level 7 required 170 million experience points. Luo Tian was still a little short. It was just enough to kill Zhao Wudi, who was a level 6 Mystic Sage. Luo Tian did not hesitate and leveled up to level 7 Berserk. He was still nearly 100 million experience points away from leveling up. Even if he leveled up to level 5 Mystic Venerable rank, he would not be Ji Tongtian's opponent. The only choice was to increase the level of Berserk. Hiss, hiss! Luo Tian's body emitted hot smoke, as if a piece of red-hot iron had been placed in water. Power! Very, very strong power. The power of this goo was almost beyond Luo Tian's control. Level 7 Berserk. 128 times the elemental power was released. How terrifying was that? Even if Luo Tian had a level 4 Mystic Venerable rank body and a giant god body, it was still extremely uncomfortable. 128 times the elemental power was too fierce. Bang! Luo Tian took a step forward. Like a giant, he directly extinguished the flames on the ground. His entire body was red as he roared at the sky. Damn it! Come again if you have the guts! Arrogant and fearless, Ji Tongtian was a little dumbfounded. His power suddenly increased by dozens of times. This technique was too terrifying. Yang Jin's face darkened slightly. He thought to himself, this technique is a little scary. This kid's dantian is broken, but he still cultivates such a powerful technique. It would be great if we could extract the technique he cultivates. He was envious. Even if he was an elder of the Imperial Immortal Sect, the technique he cultivated was not as powerful as Luo Tian's. It started with the Titan Shadow, and now it was level 7 Berserk. Every one of them was an extremely fierce existence. In this world, techniques were king. A good technique could make many people jealous. Yang Jin was jealous, and so was Ji Tongtian. The difference between the two was, Ji Tongtian had cultivated an evil technique. He could extract the techniques of others and transfer them to himself. In other words, he could absorb the techniques of others and make them his own. Therefore, Ji Tongtian laughed coldly. He stared at Luo Tian with excitement and said, "You dog, no wonder you could kill my son. So you do have some strength. Good, good. Today I will strip you of all your cultivation methods. Let's see if you can still be so arrogant." As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Tongtian's voice suddenly disappeared. In the next second, he appeared in front of Luo Tian. How could 128 times of attribute power be just for show? The moment Ji Tongtian disappeared, Luo Tian's body moved as well. His fists were like lightning as they bombarded the place where Ji Tongtian landed. He shouted in a deep voice, magma raging fire, stage 7, fire divine fist explode! Boom! The raging magma flames directly exploded. It was like a volcano erupting, completely unbridled. However, Ji Tongtian didn't move at all. His body didn't move at all. His lips curled into a sinister sneer as he laughed. Ha ha ha! Little brat, you think you can hurt this old man with this little bit of strength? I forgot to tell you, this old man has the strongest defensive bloodline in the world, the thick earth bloodline. Walala, walala, while he was speaking. A large amount of soil fell from the place where Luo Tian attacked, and the soil was scorched black. After the soil fell, Ji Tongtian's body was unharmed, and he did not suffer the slightest bit of damage. Even his clothes were not damaged in the slightest. The moment the attack landed, a bright red mist appeared on top of Ji Tongtian's head. Obviously, the move just now did not injure Ji Tongtian at all. Luo Tian's heart sank, and his heart was incomparably shocked. Level 7 Berserk, 128 times of attribute power, can't even cause any damage. This profound Emperor Realm's defense is actually so strong. Just as he was thinking about this, his heart suddenly trembled. Crap! In that instant, Ji Tongtian struck out with his palm. Bam! A palm struck Luo Tian's chest, causing his chest to split open like a turtle. The wound was so deep that bones could be seen, and blood continuously gushed out from the wound. The pain was unbearable, and Luo Tian's throat was filled with the stench of blood, causing him to spit out a large mouthful of blood. Huff, huff, huff. He was panting like an ox. Luo Tian immediately released the regeneration technique, causing the wound to heal and the pain to quickly decrease. Secret technique? Star Ocean Sect's secret technique, regeneration technique. Yang Jin's face was filled with shock. He had seen the Star Ocean Sect's experts use the regeneration art. Only the Supreme Elders were qualified to cultivate this secret art. Even Lu Zhen, an inner sect elder of the Star Ocean Sect, was not qualified to cultivate it. How could a disciple of the Huashan Immortal Sect like him cultivate a secret art of the Star Ocean Sect? Suddenly, Yang Jin suddenly moved, leaned his body, and struck Luo Tian's chest, once again sending Luo Tian flying, and shouted, "Brat, how do you know the secret technique of the Star Ocean Sect?" Bam! Luo Tian was sent flying, and after flying for several meters, his face became even more pale. Bai Qi spat out another mouthful of black blood and climbed up from the ground, coldly laughing. "What do you care?" In an instant, Luo Tian gritted his teeth and once again roared, "Rank 7 Berserk! 9 dragons, 9 elephants, 6 phases. 6 dragons, suppress the power, come out for me." Rumble. The two forces overlapped. Luo Tian's body directly turned red, like a piece of burning iron, and the power in his body raged. He could not control the power of the rank 7 Berserk, and now with the addition of the 6 dragons, it was even harder to control. But he had no other choice. Ji Tong Tian was too strong. The Mystic Emperor realm was a realm that he could not reach, and the difference in strength was too great. Yang Jin was the same. The difference in cultivation between the orthodox immortal sects and the 8th stage of the profound sage realm was too great. Luo Tian was only a youth who was not even 20 years old, and they were all monsters who had cultivated for thousands of years. How could they compare? It's another half-flourishing stage cultivation technique. Just how many powerful cultivation techniques has this kid cultivated? Yang Jin's face darkened, and his heart was filled with shock. At this moment, Ji Tongtian took a step forward and directly attacked, laughing coldly in excitement. "Ha ha ha! All the cultivation techniques are mine. All of them are mine. Brat, come on, ha ha ha! Great absorption art. Strip it for me." Ji Tongtian was extremely excited. The stronger the cultivation technique, the more excited he was. Luo Tian's cultivation technique made him extremely excited, as if he was afraid that Yang Jin would kill him first. He could only use the great absorption art to strip Luo Tian's cultivation technique first. F***CK. Luo Tian cursed angrily. The arrogance on his body grew even more. Even if he could not control it, even if the difference in cultivation level between him and Ji Tongtian was too great, Luo Tian was not afraid at all. If he was unhappy, he would do it. If he could not win, he would do it. Gritting his teeth, Luo Tian's eyes darkened, and he shouted in his heart, "Azure Dragon Blood, come out!" At this moment, without waiting for the power of the Azure Dragon Blood in Luo Tian's body to erupt, a giant golden dragon soared into the sky. The 5th chapter has been delivered. There will be an update at night. Brothers, Old Cow urgently needs the support of monthly votes, requesting firepower. Chapter 517. Roar. A dragon's roar resounded through the clouds. The sky was filled with golden light, sprinkling down on the earth. A huge figure crushed everything in the world. The strongest creature in the Tian Shan continent had appeared. It was worth mentioning. The golden dragon's body was the same as the western dragon's body, but it was hundreds of times larger than the western dragon's body. Its body emitted an incomparably berserk aura, and on the back of the golden dragon was an unconscious Frost WYRM, on the verge of death. Without waiting for the golden dragon to rush down, Lu Zhen ran out covered in blood and shouted, The golden dragon is that child. Of the 3 immortal sect elders, only he ran out alone. He would never forget what he had just experienced for the rest of his life. 2 huge dragons, a frost dragon and a golden dragon, stood in front of him, causing an indescribable shock. As soon as his voice fell, Yang Jin's expression was abnormally excited. As expected, they must be the huge dragons that escaped from the heavenly palace divine race. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! We must not let them escape. Excitement. He was incomparably excited. His purpose for coming here was to find the giant dragon's blood vein. Looking at the golden dragon that rushed into the sky and descended from the sky, the blood in Yang Jin's body began to boil crazily. Ji Tongtian's expression darkened as he thought to himself, the dragon race and the teleportation does exist. These people from the immortal sect already knew about it, but they didn't tell me. None of the people from the immortal sect are good people. Just wait. You can't escape responsibility for the deaths of my 3 sons. Ji Tongtian's face was gloomy. However, this gloominess flashed past as he laughed. Elder Yang has hidden it well. Can you tell me your purpose for coming here? Yang Jin smiled faintly and said, City Lord Ji, as you can see, we're here for the Heavenly Palace's divine race's dragon race. That brat killed your 3 sons. So if you kill him, you won't have any business here. Hurry up and leave. There was no need for Ji Tongtian now. Even if he couldn't find that injured divine dragon, as long as he could obtain this golden dragon's blood vein, he could still go against the heavens, although it couldn't compare to Morong Wanjian's true dragon's blood vein. Once the fusion was successful, his cultivation would soar. Moreover, a golden dragon's blood was extremely large. If that was the case, if he could control the golden dragon bloodline, he would be able to become an honorary grand elder of the god controlling immortal sect. He might even be able to establish his own sect, and it would definitely be a powerful one. Ji Tongtian's expression darkened as he sneered. You want to burn the bridge after crossing the river? Yang Jin snorted disdainfully and said, What? Could it be that City Lord Ji wanted a share of the good soup? Why don't you take a look at yourself? What right do you have to share with me? I can destroy your clear sky city in a matter of minutes. Do you think you're amazing just because you're a 3rd-level mystic sovereign? Don't forget, I'm from the orthodox lineage of the immortal sect. Even if you break through another level, you won't be a match for me. Hurry up and scram, lest you embarrass yourself later. He did not give any face at all. Why would an elder of the imperial immortal sect need to give face to a mere city lord? Yang Jin didn't care about such a city at all. The giant dragon bloodline was a treasure of heaven and earth. Who would be willing to share such a treasure with others? Not to mention, there was also Lu Jin from the Star Ocean immortal sect. What could the 3 of them get if they split it? Human. Forever greedy. Ji Tongtian's face turned extremely ugly, and his gaze turned cold. Elder Yang, you're really ruthless. Although you're from the orthodox lineage of the immortal sect, a Saint Realm expert, and have cultivated immortal energy for hundreds of years. So what? I can't kill you with my cultivation. And you want to hurt me with your cultivation? Lu Jin anxiously ran over and said anxiously, The 2 of you stop arguing. This golden infant dragon is very strong. While they were arguing, Luo Tian looked up to the sky, and his heart was overwhelmed with shock. He thought to himself, Qin Changtian is indeed a dragon son. Seems like the heavenly palace divine race must have suffered a huge change. Otherwise, they wouldn't have placed the dragon son in the Qin family of the Luoyang city. His heart tightened. Luo Tian suppressed the power of the azure dragon bloodline. At this moment, he did not want to expose himself too early. The azure dragon bloodline was his final trump card. Once it was exposed, he would definitely kill all of them. However, even if Luo Tian released the power of the azure dragon bloodline, he might not be their match. No matter how strong the power of the bloodline was, it was still limited by the level. In the end, the level was still too low. Luo Tian clenched his fists tightly. Level, I must frantically increase it. In that instant, the huge dragon swooped down and sent a message to Luo Tian. Brother Qin Tian, jump onto my back. The moment it swooped down, the huge dragon spat out a ball of golden flames. Even the space was about to be burned, constantly twisting. Loud sounds continued to erupt in the sky. Yang Jin's face darkened. He released all the power of an 8th stage profound sage and dodged in an instant. Ji Tongqian's face was also filled with shock as he quickly jumped away. Even he would not be able to block such a golden flame. The power to burn the void was too strong. A golden infant dragon already had such a strong power. What about the adult dragons of the Heavenly Palace divine race? Luo Tian's heart sank. Thinking of the dragon egg in his body, if it was a Huaxia divine dragon, how strong would it be? What the F***CK? I must hatch it. Luo Tian was a little impatient. The moment the huge dragon spat out the flames, Luo Tian jumped heavily and landed on the huge dragon's back. Looking at the dying frost WYRM little Xia, Luo Tian frowned and continuously used several healing techniques. Brother Luo Tian, it's useless. Brother little Xia is injured. Ordinary healing techniques are useless. The huge dragon transmitted. Then it flew into the sky and said in a deep voice, Brother Luo Tian, hold on tight. I'm going to rush into the void and escape. Luo Tian's heart clenched. He had thought that he would be able to easily deal with Ji Tongtian and the others. But who would have thought that he would try to flee? His heart jolted with shock, and he immediately thought back to how little Xia had almost died trying to transform into a dragon. Not good. They're going to escape. We can't let them escape. The 3 of them were anxious. They all flew into the sky and chased after him as fast as lightning. However, it was also at this moment that the huge golden dragon soared into the sky like a fighter jet. The huge dragon's mouth uttered a series of dragon words, and then a black hole-like barrier appeared in front of it, and it flew directly into it. Dragon entering the void. Chase! Yang Jin roared hysterically. However, their speed was much slower than that of the huge golden dragon. Luo Tian looked at the 3 of them, standing on the back of the huge golden dragon, and roared, Ji Tongtian, Yang Jin, you guys wait for me. I'll make you pay for what you did today 1,000 times. No, 10,000 times. Boom! The void gate closed. Luo Tian's vision went black, and then a dazzling golden light flashed. He flew out of the void and happily said, Good job, Tian Tian. Luo Tian, brother. I can't hold on any longer. His voice was incomparably weak. His body fell vertically like a kite with a broken string. 10,000 meters in the air. 200 million experience. This was the rhythm of death. The 6th chapter has been delivered. Can I ask for a monthly vote? Save one. Give old Neo some strength. Brothers who want to explode tomorrow, please use your monthly vote. Chapter 518. 10,000 meters in the air. Free fall, how terrifying was that? Moreover, there were also 2 incomparably huge dragons. The most frightening thing was that the golden dragon could not be injured in the slightest. If it was injured, his 200 million experience would be gone. Right now, it was only a few hours away from the time set by the system. If he was injured at this time, it would be a huge loss. Hey! Tian Tian, Little Xia, Luo Tian called out a few times, but they were powerless to respond, as if their entire bodies had collapsed. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sound of the wind was like thunder, and it was like a blade blowing on his face. It was very uncomfortable. If I fall like this, even if I don't die, I'll still be half dead. Luo Tian's brows sank, and then with a movement in the air, he directly flew out and shouted, Level 7 Berserk! Buzz! 128 times the attribute was released. Following that, Luo Tian swooped down and directly flew to the golden dragon's abdomen. He raised his arms heavily, and the veins on his forehead bulged. The muscles on his arms directly burst open his clothes, and the veins on his arms were like earthworms, bulging out one by one, clearly visible. Hundreds of thousands of tons of golden dragon, free fall from a height of 10,000 meters. This kind of impact was even stronger than the impact of a nuclear bomb. Ah! Luo Tian screamed hysterically, releasing all of his strength, heavily supporting the falling speed of the golden dragon. It was just that his body was too huge, and in free fall the weight was directly proportional to the speed. The heavier it was, the faster it was. Luo Tian's strength only slowed down a little. Damn level 7 berserk, 8 million profound cheese usage, only slowed it down a little, and if the follow-up strength can't keep up, then the power just now would have been wasted. Cluck, cluck. Luo Tian clenched his teeth, his eyes glared and roared. All right, I'll fight it out with you. Level 7 berserk. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. He used it again, slowing down the speed of his fall once again. Level 7 berserk. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Level 7 berserk. Level 7 berserk. Luo Tian was like a madman, constantly releasing the level 7 berserk. His body was constantly being ravaged by the attribute power, which was 128 times stronger than his body. It was extremely uncomfortable. This power was not something his body could bear. Once he used it, he would be seriously injured. But now he had no other choice but to continuously use rank 7 berserk like a madman. That was the only way. It slowed down the speed of the golden dragon's descent. It was not only for the 200 million experience points, but also to find a way to enter the Heavenly Palace celestial race. When he thought of Ji Tongtian, he was infuriated. Profound sovereign realm. Ji Tongtian was incomparably powerful and terrifying. Even if he used all his strength, he would not be able to withstand it. Ji Tongtian's arrogant, and insufferably arrogant expression made him extremely unhappy. There were only 2 ways to kill him: breaking through to the Saint Realm. The next step was to hatch the dragon egg. These 2 methods had one thing in common, which was to enter the Heavenly Palace God clan. He had to go in. The dragon egg had to be hatched. If the golden dragon could release such a powerful power, then the dragon egg on his body would definitely be extremely powerful. Standing on the dragon's head, roaming the world, and arriving at Duan Tian City, using the strongest power to crush Morong Wanjian, crushing the immortal god sect and the star, sea immortal sect. All of this required him to enter the Heavenly Palace God clan, so Luo Tian could not let Qin Changtian and little Xia die. He definitely could not. Ah, level 7 berserk. Luo Tian did not know how many times he released the level 7 berserk. At this moment his mouth, nose, and ears were all overflowing with scarlet blood. The backlash of the level 7 berserk was extremely powerful. It was fine once, but after using it several times, his body was like a huge battlefield, crazily being crushed. Uncomfortable, incomparably uncomfortable. But Luo Tian still gritted his teeth and held on. He roared in his heart, Ji Tongtian, you son of a bitch, I will not let you off. Yang Jin, for great immortal sex, just you wait. The anger in his heart soared to the heavens. If not for Ji Tongtian, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state. He was continuously being chased. Luo Tian was extremely unhappy and said fiercely in his heart, if I don't get rid of you, I won't be surnamed Luo. He had to get rid of him. A boss of the profound Emperor realm would definitely be very happy to drop it. Level 7 berserk. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Puffed. Luo Tian could no longer hold it in as he spat out a mouthful of blood. At this time, the profound chi had also been used up, leaving only a few tens of thousands of points, and he could no longer support the level 7 berserk. Fortunately, he was about to land on the ground. Both of his arms were trembling as he used the last bit of his strength to support the golden dragon, allowing him to land steadily. Following that, he rolled on the spot and immediately leaned against the golden dragon's body as he panted heavily. Huff, huff, huff. Sweat poured down like rain. His entire body was drenched, and he was in a sorry state. From the moment he transmigrated until now, Luo Tian had never been in such a sorry state before. Big brother Luo Tian, thank you, thank you. The golden dragon slightly opened its huge eyes and said weakly. Luo Tian waved his hand and said, It's good that you're fine, it's good that you're fine. The golden dragon slightly closed its eyes, and its body quickly changed. 10 seconds later, it returned to the body of a little boy, but his entire body was naked, and his body was incomparably weak. Luo Tian quickly took off his coat and wrapped it around him. Not far from him was the frost wyvern, little Xia. He also quickly turned into a human body. Not equal. Luo Tian could only take off his underwear and put it on him. Compared to Qin Chang Tian, little Xia's body was much weaker. Moreover, she had sustained serious injuries. Most likely, she had sustained those injuries during the battle with Lu Jin. Luo Tian let out a sigh of relief and used several healing techniques. However, he discovered that they were all useless. Then he thought of what Qin Changtian had said. Ordinary healing techniques were useless against him. Not long after, Qin Changtian slowly woke up. His eyes were weak. His face was pale white. He coughed lightly a few times and said, Big brother Luo Tian, Big brother little Xia needs the rainbow snow lotus to cure his illness. His goal this time is for the rainbow snow lotus. Luo Tian was slightly startled and said, You already knew that he was a dragon. Qin Changtian said weakly, And I found it a long time ago. Grandpa Qin San also knew about it. I'm sorry I didn't tell you. Luo Tian laughed and said, It's fine. He was naturally very familiar with his own species, and Qin San was also from the Dragon Protection Clan, so he definitely knew about it. The existence of the dragon race itself was a secret, and Luo Tian was just an outsider, so it was normal for him not to tell him. Then, Qin Changtian cried and begged, Big brother Luo Tian, can you save him? A trace of tears flashed in his eyes. Qin Changtian said, Big brother little Xia was injured like this because he saved me. Can you save him? At this moment, the system suddenly sounded out 2 notifications. Ding! Quest completed. Obtain 2,000 experience reward. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining an S rank quest score. The system rewards you with a big lottery. Do you wish to begin the lottery? The first chapter has been delivered. Brothers, other people's monthly votes are increasing by a few hundred, but we don't even have 50. Is it because we can't do it? Can a man say no? Absolutely not, not even if he dies. The old cow is hysterically begging for monthly votes. Chapter 519. C rank mission completed. The reward was negligible, but he received an S rank rating. This was an extremely high rating. It could be considered as a 4-star rating. The simpler the mission, the harder it was to get a high rating. Luo Tian initially thought that as long as the mission did not fail and did not deduct 200 million experience, he would be thankful. He did not expect to receive such a high rating. This was closely related to the countless times he used level 7 Berserk to protect Qin Changtian with his life. Mission completed. Received a chance to draw the lottery. Do you wish to draw the lottery? Begin. The exciting moment had arrived. Luo Tian entered the system. The system showed a screen similar to a slot machine. There were all kinds of things in the screen. Seeing these things, Luo Tian's saliva almost flowed to the ground. Wow, wow. Peerless godly sword. Upgrade by 1 level. Sky flipping god seal. All kinds of treasures. All kinds of powerful treasures. Of course, other than these, there were naturally some inferior items as well. There were definitely Tier 1 healing pills, Tier 2 cultivation techniques and the like. In the center of these treasures, which was also the slot machine's gate of heaven, there was a flame-like thing. At first glance, there was luonothing special about it. Luo Tian had played slot machines in his previous life, and knew that the position was usually the best thing. Immediately, when Luo Tian took a closer look, his eyeballs were about to pop out. His expression was as excited as it could be. It was as if he had climaxed 10,000 times in a row. He repeatedly swallowed his saliva and muttered to himself, "Heavenly flame, heavenly flame, heavenly flame. Mamma mia, the heavenly flame that Xiaoyan practiced in Battle Break the Heavens. Oh my God! It actually appeared here. It appeared in the lottery." Incoherent words. Luo Tian was so excited that he couldn't even speak properly. Luo Tian was so excited that he couldn't even speak properly. The world was turning upside down, his blood was boiling, the sky was falling, and the earth was cracking. 1,000,000 alpacas whizzed past, whizzed back, and whizzed past again and again. Luo Tian's heart was simply too happy. He swallowed his saliva heavily, and his heart began to become incomparably nervous. His eyes stared at the heavenly gate's heavenly flame, and he couldn't look at anything else. What peerless divine sword! What heaven-flipping seal! Luo Tian was a Dupo fan. If he could practice the heavenly flame that Xiaoyan practiced, how great would it be? The most crucial point. The Deviant Flame's attack was very powerful, and it was divided into hundreds of types. Each of them was an extremely powerful existence. As long as he got it, Luo Tian would be able to kill Ji Tong Tian, who was at the mystic sovereign realm, in a matter of minutes. He said excitedly in his heart, "The third way to kill Ji Tong Tian is here. God, please let me get it." Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Teacher Ozawa, Sister Longza, Teacher Hato, come on. Pray for me, bless me. I've loved you all for so many years. I even have limited edition movies. I'm willing to love you all for the rest of my life. Give me strength. He silently chanted in his heart. Then, with a thought, he activated the lottery switch. At this moment, Luo Tian's heart was thumping madly, unable to stop at all. Looking at the flashing lights, his heart was on the verge of collapsing. He couldn't bear to watch any longer. This was too frightening. It was even more frightening than the quest of protecting Qin Changtian, which cost him experience points. I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it anymore. Luo Tian closed his eyes, not daring to continue watching. He was afraid that he would have a heart attack. Clenching his fists, clenching again, he prayed in his heart, "Heavenly flame, heavenly flame, it must be the heavenly flame." In a short few seconds. To Luo Tian, this was even longer than 100 years. He was excited and also tormented. He wanted to just skip it, but he was afraid that he would get a trash item. The items in this kind of lottery draw were random. It wouldn't be these items every time. If he missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be any more. Ding! The sound stopped, and the light stopped at one spot. Luo Tian's heart tensed up, and his thumping heart suddenly stopped beating. The exciting moment had arrived, and his eyes slowly revealed a thin slit. Carefully, as if facing a great enemy, he gently opened his eyes. Following that, his entire body was stunned. His expression was sluggish. *CK. I didn't get anything. How could this be? Luo Tian's face was filled with shock. There was no light on the screen of the slot machine, and he couldn't help but curse in his heart. System. *CK, your grandpa. What are you doing? When Luo Tian was cursing, the lottery slot machine suddenly flashed, and a small box of light was suddenly thrown out. With a boom, it accurately hit the heaven's gate's flame. With a boom, it was as if endless thunder from the 9 heavens was wreaking havoc. Luo Tian's expression froze once again. Everything happened too suddenly. It almost scared him to the point of pissing his pants. Strange flame, I got it. Luo Tian was so excited that his lips were trembling. He was so excited that tears were about to come out. If there weren't people here, he would definitely roar towards the sky. Too excited, the system immediately sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for drawing Strange Flame Level 1. Do you wish to cultivate it? Cultivate! How can I not cultivate it? Damn it, Strange Flame, Xiaoyan's strongest cultivation method. How can I not cultivate it? Luo Tian almost cursed it out loud. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for successfully cultivating Strange Flame Level 1. Following that, Luo Tian quickly opened the system. There was an additional skill in the cultivation method column. Cultivation method, Strange Flame Grade, High God Level. Level 1 Green Lotus Core Fire, cooldown, 12 hours consumption, 10 million profound chi points description. This cultivation method is the first level of the Strange Flame, called the Green Lotus Core Fire, cannot be leveled up, only one, the higher the cultivation, the greater the power of the Green Lotus Core Fire. This cultivation method is extremely terrifying. Please use it with caution. Only the first level. Luo Tian frowned slightly. According to his memory, there should be over 100 types of Strange Flame, and the Green Lotus Core Fire that he obtained was only one of them. Looking at the skill description, it could not be leveled up, which meant that even if the other Strange Flames were leveled up, he would not be able to obtain it. After thinking about the Strange Flame in battle through the heavens, Luo Tian felt relieved. Over 100 types of Strange Flame were obtained by Xiao Yan from various places and were not cultivated in one go. Green Lotus Core Fire was the first Strange Flame that he had obtained, and Luo Tian had classified it as the first level. Although it was the first level, it was ranked 19th among the Strange Flames, a very high existence. He knew this. Luo Tian was secretly happy and secretly said, "Awesome! Give me enough time, I can also gather those 100 types of Strange Flame." However, if there were a few more big lottery draws, and his luck was off the charts, Luo Tian laughed excitedly. It was also at this time. The system sounded out again. Ding! The second chapter has been delivered. Xiao Yan's strongest cultivation method, Strange Flame, has come out. Don't tell me you guys aren't going to vote and cheer? The old cow requests for even more intense firepower. Throw the monthly votes to the old cow. Thank you to the brothers who tipped me today. The old cow is extremely grateful. Thank you for your support. Chapter 5:20. The system sounded out again. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Mission level B. Mission content. Save Little Xia. Mission objective Rainbow Snow Lotus. Mission time 3 days. Mission reward 5,000 experience points. Mission failure 500 million experience points deducted. It was this kind of mission again. At this time Luo Tian was not depressed at all, nor did he complain. High investment, high risk, high reward. With an S rank score, he would be able to get a big lottery draw. With 100 points of luck value, wouldn't he be able to get something good from the lottery draw? Otherwise, how could he obtain the Cyan Lotus Hellfire? The Gate of Heaven. Anyone who had played slot machines before would know that this thing was too difficult. All right, this time I'll get another S rank score. When the time comes, I'll get another Deviant Flame and the strongest 2 She Ancient Emperor or something. Then I'll be rich, ha ha ha. Luo Tian was laughing in his heart. He never thought that he would get a Deviant Flame. This skill was simply a heaven-defying existence. An existence that could even kill a Do-Di in battle through the heavens. Then, Luo Tian's eyes shook and said, "Even if you didn't say it, I would have thought of a way to save him. It's just that I don't know where the Rainbow Snow Lotus is. Do you know?" This was the key. With how big Heaven Mountain was, where could he find it? Plus, there were only 3 days left, which made it even more difficult. Qin Changtian said weakly, "I know it's at the entrance of the Heavenly Palace God Race. I can sense it, but Big Brother Luo Tian, that place is already heavily surrounded, and there's even an incomparably powerful guardian beast. That's not right. To be exact, it should be a dark angel. When he said the words dark angel, Qin Changtian's eyes were filled with hatred for some reason. He himself did not know why, but it was as if this hatred was innate and naturally erupted from his heart. Birdman? Luo Tian was slightly shocked. He never thought that there would be angels in this world. Birdman? What a strange name. Qin Changtian couldn't help but ask, why is he called Birdman? Luo Tian smiled and said, he looks like a human and has a pair of wings on his back. Isn't that a birdman? Hee, yes, it's a birdman. Luo Tian Gij, you're too talented. Qin Changtian said with a smile. Then he continued, other than a dark angel, no, a birdman, there are also many adventure teams. Furthermore, Ji Tongtian and the two elders from the Immortal Gate are here too. Thinking about what had happened not long ago, Qin Changtian's expression could not help but turn gloomy. Ji Tongtian was terrifyingly powerful. A third-level mystic sovereign was extremely terrifying. Even ordinary low-level adult dragons were no match for him. When Luo Tian was crushed by Ji Tongtian, he also saw how difficult it would be to obtain the seven-colored snow lotus. He might even die. Qin Changtian's eyes darkened as he said, Big brother Luo Tian, why don't we think of another way? I believe there must be another way to save big brother Luo Tian. That place is simply too dangerous. Ji Tongtian is also here, and the two elders from the Immortal Gate. Luo Tian laughed. He laughed excitedly. In his heart he thought, F***CK. I was just worried that I wouldn't be able to find these two boss. I didn't expect them to actually rush there. Good, very good. This time, I will definitely beat the shit out of you. He immediately thought of using the green lotus core fire to destroy Ji Tongtian's chrysanthemum. Thinking about how he was crushed at the Kunshan sect's assembly point, Luo Tian's heart was filled with a strong anger. He could not wait to rush to Ji Tongtian's side and use the deviant fire to kill him. Go. Luo Tian said resolutely, I have to go. How could he not go? The boss, he had to kill it. Besides, the quest had already been accepted. Luo Tian could not back down. A deduction of 500 million experience was equivalent to 2 levels of experience. Luo Tian could not afford to lose it, not to mention, if he successfully completed the quest and obtained a higher grade score, SS grade 5-star score or SSS grade super score. What kind of big lottery would he get? All of them would definitely be divine equipment. Thinking of this, Luo Tian immediately became excited. Qin Changtian looked at Luo Tian's determined expression and felt a wave of emotion in his heart. He said, Thank you, brother Luo Tian. Little Xia also woke up in a daze. Her lips moved and said, Don't go, Luo Tian. You can't go. It's too dangerous there. Don't worry. Beauty Xiao Shui, I will definitely save you. Luo Tian said jokingly. Immediately, Luo Tian stood up and said, Tian, how far are we from the 7-colored snow lotus? Qin Changtian said, Go east from here. You will reach it in about 300 kilometers. That's very close. You can feel it in half an hour. Luo Tian thought about it carefully. It was useless for him to go there now. The 7-colored snow lotus had not fully matured, and there were many adventure teams. If he went there, it would only be a chaotic battle. Since he wanted to complete this mission perfectly, he had to use some methods. The most important thing was, his profound qi had already dried up. He only had a few tens of thousands of points left. He couldn't even release a single level 7 berserk. He had to replenish it as soon as possible. Heaven Mountain Range. One of the top 10 mountain ranges in the profound sky continent. There were countless demon beasts and all kinds of spirit herbs. It was a natural treasure trove. Luo Tian was not afraid of not being able to recover his profound qi here. To Luo Tian, there were endless resources here. Tian, you stay here and take good care of little Xia. I need a day to prepare. Luo Tian said. One day. He had to replenish his profound qi within a day. Although Qin Changtian did not know what Luo Tian was going to do, he still nodded his head heavily and said, And big brother Luo Tian, I will take good care of big brother little Xia. Luo Tian did not waste any time. He flew out in an instant and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Your Highness! Little Xia stood up with difficulty and knelt down heavily, saying, I'm sorry I didn't protect you well. Qin Changtian immediately went forward to support him. Big brother little Xia, what nonsense are you talking about? You have already done very well. He was the young lord of the dragon clan. Little Xia sat on the ground, his face incomparably pale. He looked in the direction Luo Tian disappeared and asked, Your Highness, will he come back? Humans are not trustworthy. They had experienced many things together, but he had always maintained a vigilant attitude towards humans. Although he knew that Luo Tian was different from other humans, Qin Changtian revealed an innocent smile, saying, Big brother Luo Tian will definitely come back. He is different from other humans. Furthermore, he has an aura similar to that of our dragon race. This aura is stronger than mine, stronger than yours, and even stronger than father's. It is like the aura of a dragon god. Luo Tian! Once again he fell into a frenzy of killing. Revenge is a dish best served cold. I am not a gentleman, so I will not wait for revenge. Jitong Tian, you just wait for me. Chapter 3. Thank you to Love Regression Line for another 10,000 book coins. Piao Hong, for becoming the 4th Alliance Master of this book. Thank you, brothers, for your support. I went out this afternoon because I had something urgent to attend to. I only came back at 3 o'clock. However, today's update will not be less than 7 chapters. Brothers, if you still have the monthly votes, please vote for Old Bull.